잠시 안내 말씀 드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 8시 30분부터 글로벌 인재포럼 2015의 개회식을 시작하겠습니다. 참석해 주신 여러분께서는 준비된 자리에 앉아 주시기 바랍니다. 아울러 로비에 계시거나 등록 확인 중이신 분들께서는 속히 행사장 안쪽으로 입장하셔서 자리에 앉아 주시기 바랍니다. 빈자리가 없도록 앞쪽부터 자리를 채워서 앉아 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 아울러 원활한 진행을 위해서 휴대전화의 전원을 꺼주시거나 진동 모드로 바꿔주시기 바랍니다. 오늘 행사는 한국어와 영어의 동시 통역이 제공됩니다. 한국어는 1번, 영어는 2번 채널을 이용하시고 통역 리시버는 현재 앉으신 자리에 비치되어 있습니다. 자리를 비우실 때는 앉으신 자리에 그대로 두고 이동을 부탁드리겠습니다. 아울러 화재와 같은 비상 상황이 발생했을 때는 직원의 안내에 따라서 비상 대피로를 통해 신속히 이동해 주시기 바랍니다. 행사장 로비에는 위급 상황에 대비해서 응급 구조사가 상시 대기하고 있습니다. 그럼 잠시 후 주요 인사분들께서 입장하시는 대로 개회식을 시작하겠습니다. 자리에 앉아서 잠시만 기다려 주시기 바랍니다. 고맙습니다.
교수님께 특별한 감사의 인사를 드립니다. 올해로 열도를 맞은 글로벌 인재포럼은 이제 명실상부한 세계 최고 수준의 HR 관련 포럼으로 자리매김했다고 자부합니다. 인재포럼은 세계 각국의 HR 전문가들이 머리를 맞대고 세상을 바꿀 인재를 찾는 방법, 그들을 키우는 방법, 그리고 적절하게 활용하는 방법에 대해 논의하는 글로벌 토론회장으로 거듭나고 있습니다. 올해 인재포럼에 참가한 전문가들의 국적이 60개국 이상이라는 사실만 봐도 이 포럼의 국제적인 위상과 관심이 얼마나 높아졌는지를 보여준다고 생각합니다. 특히 올해 포럼에는 영국과 호주의 10여 개 명문대학 총장단이 국가 단위로 참가해 독자적으로 세션을 이끄는 등 양적으로나 질적으로 한 단계 더 업그레이드 되었습니다. 이처럼 글로벌 인재 포럼이 10년 만에 세계적인 포럼으로 우뚝 설 수 있게 된 데는 한국이 세계가 주목하는 인재 강국이란 사실에 힘입은 바가 큽니다. 변변한 천년 자원도 없고 축적된 자본도 없었던 탓에 주변국의 원조를 받아야 했던 가난한 나라 대한민국이 반세기 만에 주변국을 도와줄 수 있는 건강한 나라로 변신할 수 있었던 힘은 오로지 교육과 인재였습니다. 한국을 대표하는 종합경제미디어인 저희 신문이 교육부 직업능력개발원과 함께 10년 전 글로벌 인재 포럼을 만든 취지가 바로 여기에 있습니다. 기업의 경쟁력, 더 나아가 국가 경쟁력의 핵심은 인재라는 사실을 보여준 대한민국의 경험을 전 세계가 공유하고 동시에 전 세계가 안고 있는 각종 현안에 대한 해법을 인재를 통해 찾아보자는 것이었습니다. 존경하는 내외기빈 여러분, 여러분께서 더 잘 아시겠지만 지금 한국을 둘러싼 글로벌 경제 환경은 결코 녹록지가 않습니다. 나라 안으로는 수출 부진과 내수 부진이란 이중고에 시달리고 있고 조선, 철강, 건설 등 한국의 주력 산업의 침체도 깊어지고 있습니다. 나라 밖으로는 중국의 경기 둔화, 미국의 금리 인상 가능성 등 여러 가지 불안 요인들이 산재해 있습니다. 좋은 경제 성적을 내고 있는 일부 국가들도 안으로는 높은 실업률과 소득 불균형으로 신음하고 있다고 합니다. 이런 문제들을 풀어내고 새로운 미래로 나아갈 힘이 절실한 시점입니다. 우리는 그 동력을 바로 교육과 인재에서 찾아보고자 합니다. 사람을 바로 세우는 교육, 그리고 창의력을 키우는 교육을 통해 세상을 바꿀 인재를 대거 육성해야만 우리가 직면한 다양한 문제들을 풀어낼 수 있다고 생각합니다. 올해 글로벌 인재 포럼의 주제는 이런 점을 감안해서 설정했습니다. 다양한 인재가 세상을 바꾼다. Diverse Talent Changing Societies입니다. 다들 아시다시피 다양한 인재란 기존의 틀에 박힌 모범생이 아닌 서로 다른 생각, 서로 다른 개성, 서로 다른 장점을 지닌 사람들을 말합니다. 이런 인재는 사회 구성원 모두가 각자의 창의성을 마음껏 발휘할 수 있도록 우리 사회가 독려하고 응원할 때 나오는 것입니다. 이렇게 양성된 다양한 인재들이 서로의 의견을 주고받으며 논의를 발전시켜 가다 보면 지금의 한계 상황을 돌파할 수 있는, 다시 말해 세상을 바꾸는 아이디어가 나온다는 것이 원래 포럼의 키워드입니다. 변방의 작은 항구 도시였던 싱가포르가 다양한 인재의 힘 덕분에 아시아의 허브로 탈바꿈한 것이 그 대표적인 예가 될 것입니다. 잠시 뒤 고초통 전 총리님께서 기조연설을 통해 싱가포르의 대변신의 비결을 들려주실 것입니다. 올해 포럼은 교육부와 한국직업능력개발원, 한국경제신문사의 전문가들이 세계은행과 OECD, 유네스코 등 세계 최고 권위의 국제기구 도움을 받아 마련한 만큼 그 콘텐츠가 예년에 비해 훨씬 풍성하고 다양해졌습니다. 특히 주제에 걸맞게 이번 포럼에는 국제기구, 정부, 대학, 기업 등 다양한 분야에서 100여 명의 최고 전문가분들이 연사와 토론자로 참여하셨습니다. 모쪼록 전문가 여러분들이 인재개발 및 육성에 대한 심도 있는 논의를 통해 지금 우리가 직면하고 있는 빈곤, 저성장 등 각종 문제에 대한 해법을 찾아주실 것으로 기대하고 있습니다. 오늘 포럼을 찾아주신 여러분들도 각각의 세션을 마음껏 즐겨주시고 유익한 지식과 정보, 통찰력을 얻는 기회가 되시길 바랍니다. 한국경제신문은 올해 인재 포럼에서 제시된 글로벌 인재 육성과 관련된 다양한 아이디어와 아젠다가 국가 정책으로 채택될 수 있도록 적극 노력하겠습니다. 다시 한번 글로벌 인재 포럼 2015에 참석해 주신 모든 분들께 감사드리며 건강과 행복이 함께 하기를 기원하겠습니다. Thank you very much.
네, 여러분 다시 한번 뜨거운 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 한국경제신문 김기웅 사장님께서 개회사 수고해 주셨습니다. 네, 말씀해 주신 것처럼 건강한 미래, 또 건강한 나라를 위한 해법, 오늘 이 자리에서 함께 찾아보시기를 바라겠습니다. 자, 이어서 오늘 행사 개최를 축하하기 위해서 도착한 아주 따뜻한 메시지가 있습니다. 바로 박근혜 대통령님께서 보내주신 축하 영상 메시지입니다. 화면으로 만나보시죠.
10주년을 맞은 글로벌 인재 포럼 2015 개회를 축하합니다. 고촉동 전 싱가포르 총리님과 체드 에반스 부위원장님을 비롯한 글로벌 리더 여러분의 방한을 진심으로 환영합니다. 지금 인류는 전염병과 자연재해, 저개발과 양극화와 같은 다양한 초국가적 문제에 직면하고 있고 세계화와 디지털 경제로의 이행도 갈수록 빨라지고 있습니다. 저는 인류가 당면한 도전을 극복하고 공존, 공용의 세기를 개척하는 강력한 힘은 교육에서 나온다고 믿습니다. 여러분이 잘 아시다시피 대한민국은 교육을 바탕으로 경제 성장과 민주주의 발전을 이뤄낸 소중한 경험을 가지고 있습니다. 지금도 변화하는 시대의 인재상에 발맞춰 자유학기제와 인성교육 강화, 인문학 진흥 등 다양한 정책들을 적극적으로 펼쳐가고 있습니다. 한국은 교육을 통해 더 나은 지구촌을 만들려는 국제사회의 노력에 적극적인 동반자가 될 것입니다. 이번 포럼을 통해 각국의 인재 양성 경험을 공유하고 미래 인재 양성 방안을 다각적으로 모색해서 인류의 미래에 희망을 주는 성과를 거두기를 기대합니다. 다시 한번 글로벌 인재 포럼 2015 개회를 축하하며 여러분 모두의 건승과 행복을 기원합니다.
여러분 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 오늘 포럼의 의미, 그 개최 의미에 대해서 다시 한번 되짚어 주셨는데요. 예, 말씀해 주신 것처럼 교육이야말로 우리 사회가 당면한 여러 가지 문제점들을 해결할 수 있는 키워드이지 않을까 하는 생각이 또 듭니다. 축하와 또 격려 메시지를 보내주신 박근혜 대통령님 대단히 감사합니다. 자, 계속해서 축사를 들어보겠습니다. 이번 포럼의 개회를 축하해 주시기 위해서 직접 행사장을 찾아주셨습니다. 축사는 황교안 국무총리님께서 수고해 주시겠습니다. 단상으로 모시겠습니다. 여러분 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다.
여러분 안녕하십니까? 아주 좋은 날 글로벌 인재 포럼의 개막식을 갖게 된 것을 진심으로 축하합니다. 이번 포럼에 참석하기 위해 방한하신 세계 각국의 지도자와 석학 그리고 기업인 여러분께 따뜻한 환영의 인사를 드립니다. 이번 행사를 준비해 주신 한국경제신문 김기웅 사장님과 한국직업능력개발원 이용순 원장님을 비롯한 관계자 여러분의 노고에도 감사를 드립니다. 2006년에 출범한 이 포럼은 지난 10년간 인적 자원 분야의 대표적인 포럼으로 성장했습니다. 그동안 다양한 분야에 걸쳐 인재 육성 방안을 모색해온 글로벌 인재 포럼이 앞으로 더욱 알차게 발전해 나가기를 바랍니다. 내외 귀빈 여러분, 세계는 지금 지식 정보화의 진전과 과학기술의 발달 그리고 인구 구조의 변화 등으로 인재 육성에 대한 관심이 더 커지고 있습니다. 창의적인 인재는 변화와 혁신을 통해 우리의 미래를 열어가는 원동력이기 때문입니다. 그런 점에서 다양한 인재가 세상을 바꾼다고 하는 이번 포럼의 주제는 매우 시의적절합니다. 인재를 길러내는 대학과 이를 활용하는 기업 그리고 정책 수립 관계자들이 한자리에 모여서 인재 육성 방안을 논의하는 것은 참으로 의미 있는 일이라고 생각합니다. 기조연설을 해주실 고촉동 전 싱가포르 총리님과 제프리 페퍼 교수님을 비롯한 여러분께서 다양한 해법을 제시해 주실 것으로 기대합니다. 내외 귀빈 여러분, 6.25 전쟁으로 온 나라가 폐허가 되었던 대한민국은 변변한 부존 자원도 또 자본도 없었습니다. 우리나라가 이러한 어려운 속에서도 비약적인 발전을 이룩한 원동력 가운데 하나는 바로 교육을 통한 인재 육성이었습니다. 우리는 이러한 경험을 여러 나라와 공유하면서 지구촌 공동 번영에 이바지하고자 합니다. 교육을 통해 인류의 희망찬 미래를 열어나가는 국제사회의 노력에 적극 동참할 것입니다. 인재 육성을 위한 국제협력은 우리 모두가 윈윈할 수 있는 분야라고 생각합니다. 빨리 가려면 혼자 가고 멀리 가려면 함께 가라는 말이 있습니다만 인재 육성은 국제사회가 함께 풀어가야 할 공동의 과제라고 생각합니다. 더 많은 인재들이 세계를 무대로 인류의 공동 번영을 위해 활약할 수 있도록 하는데 우리 모두의 힘과 지혜를 모아야 하겠습니다. 이번 포럼에서 제시되는 여러 방안들이 글로벌 인재 육성의 밑거름이 되기를 기대합니다. 다시 한번 글로벌 인재 포럼의 개최를 축하드립니다. 여러분 모두의 건강과 행복을 기원합니다. 감사합니다.
네, 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 오늘 총리님께서는 국무 일정으로 인해서 끝까지 행사를 함께 하시지 못하고 행사장을 떠나게 되셨습니다. 오늘 바쁜 일정 중에도 행사장을 찾아주신 총리님께 여러분 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 오늘 바쁘신 일정 중에도 참석을 해주셨는데요. 여러분 다시 한번 큰 박수로 총리님께 감사의 인사를 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 대단히 감사합니다. 네, 여러분 지금 황교안 국무총리님께서 식장을 떠나고 계십니다. 오늘 바쁘신 일정 중에도 함께 해주셨는데요. 다시 한번 환송의 인사를 부탁드리겠습니다. 큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네. 자, 이것으로 글로벌 인재 포럼 2015 개회식의 순서를 마무리하겠습니다. 자, 지금부터는 바로 이어서 기조 연설을 진행할 텐데요. 기조 연설 전에 잠시 단상을 정리하도록 하겠습니다. 참석해 주신 여러분께서는 자리에 앉아서 잠시만 대기해 주시기 바랍니다. 곧 시작하겠습니다. 네, 그럼 지금부터 글로벌 인재 포럼 2015 기조 연설을 시작하겠습니다. 아마 많은 분들이 기조 연설 기다리고 계셨을 텐데요. 올해 기조 연설은 고촉통 전 싱가포르 총리님, 그리고 오연천 울산대 총장님의 대담, 그리고 제프리 페퍼 미국 스탠퍼드대 석좌 교수님의 강연으로 진행이 되겠습니다. 자, 그럼 첫 번째 기조 연설자로 고촉동 전 싱가포르 총리님 그리고 오연천 울산대 총장님을 무대로 모시겠습니다. 여러분 박수로 환영해 주시길 바랍니다. 네, 첫 번째 기조 연설은 변화하는 사회, 변화하는 교육이라는 주제로 강연을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 단상으로 모시겠습니다. 여러분 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 네, 부탁드리겠습니다.
Prime Minister Koh will carry out the successful history of Singaporean higher education so far for the past 5 decades. And then he's trying to raise the serious questions for the future facing the global world. So now you are ready to deliver your speech. Why don't you welcome his speech for this morning, please.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, if you see me closing my eyes and falling asleep while standing, please do not feel alarmed. I just arrived at my hotel at 3 a.m. this morning, and I got up early, and here I am trying to deliver a keynote address. I came from Beijing on a back-to-back forum. I was there for the Understanding China Forum. And before that, I was in Guangzhou for the Maritime Silk Road Forum. So this is my third back-to-back forum. And I'll be flying back more or less immediately after this to Singapore. But thank you very much for inviting me to speak at a forum. Let me explain briefly why I accepted to do so. I'm not an educationist, nor an expert in education. I never taught in my life, other than for a 2-month stint as a relief teacher when I was a young man. I was born in the British colony of Singapore and went to an English stream school studying English history, geography, and literature. So I knew more about the British Empire than my neighbors, Indonesia or Malaysia. I sang God Save the King, which was the national anthem then for Singapore. And after the king died, God Save the Queen. Midway through my university in 1963, my country, which then was self-governing, joined the newly independent country of Malaya to form Malaysia. 2 years later, Singapore separated from Malaysia to become the independent Republic of Singapore. Singapore then had a third world education system. It was hard for many to have even a basic education. Today, its education system is first world. In the recent ranking based on maths and science standard scores by the OECD, Singapore ranked first in the world. Korea did well too, ranking third after Hong Kong. 3 East Asian countries, Singapore, Hong Kong, Korea. The university which I attended now known as the National University of Singapore, is ranked 12th in the world by the QS World Ranking or World University Rankings. Having lived through the British colonial period and seen and participated in the transformation of newly independent Singapore from a poor third world country to a prosperous first world nation, I am familiar with the major changes in our education system. I keenly understand the interactive relationships between changes in society and education. As I thought when I was invited that I should accept, because Singapore might have something to offer in your discussion on changing society, changing education, as a sub-theme of your larger theme of a global human resource development, diverse talents, and changing societies. The Singapore government has always understood the importance of linking education to the needs of our society and economy. Education both shapes our society and economy and is in turn shaped by them. The type and quality of education will affect the tenor of our society and the quality of the economy. In turn, the size of the economy and the state of the budget will decide how much we could invest in education. From the very beginning, we needed to set ourselves on a virtuous cycle of education and economic development. With Singapore's only natural resource being its people, we tried to maximize their potential and get them to contribute to building the economy and the country. For today's talk, I will focus on the major shifts in our education system since the 1950s. I will not go into the details of education policies. Instead, I will focus on the strategic reasons for these shifts. I will also talk about the philosophy and key principles of our education system. I will conclude by sharing some thoughts on the future challenges and how we are preparing our young for tomorrow's world. Before I continue, let me put you in the context of Singapore. Geographically, Singapore is a little red dot. Or as former Prime Minister Habibie of Indonesia infamously coined the term to describe Singapore, little red dot. It is about 720 square kilometers, only slightly bigger than Seoul. Our original size was even smaller, 580 square kilometers. Over the years, we have expanded our country by quite a few percentage points, peacefully though, through land reclamation from the sea. We were an immigrant society under British colonial rule. The Malays came from Malaya, the Indians from India, and Chinese from China. When we attained the self-government in 1959, 50% of our population could not read and write. They were not literate. Those who went to English medium schools, like myself, formed only 50% of the entire population. The education system under the British colonial masters was fragmented and segregated. The Chinese had schools set up by the clan associations. The Indians had their own Tamil language schools, and the Malays their own too. There were also mission schools set up by the churches and madrasas by the Muslims. The schools all taught in their own language, their own curriculum, and there was no standardization. So when the People's Action Party, that is the PAP, took over self-government in 1959, education was top on its agenda. At that point, Singapore had a high unemployment rate of more than 10%, and our population was growing rapidly, 3.3% a year. The public maternity hospital in Singapore held the world record for the most number of babies born in a hospital in 1966. It delivered almost 40,000 babies and was crowned by the local media as the biggest baby factory in the world. The social goal of the government was education for all. Education for all. The government knew the importance of education in developing human resources. Education would provide opportunities for all, whether it was for the child of a rich businessman or a poor laborer, and level the playing field. It was the key towards climbing up the economic ladder for the country. We built schools at a frantic pace, one a month, to educate our post-war baby boomers. Even then, we had to have 2 school lessons a day, or 2 school sessions a day. We also doubled our teaching force in 10 years. Again, we needed to resort to extreme measures to meet our needs. Many teachers went for training in the morning and taught in the afternoon. As we grew our educational resources, the government began to grapple with the development of a national and social identity. As a nation of migrants, there was not yet a common Singaporean identity. We were just so many different ethnic groups, living harmoniously but in different communal enclaves. We had 4 official languages: Malay, Chinese, Tamil, and English, which was a non-native language. Today, these 4 languages still remain our official languages. A major thrust of this shift towards greater national identity was the policy of bilingualism. For Singapore to be competitive in attracting foreign investment and jobs, English was chosen as the working language. It was readily accepted by all ethnic groups because, paradoxically, it was not our mother tongue. Had we chosen, say, Malay as the working language, the Chinese would be unhappy. So would the Tamils. And if you had chosen Chinese as our main language, and Chinese is spoken by the majority of the people, then the minority communities, the Malays and Tamils, would be very unhappy. So it's a paradox. English became our working language, which of course gave us a tremendous competitive advantage in today's world. But beyond the value of English as a working language, it also was a unifying language for Singaporeans, one that everyone, regardless of race, used to communicate and work. At the same time, it was important for Singaporeans not to lose their own unique ethnic languages and cultural identities. Then Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew said, if we were monolingual in our mother tongues, we will not make a living. Becoming monolingual in English would have been a setback. We would have lost our cultural identity. That quiet confidence about ourselves and our place in the world. But bilingualism was a difficult policy to implement because Chinese was not an easy subject to learn. With English as a working language, many Chinese Singaporeans did not feel the need to learn their mother tongue. At the same time, Chinese-educated teachers and scholars felt great angst at the lowering of standards in Chinese in schools. So we went through a lot of headaches and heartaches. Today, our bilingualism policy has reached an acceptable balance, and younger Singaporeans have become more proficient in English and their own mother tongues. Chinese would have to learn Chinese, Malay, Indians, Tamil as a second language. Beyond bilingualism, we also reinforce national cohesion through common syllabuses and school experiences, where our children learn and play together in a multiracial and multicultural environment. Ceremonial activities such as daily flag raising and lowering, the singing of national anthem, and recitation of the national pledge were also introduced to foster our national identity. You may know that this year is our 50th anniversary as an independent country, and we celebrated it in a big way to mark SG 50, a special year for us. The twin aims of education for all and developing national identity were our main focus for the first 2 decades. While the majority of Singaporeans or of children were enrolled in the English stream schools, the rapid growth had its costs. Dropout rates were high, and literacy remained low. Dr. Goh Keng Swee, Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew's right-hand man, was then the Minister for Defense. He saw firsthand the poor output and failure of our education system. Young Chinese men enlisted for national service could not understand instructions in English or even in Mandarin. They could only speak their own Chinese dialects. Dr. Goh was then sent to the Ministry of Education to put things right. He was a trained economist from the London School of Economics. He turned his economist's eye towards reforming education. He identified wastage in the system that led to high levels of school dropouts. He recommended several changes to the system, including restructuring the curriculum and the bilingual policy. The most important of these changes was the introduction of streaming in schools. He recognized that different children had different ability levels and did not grow academically at the same pace. But the school system, which we had then, catered for the mean in the student population, that is, the average student. As a result, the better students were slowed down, while the poorer students could not keep up with the classes. To cater for students with different academic abilities and to reduce dropout rates, they were streamed into different tracks based on their aptitude. To Dr. Goh, streaming was about efficiency and maximizing the potential of each student. Streaming was not universally accepted. Some educators thought that it demoralized the students who were put in the slower streams. Others felt that streaming was introduced too early in a child's life and disadvantaged the late bloomers. But the streaming was basically sound, and over the years it was refined. For example, students were streamed a year later, and there were provisions for restreaming. The Ministry of Education subsequently introduced subject-based banding in place of streaming, where students could take subjects with a mix of difficulty levels, rather than being streamed based on their overall abilities. The effectiveness of streaming was unquestionable. The dropout rate at the primary school level fell from 6% in the late 1970s to just 0.5% in 1997. At the secondary school level, it fell from 13% to 3.3%. In 2003, we introduced compulsory education. By 1990, Singapore's GDP per capita was $12,700, up from $500 in 1965, when we became independent. Our economy had moved from being heavily dependent on entrepôt trade to a manufacturing economy. Our schools system was progressing well and in tune with the country's industrialization policies. At the same time, international competition for investments was getting keener. We knew that we had to continue looking forward and anticipate what the global economy would be like. Singapore suffered its first economic recession post-independence in 1985. The experience made us realize that it was not enough just to develop each person to support the needs of the current economy. We also needed to develop a creative, thinking, and innovative workforce who could adapt quickly to future changes in the economy. To achieve this, we expanded the use of information technology in the schools. We also experimented with a more decentralized model of managing our education system. Our early efforts were designed to have mass education for all, with the greatest levels of efficiency. At this point of our development, however, we needed a more flexible and autonomous school system so that the schools could innovate and become better at developing creativity, individual talent, and promoting a spirit of inquiry. As Prime Minister, I introduced the Ministry of Education's new vision called Thinking Schools, Learning Nation in 1997. We saw three trends about the future. First, the world would become more globalized. Second, knowledge and innovation would be absolutely critical. Third, the defining feature of the future would be one of constant and rapid change. With these expected trends, the old approach of rote learning and repetitive tests was outdated and inadequate. The education system had to shift from this to more engaged learning, discovery through experiences, and the learning of lifelong skills. Today, Thinking Schools, Learning Nation is still the vision for the Ministry of Education. It reflects a continual journey from our education institutes, for our education institutes to constantly evolve to meet the needs of our young, and for education to be a whole of society endeavor. It's not just for the education ministry, the whole society must be behind the move to educate your people. The shift towards lifelong learning is most important. The old mental model of completing one's education before moving on to work in one or two more companies for life is no longer relevant. Life expectancy is going up, and we are all living and working longer. The iron rice bowl concept of lifetime employment, where someone can stay in the job or in the same company for their whole life, is no longer applicable. Instead, we need to equip our people with lifelong employability. Lifelong employability. This is particularly salient to Singapore. We are a small and open economy, our land is limited, and our workforce small. We do not want to depend on cheap labor to attract foreign investments. We want to give our people a better quality of life. Our industrialization process means constant upgrading as uncompetitive older industries give way to new ones, demanding higher skills and knowledge. Those who are retrenched have to be retrained. So we set up a skills development fund in 1979 to provide funding for companies, to train employees, and for the retraining of retrenched workers. Our efforts towards lifelong learning have intensified. In 2003, we launched the Workforce Development Agency, an organization whose role is to ensure that employees remain competitive and relevant to the workforce. By going through courses and on-the-job training. Since then, technology has progressed at an even faster pace, and certain occupations are becoming obsolete and replaced by new ones. So last year, we initiated Skills Future, a nationwide movement to create opportunities for Singaporeans to develop skills and advance based on the attainment and mastery of skills. A key object for Skills Future is to allow our people to develop to their fullest potential, regardless of their starting points. Education reform is not an easy task. It is like changing the tires of a moving vehicle. No matter how slowly the vehicle moves, it requires much forward planning and skills. Any changes will have to be carefully thought through. They must take into account the road ahead, those who are currently in the vehicle and those who embark later. The shifts I've discussed were based on Singapore's context and development and may not apply to all countries. But I believe that there are some core principles that everyone can use. First, education must be seen as a key to a person's future, an opportunity for a better life. I believe that it is important for every child to be given this opportunity. One's background and natural abilities will, of course, affect how far you can go in life, but education must be provided to all those who want it. In Singapore, the resources we spend on the education for those who are less academically able are as much, if not more, than the resources we spend on those who are better at their studies. With a set of specialized schools for those who are unable to progress through the mainstream education system so that they can get training in vocational skills, which will then give them a pathway towards their future careers. We also have special schools for those with special needs, like those with autism or Down syndrome. While we know that economically these special needs children may not be able to contribute as much as others, we want to give them an opportunity to at least care for themselves and find meaning in self-development and learning in their own ways. In more recent years, we have also started looking at the multiple definitions of success, beyond just good academic grades and a lucrative career. This is an important point because most of us tend to define success as to how much you earn, what position you hold in an organization, and how good your marks are in school and in university. So we have established specialized independent schools, such as the Singapore Sports School and the School of the Arts, where youths who have an interest and talent in areas such as sports or the arts can have an opportunity to develop these talents while still being grounded in a standard academic curriculum. Because of our earlier emphasis on efficiency and grades, we have come to see an increasingly competitive education sphere. Parents are finding ways to give their children an advantage over their peers, whether it is through tuition or enrichment classes. I believe this is similar to the situation in Korea. So some people label this as parentocracy. Parentocracy, where financially better off parents endow their children with the privileges of private tuition and extra enrichment programs. Parentocracy is to be expected, and it is good that parents take an active interest in the development of their children. But we do not want those who are disadvantaged financially, whose family background is different, to fall further behind because their families lack resources. We also want to avoid the stress that is unnecessarily imposed on students who go for all these extra classes or the development of a crutch tuition mentality for the students. Second core principle, the education system has to constantly look ahead. It takes a long time to grow a child. The Chinese have a saying, 10 years to grow a tree, 100 years to grow a man. A present-centric education system will miss the mark, as it will not serve the needs of the child when he grows up. The world is changing more quickly than it ever has before. New technologies are mushrooming even as we speak. Hence, it is no longer enough to just teach knowledge. Many textbooks may be out of date by the time they are published. It is more critical that life skills and character are inculcated in our young. Our wish is for our young people to remain driven and motivated, to seek mastery in all that they do, so that they can learn new skills through their careers and lives, and remain adaptable and thrive in the rapidly changing world. Third principle, education has to meet the needs of the country. Singapore has always taken a pragmatic approach to education. Education is not just for its own sake, but also to ensure that our people are well prepared to be the workforce of the future. We have resisted increasing our places at university too quickly, as we have seen how graduate unemployment has become a serious problem in many countries. I believe this is a problem which Korea now faces. Instead of having students go to university to do subjects like science, law, and humanities, we have multiple pathways to success. Our vocational training institutes and polytechnics give our young people technical and hands-on skill. In the early days of our industrialization, these institutions taught skills suited for technical labor. Today, they teach a wide range of skills, like culinary skills to our aspiring chefs, web design to internet entrepreneurs, and aircraft engineering and maintenance for those with a technical bent. Of course, we know that expectations of parents and aspirations of our youth continue to increase, and everyone wants their child to attain the highest possible level of education. Being a predominantly Asian society, good education is still closely linked to prestige. To meet these aspirations, we have created pathways towards obtaining degrees and even higher qualifications for those who are able and want to become true experts in their craft. So recently, we set up the Singapore Institute of Technology, a university that focuses primarily on giving polytechnic diploma holders degree upgrading the opportunities in their fields of study, and of course, acquiring a degree after that. Another example, a nurse who has graduated with a top grade from our Institute of Technical Education can go on to get a diploma in the Polytechnic, followed by the degree at our university. The knowledge and skills learned at these different levels will enable the nurse to become more qualified and able to do research or teach and supervise future nursing students. Even more importantly, we are working to reshape cultural norms, to recognize that academic qualifications and university degrees in particular are not the only way to success, nor the ultimate goal in themselves. Degrees must be more than paper qualifications. They must represent skills and knowledge that can be put to good use. If there are other ways to get those skills and knowledge needed to do a job well and to advance in one's career, this is something to be encouraged. Among other things, Skills Future is about a multitude of opportunities in education, training, and in the workforce centered on skills and knowledge, so that Singapore can progress towards an advanced economy and an inclusive society. Finally, a country which wants to succeed must always give priority to education resourcing. You can utilize your resources efficiently so that there's little wastage, but you cannot skimp on adequate funding for good teachers and good infrastructure. In Singapore, we have invested heavily in our teaching service. Teachers are paid a competitive salary, and there are established career tracks for teachers to become education leaders or specialists in their field of study. We have a National Institute of Education that provides rigorous training for our teaching trainees. In terms of infrastructure, we have built up a wide range of facilities for our education needs. The investment is not limited to the top schools or the universities. If you look at our polytechnics or Institute of Technical Education or vocational institutes, you will be amazed at how well-resourced they are. The principles I have laid out have guided our development of the education sector over the past 50 years to support the needs of our changing society and economy. They are even more relevant today, regardless of country and its level of development. Today's young generation will enter the working world under vastly different conditions from their parents and grandparents, who saw rapid economic growth and rising standards of living. They will grapple with serious economic difficulties and may not see vast improvements in standard of living during their working lives. We see trends of high unemployment and underemployment amongst youths, even those with degrees, in many developed countries. For some, the technologies of tomorrow will be exciting new frontiers. For many others, they'll present a scary world where jobs are replaced by robots. If the education system does not prepare our youth for a future where the only constant is change, we will be at risk of losing a generation of politically and economically disenfranchised youths. I know that education is not the only solution to tomorrow's challenges, but it is an important requirement. I hope that my speech will trigger some ideas on how we can best direct our efforts in education towards a brighter future. I now look forward to hearing your thoughts, your questions in the Q&A session. Thank you.
Prime Minister Kohl's speech was very warm and informative. So there's the old saying in Korea, it's a leader should have 4 elements. The one is health and outlook. Second one, speech. Third one, the writing. And finally, judgment. So 한국말로 말하면 저 4가지를 갖춰야 된다는 신원섭한 이런 말이죠. 4 elements. I think Prime Minister Kohl has such a talent. You are really qualified for meeting 4 elements, right? Do you agree? Yeah. Okay. So I prepared 4 questions. First one might be some hypothetical questions. Singapore has carried out the prosperity and it carried out successful higher education system, right, for economic prosperity. I think such a success has been made under stable and constant political condition, cautiously saying, in other words, under single party ruling system. So my question is like this: what if Singapore would have competitive multi-party system with a periodical change in political power structure? As we know, as Korea has had a different political environment from that in Singapore, right? Do you think it possible for Korea to implement such a consistent and solid education policy for several decades?
Answer is no. Because the whole idea of a contestable, pluralistic party system where governments change after every election is to change policies of the previous government. Very seldom would one party contest on the basis that they can do the same job better than you. If you have such a party system where 2 parties contest on who have the better man, better talent to advance the core values, the core interests of society with the same program, then it is all right, because it's a matter of competition as to who can do it better. But that's not the nature of politics. You have left, you have center, you have right, in terms of the thinking of your political context. So when one party wins, it's going to change some policies. But education is a very difficult area to change because you will not know the result until years later on, 10 years later on, and you can see the effect of the change. So halfway through, the good impact of a change may not be seen. So the other party will then contest that, you have made a mistake and so on, and they will try and change back. So my frank answer is, no, you can't have an education system that evolves at a time to meet the needs of society, which requires long-term planning. But I want to correct a misperception on the part of many people. Singapore has a multi-party system. It is not right to say we are a one-party system. In the last election, we had at least 5 or 6 parties contesting against us, with one opposition party that is fairly significant and sizable. The rest, of course, are very small parties who will not make an impact. But what we have succeeded in doing is to win elections after elections. And we could do that because in our early years, we had a very good visionary government. The leadership was provided by Mr. Lee Kuan Yew. So when he succeeded in delivering a better system, housing, education, health to the people, he was re-elected again and again. So this is the advantage of Singapore, the ability to plan long term. And yet, we have to fight every election, every 5 years or so.
So you have pointed out the trend, with the high unemployment and underemployment amongst youths, even in developed countries, right? We agree that a trend of polarization under such employment situation. What about such a trend will result in inequalities and increasing employment vacuum between demand and supply of a future job market, right? You have already pointed out. My question is that, how do you suggest to deal with such a serious employment situation to be realized? From the point of government, from the point of market, and higher education. Additionally, how do we reach the social consensus for reaching such a new goal, especially for satisfying minimum requirement of human needs, the basic questions, the fundamental questions, right?
It's easy to explain, but it's not easy to implement. Basically, you should anticipate the changes in the world. What are the likely trends? What are the new industries to be expected? And then you've got to be able to grow the economy. And of course, the economy grows, which you could grow in Singapore in early years by more than 10%, and later on maybe 7 to 10%. In Korea, likewise, in the early years, you could grow very quickly. So when the economy grew very quickly, you could absorb the youth coming out from the schools into your workforce. But for the future, it's a problem which Korea is facing, it's a problem which Singapore will face. Because for the future, in the case of Singapore, we are now expecting what they call new normal. And the new normal for economic growth in Singapore is 2 to 3%. 5-6 years ago, we are growing by 7-8%. So if you are growing at 2 to 3%, and at the same time, you are growing your university places, then you are going to have a mismatch down the road. If what you produce from your education system, the students do not have the skills for the future, then you've got a problem. So my emphasis was, in our case, education is lifelong. So after school, you must provide them with the opportunities through funding, through courses available, and encourage a culture of lifelong learning. So if you have lifelong learning, there's a possibility that you minimize the wastage of human resources through inadequate jobs or through jobs which do not quite meet their potential and their talent. So you can prescribe this in terms of a hypothesis or in terms of a philosophy, but to implement it, to guess right what are the skills of the future, it's not always possible. Just to give you one example, many years ago, we realized that genome, DNA study will come in place. So we thought, yes, pharmaceutical research, biology will become very important. So we started teaching in primary school terms like DNA, genome, so that people get used to the vocabulary of those potentially future required skills. You see.
So the third question, if we assume the future society will be more innovative, competitive, more global with the fast technology advance, right? How do you imagine, not think, imagine new dimension of value system for whole society, including higher education? So can you suggest new vision which can partially substitute existing economic value, economic growth, economic prosperity? For, if we have any, can you tell us importance of non-monetary value, which might be social harmony, social coexistence, and reciprocal trust, and regional solidarity, and other the spiritual the sphere from the professor of social science. My personal question.
Well, I think Singapore provides a good example of study for other countries. Korea is a much bigger country. Korea has a bigger population who do not travel so extensively. In Singapore, it's a very small country, small economy. So by compulsion, Singapore has been open as an economy. So Singaporeans are very globalized, very international, and they study overseas, they work overseas. So what is the problem and how do we fix it? It's not easy, but we've got to start by teaching Singaporeans the core values, identity, a sense of rootedness to your country. So when jobs are not so much available in Singapore, and good jobs are available in banking, financial industry, tourism in other countries, Singaporeans have the whole world as an employment market for them. And indeed, you do have many Singaporeans working in China, working in the US, in high-end services sector. But because you have taught them the values, they remain at heart a Singaporean. And of course, we hope they will bring up their children in the Singapore way, and they themselves will come back to Singapore. So that's, I think, basic, because without that ability to give them that rootedness, then we'll lose them. So can you imagine? Well, in our case, I think we imagine the world in future to be much more interconnected, where people can move around very easily. I think that applies somewhat to Korea too, but very much so in Singapore. So when they move all over the world, well, hopefully if they have sound values, wherever they are, with their character and values, they can contribute to a better society wherever they live. And not just to go to a place to exploit opportunities there and not give back. So the value is you've got to give back to your own community, so wherever you are, well, you contribute to that. And of course, if those values are in you, then those who move up to the leadership position, they can talk about regional organization, social harmony across countries and so on.
Mr. Prime Minister, you are familiar with so-called four dragons, right? Including Singapore, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Korea, right? They are often quoted as model countries of economic success, right? Four countries have had the tradition of Confucianism in common, right? So let me try to figure it out, Asian values, so-called. Right? Well, how do you characterize the advantage of Asian value, which is connected to Confucianism, which is regarded as one of the propelling forces for economic success? On the other hand, how do you explain to overcome possible disadvantages of Asian value to meet the rapidly changing society and global competition?
Well, I think Asian values, this issue was heavily debated many years ago, And by Asian values here, for discussion purposes, it will be emphasis on families, emphasis on education. So in Asia, we place tremendous value on education. An educated person, a teacher, is very highly respected. But you also put your fingers on the problem. We do have weaknesses in our system with such values. We are taught filial piety. Respect your teachers, respect your parents, don't ask questions. And for the new world, if you don't ask questions, you are not going to be able to adapt to changes. I don't know about Korea, but I know in Singapore, well, we are taught not to ask questions. It's very different in the West. You have to ask questions. I've been to the US, I've seen visited a school, when the teacher asked a question, before the question was finished, the whole class put up their hands. Because everybody is eager to answer. Right or wrong is not important. It is your thought processes, your preparedness to express yourself and defend your view. So in the US, you have this very strong spirit of inquiry. That's where a lot of inventions, innovations, that's where the Silicon Valley, the IT, the Googles took place. So in Asia, we are several steps behind because we don't inquire. What we do is, whatever you tell me, I give it back to you. If I give back to you what you tell me, I get 100 marks. So there's a strength, which is an emphasis on education. The weakness is a wrong emphasis if you just talk about learning and not asking questions. So we've got to balance this, strengths and weaknesses and understand what the world is about. The world is about a changing world. So skills, inquiry is very important. So in Singapore, we're encouraging this, getting our students to ask more questions and then do research. And now you have information, knowledge available in your smart devices. You don't have to store everything here. You don't have to learn by heart. It's all there. Whatever you want, just go and do some research on your own. It's all there. Knowledge is there. Inquiry, insightful analysis, judgment, not there. So it's a different world. I think a different population, different young people. What the generation will be, I do not know. I mean, I like to quip. We may be bringing up a new generation who think with their fingers. We don't have smartphone, we think with our head. They are glued to their smart devices every second of the day. So their thinking is all done through the fingers. So what would that generation be? I do not know. That generation can multitask very well. We can do many things at one time. Well, my generation, maybe one or two things, at one time, we focus. They multitask, they don't focus on one particular job. So what would it be? It's a bit difficult for me to imagine because I belong to a much older generation.
The final question, the Singapore and Korea are having a common interest in many areas, especially in economic sector and political sector too. Can you tell us specific the areas or as the concept to be intensified between two countries? Which area or as to which part?
The easy one, of course, is the economic part. That's straightforward. There's trade, there's investment, we encourage it. The bigger area where we can work on is to bring about a vision of a prosperous, peaceful Asian community. In Southeast Asia, we have ASEAN, the 10 countries that work as a regional forum on many areas. In Northeast Asia, now, the three countries, South Korea, North Korea, and China, are getting together to work out some kind of free trade arrangements and through summit meetings. So if Korea being, if you don't mind my saying, the smallest of the three countries in terms of economy and population. Singapore, in the ASEAN context, one of the smaller ones. If we can try, and link up our desire, our vision, our ability and skills, these two different areas, and through trade, investment, cultural exchanges, people exchanges, education, and so on, then we can help to create a larger, prosperous East Asian community. So that's the kind of cooperation I would like to see between two small countries. Of course, to Singapore, you are very big, but in the context of Northeast Asia, I think you are a little small. So if we can think up some scheme where we can work together to advance the larger interests of others, our interests would also be advanced when the whole region becomes more prosperous.
Well, we are greatly appreciating as Mr. Prime Minister's hardworking and serious message for this morning. Why don't you welcome his hardworking speech? Why don't you applaud his speech?
Thank you. Thank you.
네, 여러분 수고해주신 두 분께 다시 한번 뜨거운 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 변화하는 사회, 또 변화하는 교육에 대해서 함께 고민해보는 아주 뜻깊은 시간이었습니다. 기조 연설을 위해서 방안을 해주셨는데요. 고촉동 총리님, 그리고 대담자로 수고해주신 오연천 총장님, 다시 한번 감사 인사를 드리겠습니다. 자, 계속해서 제프리 페퍼 미국 스탠퍼드대 석좌 교수님을 모시고 리더십의 위기 어떻게 극복할 것인가라는 주제로 두 번째 기조연설을 청해 듣도록 하겠습니다. 제프리 페퍼 교수님을 단상 위로 모시겠습니다. 여러분 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다. May I welcome you to the podium?
Good morning. There we go. Oops. All right, so I am going to speak to you briefly about the leadership crisis and how to fix it and how maybe we should change the way in which we do leadership development and how maybe the way we should do our leadership training, and how maybe we should change many, many things, because the leadership industry, a large industry, a successful industry, has completely failed. Which is a strong book, strong statement. Leadership BS, I understand not everyone is familiar with the American colloquialism, and if you search on Google leadership BS, you learn about Bachelor of Science degrees in leadership. But of course, leadership BS stands for bullshit. And the subtitle of the book is Fixing Workplaces and Careers, One Truth at a Time. The book has been out for about a month. It has been reviewed in the Financial Times. It has been reviewed in the Wall Street Journal. It has been reviewed very nicely in The Economist magazine. It is one of the top 15 books for the McKinsey Financial Times Book of the Year Award, which I must say surprised me. We begin with two facts. First fact, the leadership industry, as represented in conferences such as this, is enormous. If you go to scholar.google.com, Google search of the scholarly literature, 2.6 million entries. If you do a search just on Google under the term leadership, 148 million entries. Amazon.com, 117,000 entries. Estimates are that somewhere between 14 and 50 billion US dollars are spent annually on leadership and leadership development just in the United States. Virtually every business school and many other universities have developing or educating leaders as part of their core mission. So Harvard Business School says, our objective is to educate leaders who make a difference in the world. Leadership is everywhere. But notwithstanding the fact that leadership is enormous, and we spend a fortune, and we write books, and we have TED Talks, and we have all of this stuff, the state of leadership in workplaces in the world is by every single measure horrible. Gallup, in their study of 142 countries of employee engagement, found only 13% of people were engaged, 24% actively disengaged. Gallup defines active disengagement as sabotaging your workplace. Twice the percentage sabotaging is being engaged. Maybe you don't like Gallup's data. Pick your favorite HR consulting firm. Their studies of workplace engagement around the world, Towers, Aon Hewitt, the same data. Employees are unengaged. Steadily declining levels of job satisfaction. In the US, in Canada, the Mercer study worldwide. No wonder that in a Parade magazine survey in the year 2012, 35% of US employees said, I would forego willingly a substantial raise if I could fire my boss. Leaders are losing their jobs. The Conference Board in 2012 has documented a persistent decline in CEO tenure since 2000. The consulting firm Booz, published in the journal Strategy and Business for years, has documented the decline in CEO tenure. In 2011, 14% of the CEOs of the largest 2,500 companies in the world were replaced, with turnover being highest in the largest companies. It is not just senior executives. Graduates, even of Stanford University's illustrious and hard to get into Graduate School of Business, will, at an unfortunately high rate, get fired, not lose voluntarily, get fired within the first year to two after graduating, because we have done a terrible job of preparing them for the organizational realities that they are going to confront. Workplaces are bad, leaders are losing their jobs, and thirdly, leadership development is failing as an activity. Only 7% of senior managers polled by a United Kingdom business school thought their firms effectively developed global leaders. An Accenture survey found that only 8% of executives felt their companies were successful in leadership development, which means 92% of the companies were failing in this critical task. A survey of almost 1,400 executives by the Institute for Corporate Productivity reported that even among the best, highest performing companies, 66% of the companies reported they were ineffective at developing leaders, and they were getting worse at the task. My favorite data, I have lots, and this is only a partial set of the data I present in the introduction chapter to Leadership BS. William Gentry, a famous researcher from the Center for Creative Leadership, which runs leadership development activities all over the world, summarizing the results of numerous studies, concluded 50% of all managers are ineffective in their current role. Leadership has failed. Leaders are failing. A 2012 survey by Harvard's Kennedy School reported that 69% of Americans believed there was a leadership crisis. If you look at the Edelman Trust Index, run all over the world, you will see trust in leaders is low and for the most part has declined over the years. Ronald Clement, tracking the Fortune 100 from 1999, found that by 2005, prior to the financial crisis, some 40% of these companies had engaged in misconduct serious enough to draw national media attention. The leadership industry has failed to develop leaders. Leaders are losing their jobs. Workplaces are horrible. Leaders are screwing up in a major way. You just need to pick up the daily paper to see who is it going to be. Is it going to be Volkswagen with its cars designed to fool environmental regulations? Is it going to be Takata with exploding airbags, the extent of which is still being investigated? Is it going to be Goldman Sachs or some financial institution doing something amazing? Development Dimensions International survey of 1,300 people around the world found that 1/3 did not consider their own manager to be effective, and their global leadership forecast noted that by their own admission, leaders are falling short, with leaders consistently giving low marks to the quality of leadership in their own organization. So whatever else our $20 or $40 or $50 billion a year and the thousands of TED Talks and the thousands of leadership conferences and forums and meetings are doing, producing better leaders is manifestly not one of them. We have failed. That's the bad news. The good news is we can stop failing. But in order to do so, we are going to have to do some things that I suspect most people in this room don't want to do. But that's okay. What are the causes of all of this leadership failure? Number one, would you like to be a leadership expert? Come on up, you are. This is the only professional field in which, to the best of my ability, there are no requirements of any kind in order to be considered a leadership expert. No relevant expertise, no relevant knowledge, no contribution to the social science literature. Anybody, if you're attractive enough, articulate enough, and have an interesting enough story, can be a leadership expert, and many of you are. When I did a survey, Casual Study Inc. magazine in 2014 listed in quotes the top leadership experts. So I said, I'm going to look at the top 20 of these people. Only 4 of them had a PhD in a relevant field. 1 had no degree at all. 2 had degrees in divinity, which is interesting and appropriate because leadership development and leadership training has become mostly about lay preaching, not about telling people anything factual. 5 did not have degrees in business. And by the way, when you went to the experts' websites and said, what are you good at? The answer is talking. talking. In 2014, I had my back operated on by a very fine neurosurgeon. Let me assure you that he has a degree in a relevant field, and his expertise is not talking. It is doing surgery. Only in the leadership field would we hire, promote, advance, and listen to people who, for the most part, have no vetting on whether or not they know what they are talking about. And in fact, the less they know what they're talking about, the better, the greater their success. And then when we send them to the leadership development activities, we measure the success of the leadership development activities not by have we improved engagement, have we improved job satisfaction, have we improved the tenure of leaders, have we improved something that I've talked about that might measure leadership effectiveness. Instead, we measure whether or not the market, broadly defined, has had a good time and liked them. Happy sheets, smiley face forms, which McKinsey Incorporated has said is one of the major problems in leadership development. In other words, we are rewarding entertainment. I had a good time. The donuts were great. They made me laugh. If you reward entertainment, you get entertainment. Few companies, I know almost none, Google being an exception, assess leadership interventions using behaviorally and performance relevant criteria. Not did you have a great time, but did we improve our processes on things that we care about, diversity, engagement, whatever that might be. And then we fail to acknowledge the incredible divergence in interests between leaders and those led. Leaders are interested, frankly, in salary, in job tenure, and in power. Organizations are interested in profitability, employee engagement, productivity, revenue, profit growth. These measures are not perfectly correlated within category and almost certainly uncorrelated across them. People say to me, what should I do to be a better leader? To which my response is, how do you define a better leader? Carly Fiorina is running for president of the United States as we speak. She left Hewlett-Packard with a $41 million severance. She also, during her tenure at Hewlett-Packard, laid off tens of thousands of employees and took the stock price down by 50%. Was she a good leader? I'll let you decide. First of all, she walked away with $41 million. That's pretty good. Secondly, she's got enough of a political skill to run for president. We need to be much more precise and thoughtful as we think about the criteria by which we make statements of who is a good leader and who is not. Because the interests of organizations and leaders do not coincide. When Stanley O'Neill took Merrill Lynch into oblivion during the financial crisis, Stanley O'Neill left with a severance pay package of $140 million, and by the way, was after the Merrill Lynch debacle put on the board of directors of Alcoa. Was Stanley O'Neill a success? If you're Mr. and Mrs. O'Neill, he did great. If you are an employee of Merrill Lynch, possibly a different answer. We also suffer from profound conceptual imprecision about leadership concepts and ideas, not just an academic issue. One of my favorites, authentic leadership. Go to Google search under the term authentic leadership. It means everything and anything. You cannot measure, you cannot improve, you cannot do anything to make a construct better or validate it or study it, given the imprecision in definition and operationalization that much of leadership is plagued by. There are obviously some remedies. Measure outcomes. Satisfaction, engagement, workplace bullying, turnover, number of successors, various measures of leadership effectiveness that matter. Get away from assessing your leadership development efforts by whether or not people had a good time. It's an odd thing. When I had back surgery, my back surgeon did not send me a questionnaire, did you enjoy having your spine cut open? We need to have relevant measures or else we are doomed. Secondly, select scientists, not entertainers, to do the scientific work of leadership evaluation and development. Third, acknowledge the conflicts of objectives and then work to understand where they come from and how they might be reduced. Many people say it's terrible that we have all these narcissists running companies. We select for narcissists. We select for people who are overly self-confident. We select for people who put their own interests first. And then we say, why do we have so many leaders who put their own interests among that of the organization? We have selected in the wrong way. And next, there's another leadership problem. We have leadership as inspiration. Wow. When I was giving a talk on this material at the Valeric Business School in Belgium, I decided I needed to spell Valeric correctly, so I went to their website, and on the front page of their website is looking for an inspiring management course. What an interesting word, inspiring. The Australian Graduate School of Management's website notes that the school creates inspirational learning opportunities. If you go to law, medicine, engineering, education, as I have done, you see websites that describe schools that are professionally relevant, material that is well delivered, data that is scientifically based, but only management that believes that we are in the inspiration business. No wonder we have so many people with degrees in divinity doing leadership development. Inspiration is a very, very, very poor way on which to found a leadership development effort, because we know that inspiration lasts for a short period of time and then disappears. If you want to engage in some fundamental behavioral change, stop smoking, stop eating, stop drinking. We understand how to accomplish behavioral change, and it has nothing to do with inspiration. Leadership writing and speaking as a form of lay preaching is designed to provide reassurance and good feelings. Everything is fine. The search for inspiration drives the use of rare, unusual examples, which of course is no way on which to build a science. And then we have all the stories we tell, stories which are mostly not true because they can't be. I saw his picture up earlier before, Jack Welch, great guy. The truth about Jack Welch's management, there's not much correspondence between what Jack will tell you about how he managed. First of all, everybody engages in self-enhancement and presents themselves in the most favorable light. But secondly, as we know from decades of research on eyewitness accounts of crimes and eyewitness accounts of accidents, even if you try to tell the truth and are motivated to do so, recall is imperfect. So I do not go listen to the CEOs who come to talk at Stanford Business School, They tell you nice stories, but the nice stories' truth value is oftentimes quite small. By the way, self-deception has been found by psychologists and anthropologists to be an adaptive trait because it makes lying more successful. And after you tell a story often enough, it becomes impossible for you to distinguish truth from reality. So when you hear the leadership stories, don't believe them. Inspiration is a poor way for accomplishing change. Inspiration sets unrealistic expectations for ourselves. It raises motivation, but only for a short time. Many of the inspiring stories we hear are not true, which of course leads to cynicism, which is widely around in the world. We know how to accomplish change: measurement, priming, and reminders. So my recommendations: number one, do due diligence on leaders to ensure that the stories are true. So when someone stands up and says, "I led the most successful organization, my employees love me," go to a website like Glassdoor. When somebody stands up, as a friend of mine did at Stanford, and says, "I have a great relationship with my partners," go to the city where he lives. Public records are available, and ask how many lawsuits have his partners filed against him. Do due diligence. If I stood here today and said to you, "I have invented the cure for cancer and will sell it to you for $500 million, which, by the way, had I invented the cure for cancer, would be the cheapest price ever, I doubt many people in this audience are going to write me a check for $500 million without first figuring out whether or not there's any substance. But we hear the stories of leaders, and the more fabulous the story, and the more inspiring the story, and therefore the more unlikely the story is to be true, the more we believe it. Just as you do due diligence when you make your financial investments, do due diligence on the leaders whose stories you hear. Stop chasing inspiration. What you need are facts, not fables, and understand the pitfalls of trying to learn from rare events and extreme examples. It is possible to build a science of human behavior. It is possible to build a science of leadership. It is certainly possible to create in this world a set of workplaces with higher levels of engagement, with higher levels of employee satisfaction, and with many fewer leaders failing. But the only way we are going to do that, the only possible way, is to pay attention to the facts, to pay attention to the evidence, and to stop engaging in the amount of self-deception and stories that we tell ourselves and that we tell other people. Thank you very much.
네, 다시 한번 뜨거운 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 고맙습니다. 아주 또 열정적으로 굉장히 또 유쾌하게 진행을 해주셨는데요. 제프리 페퍼 미국 스탠퍼드대 석좌 교수님께서 기조연설 수고해 주셨습니다. 다시 한번 감사 인사드리겠습니다. 자, 그럼 이것으로 기조연설 순서를 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 지금부터는 잠시 휴식 시간을 가질 텐데요. 약 40분 동안 휴식 시간을 가진 후에 첫 번째 기조 세션 11시부터 이어서 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 잠시 휴식 취하신 뒤에 다시 입장하셔서 기조 세션에도 많은 참여를 부탁드리겠습니다. 휴식 후에 오늘 세션은 본 행사장인 그랜드 볼룸 1과 2에서 기조 세션 1 그리고 특별 세션 2, 3이 진행될 예정이고요. 또 바로 옆에 그랜드 볼룸 3에서는 특별 세션 1 그리고 기조 세션 2, 3이 진행됩니다. 각 세션에 맞게 참석해 주시기 바랍니다. 잠시 후에 첫 번째 기조 세션에서 뵙겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
둘, 셋. 네, 다음 세션을 시작하겠습니다. 네, 휴식 시간 후에 다음 세션 시작하겠습니다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 네, 첫 번째 발표입니다. 첫 번째 발표입니다. 네, 두 번째 발표입니다. 두 번째 발표입니다. 네, 마지막 인사입니다. 좋은 시간 되시고.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀 드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 11시부터 글로벌 인재 포럼 2015 첫 번째 기조 세션을 시작하겠습니다. 장내에 계신 참석자 여러분께서는 자리에 앉아주시기 바라며 아직 로비에 계신 분들께서는 회의장 안쪽으로 입장해서 자리에 앉아주시기 바랍니다. 아울러 앞쪽에도 빈 좌석이 많이 있습니다. 뒤에 계신 분들은 앞자리로 이동하셔서 앞자리부터 착석을 부탁을 드리겠습니다. 아울러 원활한 진행을 위해서 갖고 계신 휴대전화는 세션이 진행되는 동안 전원을 꺼주시거나 진동 모드로 바꿔주시기 바라겠습니다. 이번 세션은 한국어, 영어 동시 통역이 제공됩니다. 한국어는 1번, 영어는 2번 채널을 이용하시기 바랍니다. 자리에 비치되어 있는 통역 리시버는 사용하신 후에 자리에 그대로 두고 이동해 주시기 바랍니다. 또 화재와 같은 비상 상황이 발생했을 때는 직원의 안내에 따라서 화면에 나와 있는 비상 대피로를 통해 신속하게 이동해 주시길 바라며 행사장 로비에 위급 상황에 대비해서 응급구조사가 상시 배치되어 있습니다. 필요하시면 언제든지 찾아주시기 바랍니다. 아울러 세션을 진행하는 중에 질의사항이 있으신 분들은 좌석에 비치된 질문지를 작성하셔서 저희 스텝에게 전달을 해주시거나 손에 들어서 말씀을 해주시면 저희 스텝이 찾아가도록 하겠습니다. 설문지는 작성하셔서 나가실 때 스텝이나 등록 데스크에 제출해 주시면 되겠습니다. 잠시 후에 첫 번째 기조 세션 11시부터 시작하겠습니다. 자리에 앉아주시기 바랍니다. 고맙습니다. 네, 그럼 지금부터 첫 번째 기조 세션을 시작하겠습니다. 네, 첫 번째 기조 세션은 한계 돌파 기업 틀 바꿔서 세상을 보라라는 주제로 진행되겠습니다. 좌장으로는 전성철 세계경영연구원 회장님께서 수고해 주시겠습니다. 지금 무대에 나와 계시는데요. 여러분 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very pleased and honored to have this chance to moderate this the first session of this very meaningful global forum, which is my third opportunity to moderate this kind of session here. And I'm very pleased to see this forum progressing, making progress every year. It was for the last 9 years. Today we have three very, very distinguished speakers and who are, I think, are very well qualified and prepared to give you insights to the very interesting topic, which is overcoming our limitations and in a new paradigm, which is, I think, we all need at this very difficult time of the age. We have three distinguished speakers today, whom I will introduce one by one. The first speaker is Mr. Peter Zech, who is the founder and CEO of the famous Red Dot company, which is known for the famous Red Dot Design Award, which is the world's most renowned, probably, and most highly respected design these days. Mr. Zech has really an interesting career. He is a doctor, received a PhD in philosophy many, many years ago. But he has also has been teaching as a professor at the university in the Department of Business Communication at the University of Applied Science, Berlin. And he has been in the design area for a number of years, but what made his life so distinguishable or unusual is when he, I think, was founded the Red Dot Design Award, which I just explained to you. I think this is probably the award that all of the world's companies dream to receive this award from this particular company. And Mr. Zech, in addition to running this company, he also wrote about a dozen books. All of whom, it will take so many hours to introduce to you. And he is particularly, I think I should note that the Business Week, the world's famous business magazine, elected him as one of the 20 most creative, unconventional thinkers worldwide, changing the appearance of their companies and creating completely new markets. And he is one of the really rare people who has made a contribution to the mankind in this unique way. To save time, I will just finish up introducing the rest of because instead of when or her time comes. The next speaker is Christine Pambianchi, who is also very interesting in terms of her accomplishments and background. Ms. Pambianchi is a senior vice president of the famous company Corning Inc., which is had a long presence in Korea for the last several decades, and made a really remarkable contribution for the Korean economy. This company also has about 35,000 employees around the world and about $9 billion in revenues around the world, which is really mainly for this company is known for its pioneering efforts in terms of developing new technologies in fiber and in other areas. And she is in charge of the entire human resources operations in this venerable company. She received her bachelor's degree from Cornell University School of Industrial and Labor Relations, and she, as I said, is in charge of the entire HR functions. And this company, she has held a number of interesting positions at this company, but managing 35,000 people is not a simple task, making this company so distinguished. She worked for Pepsi company, the famous Pepsi, before she joined Corning, which is interesting because the next speaker, Umna Beba, happened to be from Pepsi. She is running in charge of the entire human relations resources matters in Pepsi Amena, which is the short term describing the areas of Asia and North Africa and Middle East. She also has about 25,000 people she's running, in charge of, and she was responsible for the entire Pepsi's entire Asia Pacific operations before she took over this very important position. So the organizer of this forum apparently thought that to overcome the limitations each individual or each company must consider two elements. One is the human resources. You can overcome your limitations through human resources, people's power, and that's one thought. And the other is design. The power of designing wonderfully is another method with which you can overcome your limitations. So today, three speakers will talk about how we can overcome the respective limitations we each have, one through design and the other two through human resources power. So for first speaker, let's give a big hand to Mr. Jack, who will speak on how we can overcome our limitations.
Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to be here with you and share some ideas about the success with design. And I think human resources and design are not two different things, because design has to be made by people, and it needs big human resources to be good in design. I call it return on ideas instead of return on investment. Return on investment is a very common term in the business world, but I think money cannot buy success without following a strong idea in no market. If you invest, you always invest into ideas, not in just investments. And if the ideas are very good, then you have a return on these ideas, and it's not just return on money. I give you some examples for this. The very famous and very successful designer Mark Newson, he made this wonderful chair, and he brought it to an auction, and number 10 out of 15 handmade pieces has been sold for, this is not a dream, it's 2.4 million British pounds, this chair. A fantastic idea. It's a piece made by a famous designer, a good investment as well as a good idea. But this is not a design piece, it's an art piece, because it was not made to sit more comfortable, it was just made for the art market, so that people can invest into it. In the year 1859, there was another idea coming to the market, the Tone chair number 40. This has been one of the most successful products in all the times. The Tone chair was following a new idea in the technology, so it was the idea of bending wood with hot steam. At that time, this was not possible, so Mr. Tonnet came to the idea to create a very simple but comfortable chair with one idea, 6 parts, 2 screw nuts, and 10 screws. And we can even buy it today, but by the year 1930, already 50 million pieces had been produced and, of course, sold. But this chair you can find in many, many cafe houses in Vienna and in all over the world. It is still in production. What a great idea. In 1979, another great idea went through the world. It was the Sony Walkman. And I remember it very well. At that time, we had strong, very heavy discussions about this kind of product. Many people thought this is an unsocial product because if you're sitting in the subway and you have your earphones popped in, it shows other people you do not want to communicate with them. Or maybe the music is too loud and you disturb the other people. This was a big discussion, and many books were written about this theme. But nevertheless, this was a very successful idea. The first came out on the 1st July in 1979, and it was sold for $150. This idea came from nobody else but the CEO, Akio Morita from Sony, a very strong leader, and he had this idea of making music portable. And as I mentioned, with this little device, he changed our urban lifestyle. So over 500 million portable Walkman were sold, and 200 million of them as cassette players. It was a very simple device, but a very strong idea behind it, and it was a very good return on ideas. Another success story, Matsuda Miyata. In 1979, the head of research and development and design, Kenichi Yamamoto, was thinking about the future of the company. And he was thinking about what car should Mazda make in the future. He discussed this with some journalists, and this gentleman, an American journalist, Bob Hall, he came up with the idea it should be a lightweight sports car. So Mazda hired him, and so he started to work on this idea, strong idea, and he did some sketches. He is a journalist, he is not a designer. So he brought this to the design department, and then the design department made this now very much more fleshed out sketch out of it. But it did not come like this to the market. 10 years later, this idea became reality. And the first 3 generations were such a big success. So they sold 900,000 pieces of this car, and it went into the Guinness Book of Records as the best sold car, a sports car ever. So these are the numbers in the global production from 2090 to 2009, from 1990 to 2009. So 900,000. But what happened later? Good ideas do not stay forever. The Walkman is not any longer among us. Now it's an iPad or iPod. And here we can see what happened after 2009. So the numbers decreased. This idea obviously was over. So Mazda has to think new. And they refreshed the idea, and this year they were awarded for the new model of the Mazda Miata, and with the Red Dot Best of the Best award. This is the highest award you can receive in Red Dot. Idea. Yeah, what's an idea? This gentleman, American architect Louis Kahn, once said, any form of something is the idea of something. And of course we can turn it around and we can say, then any idea of something must be the form of something. So there are billions of ideas every day in our life, but very few of them can really survive. In this room we have so many ideas, but if we are not able to give a form to them, they cannot survive. So this is the relationship between an idea and the form, and it is very important if you create a form that this form is different from other forms, otherwise we cannot distinct. So an idea makes a difference. But the difference is not enough, as Johnny Ive knows, the Apple Chief Design Officer. He said it's easy to be different, but it's hard to be better. So different is easy, but to be better, you need to make products like this. So the iPhone was introduced by Steve Jobs and of course designed by Johnny Ive, January 9th in 2007. And it was a tremendous success because the idea was to make mobile communication much easier. The smartphones before had a keyboard which was fixed in plastic. So you had to always work with your thumb. And I think there is already a sickness called BlackBerry thumb, because many people, managers, especially managers, had to train their thumbs to make very quick emails and so on. This fantastic iPhone changed the world from one day to the other because communication was much easier with this device, and the success is there. So more than 775 million units have been sold until today. So that means we have to stay fresh and keep our ideas fresh. And Apple does this with every new model of this iPhone, and you can see as well the success numbers. It goes up. If we look at the quarterly reports, they have a plus of 90% in the first quarter of this year, and tremendous success. And this is just a success by design. It's not a success that has been made with any other thing. So be different, be better, don't be the same. This gentleman had many, many different ideas, and he went to the leading companies in the household sector, but nobody really wanted to listen. He had the idea of a new vacuum cleaner. And finally, he relied on himself, and so he started to develop his own idea with his own company. And look at this tremendous success. From 2000 to 2014, he increased his turnover from 200 million pounds to 1.4 billion pounds. It's a one-man idea, a company founded by one man, a great leader, fantastic leadership. We can the qualities of design define. First of all, a design must be functional and safe, which these products from Dyson show perfectly. Secondly, a design must be useful and must be usable, very easy. And then the third point is the aesthetic must be there. So it must be desirable or even seductive. So if you compare this van, which does not look like a van, with the old vans, you see obviously that makes a big, big difference, and is much better than the world was before. And finally, we have the fourth quality of good design is effectiveness and also sustainability. This is all there, and have a look at these fantastic products of Dyson. They are standing for big success. He himself says a product is only truly beautiful if it works well, and this is right, I think. So finally, I want to show you some examples for how can design break through and get to better growth as well. The Red Dot Design Award is one of the leading awards in the world. Just in the product design area, we receive entries from 56 countries. This year, in the beginning of this year, we have almost 2,000 participants with almost 5,000 products. And the products come all physically to Germany. We have to unpack them, and we have to really evaluate them. We have judges from all over the world, and they have to do a tough job. Like your Korean friend here, our Korean professor, Ken Na, he is a permanent judge in Red Dot for many years, and he guarantees the quality. So Red Dot has become a quality seal in the world of design. And so we can see that if companies are very successful in the Red Dot Award, then that means they have a high quality. And now we wanted to know, does this quality be able to be turned into higher quantity in growth and better market success? So we have different kind of rankings. For example, I share with you some, like the furniture design ranking. The German company Walter Knoll is leading here, and should look at the success. From 2009 to 2014, they increased their revenues for 35%. If we go to consumer electronics, we have especially here the headphones. Sennheiser is at number 2. Sennheiser is very famous in this area. And with design, they increased from 2009 to 2013 their revenues by 52%. But number 1, Harman, they increased from 2010 to 2014 even 59% of their revenues. You see, really design makes the difference. And it's very important for companies to be better by design. In the bathroom equipment ranking, we have 2 companies. Hansgrohe, this was one company, 2 brothers, they separated, so we have Hansgrohe. And Hansgrohe is always competing with Friedrich Grohe at number 1. But both companies are really performing well by design. So you can see here, Hansgrohe increases for 38% from 2009 to 2013. And the number 1 of this group, Friedrich Grohe, does an incredible success. This company was sold to investors. And when this happened in Germany, many people were very concerned that these investors would kill the company at all. You know, normally investors take these companies and then they look what is interesting, and then they make parts out of it, or like they take the parts like of a cake, and then they sell the parts each for each, and tries to make more money by this. But these investors were different. They said, we want to increase the value of the company by better design. So they hired a British designer, and so Paul Flowers was his name, and Paul Flowers hired many talented other designers, and they created this success of an increase of the revenues of 76%. A fantastic story. In the car ranking, the Koreans now will be happy. You see the Kia car here, and Kia ranks in the Red Dot Award at number 3. And look what Kia made. 61% revenues increase in Kia, because they hired Peter Schreier. Peter Schreier is the new head of design, and he became also president of design for Hyundai and Kia. And now he takes really care on the brand and on the cars, and you can see the success. Mercedes is still successful as well with 56% revenues increase, and the leader in this group is BMW with 50% increase. So, but I'm sure that Kia soon will attack as well Mercedes and BMW, because they are tremendous successful, and it's a fantastic story for this country. Finally, I want to share with you the Red Dot Design Index. Every year we have a design team of the year. You cannot apply for it. We do a lot of market research, and then we point out a company and we say, hey, this year you are the design team of the year. These are some of these design teams, and then we were thinking, if these design teams do a good job, then we must see this also in money. And we went through this list of teams, and all the teams which are listed in stock markets, we bought, in imagination, we bought the stocks, and we made our own index. So this is the Red Dot Index of all the winners of the design team of the year. And you see the performance from, and we started in a very bad time before 2000. So this was a very deep crisis in the economy. And have a look, if you compare it, for example, with the Hang Seng Index, the Chinese one, Red Dot has a plus of 190% from the beginning. If you compare it with the Dow Jones, it's they have 55%, Red Dot 190. And the Red Dot Index shows an average annual increase of 12.6%. So you can go to our website, you can look at the companies, you can buy the shares, you can be part of the success. And you are part of a design success, because these companies have been selected because of they are very, very good leaders in design. So that's it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Jack. If you have any questions to him, I think you can write it down in Korean or English, which I will, as the time permits, relate to him at the end of the sessions. I was very impressed with what you said, and I think you said what you said was that design pays off. That's the message that he's trying to send. And this sentence that any form of something is the idea of something that's a very impressive words that I will carry out with me. Okay, next, Christine. Okay, your turn.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. I'm Christy Pambianchi, the Senior VP of Human Resources from Corning Incorporated, and I'm happy to have the opportunity to share our story with you about how we have managed invention and reinvention cycles to break through limitations. For those of you that aren't familiar with our company, we are one of the world leaders in specialty materials, glass and ceramic products. And on the timeline here, you can see some examples of materials we've invented over our 164-year history. A few examples to give you a sense for the kind of products we've invented. Go all the way back to 1879 when Thomas Edison invented light. He actually came to Corning and asked if we could invent a glass envelopment for his electric light, which led to us inventing not only the glass light bulb encasement, but then a manufacturing process to do so on a mass production basis in a technology that's still used today to make light bulbs around the world. Another example is in the 1950s, we invented a glass ceramic material that could go from your freezer to the oven in this extreme temperature change and not crack, and that was called Corningware. In the 1970s, we invented two products that I'm sure you use today in your everyday life. One is optical fiber, which, as you know, has fueled the telecommunications connections around the world, and also the internet and digital era we have today. Also in the 70s, we invented ceramic substrates that helped clean the emissions from gas engines in automobiles. And it was so successful, it was widely adopted and is the key technology in catalytic converters today. And then more recently, we've invented flat glass, which I'll talk about, and then we made hard and durable and damage-resistant glass called Gorilla Glass that is on many smartphones and tablets and other products today. And so over our 160-year history, we've had to invent and reinvent ourselves. And what I'd like to tell you about is one of our most recent examples of when we had to transform the company after a down cycle of an innovation. As I mentioned, we invented optical fiber, and we had a very, very significant boom in our business in the late 1990s into 2000 as the internet economy was growing. But unfortunately, in 2001, we were very negatively affected by the boom and then bust of the internet. And so in 2001, we had to significantly restructure the company because the majority of our profits were being made by optical fiber. At the end of 2004, this is what our reported financials were. We were losing over $2 billion a year in profit. We had a very high debt-to-capital ratio, 41%, and we were losing $1.56 a year on an earnings per share basis. And you could see our workforce was heavily concentrated in the Western Hemisphere, in the United States and Latin America. We had a very small presence in Asia, 13%, also a very small presence in Europe, 14%. So this was our moment of truth to understand, could we break through this paradigm and how were we going to reinvent the company in order to stay in business and stay alive? So to do that, we looked inside our innovation portfolio and we felt we had three promising technologies that we could bet on and hope that with tough innovation on these three programs, we could revive the company. They were fiber to the home. We knew in the internet crash, it wasn't that the products were wrong, but there was timing and there was the rest of the infrastructure that was missing. So there was sort of an optical fiber superhighway, but you couldn't get off the superhighway to your house and actually use optical fiber for fast downloads to your home. So we decided to invest heavily in optical fiber to the home and the technology and support to bring that vision to life. We then looked at the success we had with gas filter emission cleaning with our substrates and thought we could bring that same thinking to the diesel market, and in particular, the trucking industry. And then finally, we thought at this point in time that fusion glass, or flat glass, had the possibility of replacing the then primary television technology, which was cathode ray tubes. You might remember our TVs used to be this deep and have to be this far away from the walls in our home. And this liquid crystal display invention that we had offered the opportunity to revolutionize displays. And so the innovations we made in those three areas paid off. And at the end of 2014, 10 years later, this is the change in the financial outlook of the company. We reported $2.5 billion in profit, approximately, with just under $10 billion in sales. We reduced our debt-to-capital ratio from 14% to 13%, and you can see that we have a positive earnings per share from negative $1.56 to positive $1.73. And most notably, given the theme of this conference, you can see that we increased our employee headcount from 24,000 to 35,000, but we also dramatically shifted where they were in the world. And by the end of that decade, we now had 31% of our organization in Asia. To give you perspective on that, in 2004, we had approximately 2,500 people in Asia, and today we have just under 11,000. So what I'd like to talk about is what was the human resource work required to bring these breakthroughs and this reinvention of the company to life. So we found that there were really 4 keys to our success. We had to hire and build organizations in parts of the world we hadn't operated before. We had to integrate those organizations into Corning's culture. We had to grow local leaders, and we actually had to learn how to operate global leadership teams and organizations. So let me take a moment to tell you about each of those. Here's a picture of 9 of the startup projects that we had in that decade. These are places where we were going to build manufacturing plants to support those 3 technologies that I highlighted. I'd like to tell a story to give you some sense for what the challenges were. In 2004, we went to our board of directors and we secured significant capital to invest in building LCD factories to make flat glass in Taiwan. And we needed to hire 3,000 people in less than 3 years. 1,000 of them had to be technical and highly qualified engineers. And this was at a time when there was a very tight labor market in that country. We were completely unknown, and we were competing with our customers to hire people in these markets. So the HR organization had to change its game. As it was described to the board of directors, the number 1 risk Corning had for realizing this growth opportunity was the ability to build out the organization, HR's ability to deliver. So we had to scale up the local HR team. We had a very small HR team in Taiwan. We had to build a brand in the country. Nobody knew who Corning was. We had to penetrate the university and post-military service system to access the top engineering candidates, as well as other operator and technician candidates. We also had to design competitive compensation practices and job offers. To hire people at the rate we had to hire them at, we had to be able to process 50 to 100 candidates a week and make good staffing decisions. And once we did that, we had to onboard these employees and teach them how to do their jobs in a technology we were simultaneously bringing to Taiwan from our Japan and Harrodsburg, Kentucky operations. So as an HR team, we employed a strategy we called human capital management, and we had a weekly war room where we met, and we had a leader for each of those HR functional elements: staffing, branding, compensation, onboarding, training, et cetera. And those leaders had teams that they were working every week. And this human capital management process was so successful as we brought Tainan online. We repeated it for Taichung, and then we repeated it for the approximately 20 projects we've managed over this decade to expand Corning's global footprint. Now, once we built the organizations, we wanted to also make sure they became a part of Corning. And for us, that meant deploying our values. We have 7 values that are listed here: quality, integrity, performance, leadership, innovation, independence, and the individual. We talk about these as the way we operate the company, and we say we have to live all 7 all the time, all around the world. So to do this and bring the values to life for our new employees, we created the concept of the values pyramid. And on the values pyramid, we had 3 levels. The first level was awareness, where we wanted employees to understand what the 7 values were, how they were defined, and how, in fact, they applied on someone's job. At the understanding level, which is the middle level of this pyramid, we would have people in group discussions able to discuss in local context how this applied in their country, in their job, in their culture. And then finally, at the pinnacle of our pyramid, we called that internalization, where people just had understood the values so much that was the way that they worked. To support these efforts, you can see here we had a web page, we have posters, we have leaders' guides for small group discussions, we recommended recognition programs, and more. Leadership videos, etc. And now today, if you walk into a Corning facility anywhere in the world, it has a common feel and a common culture, and we think that's been a big part of our success at scaling globally. Next, we wanted to accelerate the development and the transition of leadership to our local leaders. To grow at the rate we were growing, we actually relied heavily on expatriates to bring the businesses online. We would use expatriates for two reasons. One was to bring in a leadership presence and help bring in the Corning culture and the values and establish the critical networks that our local talent needed back with key resources in headquarters or research or other parts of the company. And the second reason we used expatriates was to transfer technology. We were bringing in Corning proprietary assets and engineering processes, et cetera, and we needed those people that invented that to come and bring that technology to life and teach the local engineers how to do that. But we decided we wanted to do in Asia, in 5 years, what took us 20 years to do in Europe, and transition our leadership as much as possible to local leaders, because we believed that was key to our success in winning in this market, being able to talk to the customers, the employees, and really understand signals in the market about our products. Here you see Corning's traditional leadership modules, and we were actively putting talents through these programs from the Asia region that we were building. But ultimately, we concluded it wasn't enough. We couldn't get fast enough transition of knowledge to our local leaders. And so the team in HR that we had here helped build, with our learning and development organization, a series of custom programs to transition and accelerate leadership knowledge for our leaders in our display business and in our China markets and Japan, where we were doing the most of our expansions. In addition to training, we wanted to make sure that we were actually getting the pull-through of our Asian talent into the leadership jobs in the region. So in 2011, we founded the Asia Talent Council. We identified our top 100 jobs in the region, and then we mapped which ones had Asia talent in them and which ones had expatriates. And in 2011, we had 60% local talent, and we were unsatisfied with that. So we met quarterly, and we worked the plan on each of those openings while we were continuing to grow our business in Asia. So we increased the scope of our top jobs to over 150, and we now have, as of the end of last year, 84% of those jobs filled by local leaders. And we continue to manage this on a by-name basis. And I think this is a great example of the function doing program work and then also doing tactical work to drive what I like to call an outcome measure. And then finally, we had to transform the way we operated our company to work on a global basis. We were used to having teams co-located in Corning, New York, which is a rural town with about 10,000 residents. And we now needed to play on a global scale. So we coined the phrase time, distance, culture. And I'll give an example of what this meant. So for our display business, which was expanding rapidly, they had to learn how to operate in 3 time zones simultaneously, often with 12 to 14 hours of time difference, depending on who's on daylight savings or not. They were operating in 5 countries, 11 locations, and at any point in time, almost half of their engineering and commercial people were on the road traveling. And then finally, we had language barriers, cultural barriers, and we needed to really bring that all together to make sure we could meet, on the far right, these very high corporate expectations as well as very high customer expectations. And so we began a series of active discussions about how groups can work together when they're not sitting together. We got more capable of using conference calls, video conferences, email. We would do short-term assignments so people could go and build relationships with their colleagues that were then located in another location. And we continue to follow and pursue advancements in the thinking on sort of distance leadership teams. Now, to do all of that HR work, actually the HR organization had to transform. So we did 4 things that really enabled us to step up and deliver for the company at a crucial time in one of Corning's reinventions. First, we set very clear expectations for the HR organization. We wanted to make sure people individually knew what their expectations were, as well as collectively what we had to deliver for HR. We could no longer have each country or each division creating and running its own HR processes. We needed to move talent across the company as one company, and therefore all the HR systems had to support that. We needed one way to do compensation, one way to do performance management, one way to do talent planning. The other thing we decided to do was run HR like a business. Why should the staff functions be any different? So we started a very rigorous annual planning process in the same timetable as the business plans, so we could understand the business requirements, any corporate requirements, and any external influences, legal changes, other things that had to be factored into our annual priorities for the following business year. Every year we generate this HR annual operating plan, which is consistent with the way we run our businesses. We have detailed measures that are both process measures and outcome measures, so we know how we're doing in delivering key results to the business. In transforming the company from that very, very bleak situation we were in 2004, one of the key things Corning did was embrace Six Sigma as a quality improvement tool. And for HR, we felt that this was really impactful for us to use this methodology to increase the efficiency and effectiveness of our HR programs and products. The results here you see were generated by the HR function over the 10 years. We saved $42 million. We did over 90 DMAIC projects, which is a type of Six Sigma project. We had 24,000 individual DMAIC projects. And we also did projects that reduced 96,000 work hours. Now that picture of that piece of glass is called the Houghton Award, which has been awarded 4 times in the company's history of this 10-year commitment to the quality initiative, and the HR function won it 3 times. So we're very, very proud, and this methodology has helped us in our journey to run like a business and drive high-quality outcome measures for the company. And finally, we invested in technology. Back in 2003 to 2005, we deployed a single global instance of an HR information system that allows us to capture and track every employee, their pay, their benefits, their information, talent profile, and such. And that is a key enabler to us being able to deliver these services. And we're actually now in a refreshment of that to really gear up for what we're calling HR 2020, and making sure we're keeping up with the very virtual and real-time and transparent tools that our employees are accustomed to using in their personal lives. So how has this reinvention impacted Corning? There's a lot that's the same. We still invent things and make them, right? We operate over 60 factories around the world. We have a very clear strategy framework that's unchanged, and we have our values. However, 2/3 of our people are outside the United States. 50% have less than 5 years of service. The majority of our employees are from the millennial or the Generation X. And all of our work habits have changed dramatically in that period of time. So we like to think about this as a competitive advantage for Corning. We've got this technical workforce that can invent things and make them, distributed in every region of the world, and if we can connect them and they can work together across boundaries, hopefully that will continue to be a way that we can do breakthroughs when we're confronted with challenges. So I ask you to think about whether the talent in your company is a competitive advantage. Do they know their customers firsthand? Can they translate customer needs to the technology organization, or whatever your version of that is? Right? Can your technologists invent where other people can't? Can you move fast? And finally, are your people committed to you? Are they engaged? And as we heard earlier, there's some sentiment that employees are disengaged today. We happen to enjoy very high employee engagement, and we think that's one of our big ingredients to success. I'd like to wrap up my story about how we transformed the company from a significant loss situation to our current financial outlook, which is very positive, and talk about the activities we've had here in Korea over the last 24 months. Corning, and you can see on this timeline, has a very long-standing relationship with Samsung. We started a joint venture with them back in 1972. We brought them the cathode ray tube technology as they were bringing their television business online. And this 40-plus year partnership fueled great growth and success for both our companies. In 2014, we took full ownership of the joint venture we had here in Korea with Samsung, and we launched Corning Precision Materials. We applied all of those learnings from how to do those human capital management projects from 2004 to 2014 for how to integrate our new colleagues from the Samsung joint venture we had into a wholly owned Corning entity here in Korea. We put a significant emphasis on the values. We have a fabulous leadership team we have kept intact who have helped manage a lot of the change. We've brought our leadership development curriculum, and we're doing new work now to make sure our global norms for running distributed teams are taking into account culture and time and other norms from Korea. And so I'd like to leave you with a 1-minute video from our employees in Korea about the transition into Corning. Thank you very much.
We are one.
We are one.
We are one.
We are one. We are one. We are one. We are one.
Well, thank you, Christine. I think your speech can't be more suitable for the theme of today, which is breakthroughing our limitations through new paradigm. I mean, from a company with more than $2 billion in loss in 2004 into $2.5 billion profit in 10 years. It's really a remarkable accomplishment. And I'm really impressed that you were able to accomplish that through creative and innovative HR management and that systematic. And I've heard really quite a few new jargons here today on HR, run HR as a business, which you usually don't hear. You use the Six Sigma which is usually used for manufacturing process but you used it on HR, and especially the way you integrated the global operations in terms of values of Corning. So making it one HR is really a very impressive story that every multinational company should really listen to very carefully. Thank you very much. I think there will be questions for you from the floor later on. Okay, the next room now. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning. I am very happy to be back in Korea. In my previous role as the president for Asia Pacific for PepsiCo, I was visiting a lot, so it's great to be back. I am not a very usual HR professional. I started my career as an engineer with MBA in marketing, and after that I moved into human resources, sales, and general management. And for 12 years, I did several roles in different parts of the world as general manager and president. And I came back to the function 2 years ago, again, as CHRO for Asia, Middle East, and North Africa sector. So I love bringing together the business and HR realities and create difference in the world of our customers, consumers, partners. And that's my passion. So today I would like to share with you our performance with purpose philosophy and how we are integrating that into the lives of our employees, but while creating value for the shareholders, consumers, and customers. Now, just to give you a feeling about our scope and size, PepsiCo today is in more than 200 countries. Our revenue is about $66 billion. And we have 22 brands with more than 1 billion size today globally. And our employee base is like about 250,000 employees. So in terms of our categories, we are in the food and beverage, fast-moving consumer goods category. Day to day, I'm sure you are experiencing some of our products. So we have beverages, snacks, and nutrition, which we recently introduced into the mix in the last maybe 10 years more effectively and actively. Now, as we are managing this portfolio and the global business, we have our philosophy since 2007, which is called Performance with Purpose. When our CEO, Indra Nooyi, took the office in 2006, she decided to work together with the senior management and the employees and decided to introduce this philosophy, which is now part of our life and the way we operate. Performance, as you can understand, is creating value for our shareholders. Therefore, it's about growth, it's about innovation, it's about succeeding in the marketplace with great execution. It's about productivity, innovation, and also engaging, of course, employees in this agenda as we are creating value. But as you do this, there are so many external challenges that you have to deal with. Therefore, making sure that we have the purpose agenda with us, and we have 3 sustainability planks. The first is the human sustainability, the second is environmental, and the third is the talent sustainability. These are part of our annual operating principles as well as the strategic goals. Without succeeding in these sustainability areas, we don't believe we can succeed in the long term. Maybe you can succeed in the short term, but not in the long term, because we need to make sure that our portfolio is balanced and offering the right needs for the consumer. Our impact on the environment is minimized, and we can even create, for example, positive water balance. And as we are doing this, globally managing our workforce, of course, the local talent, diverse and inclusive environment, and a safe environment for our employees. With global careers, that's something we can offer very effectively. And I am proud to say that Looking at my own background, moving between functions and geographies, that's true. We can offer global careers, and in today's world, actually, that's the power of the companies, where they can create value with their global workforce, but still, of course, appreciating the power of the local talent and diverse talent. Now, if you look at the human sustainability, for a food and beverage company, it means actually managing your portfolio and creating the right products in line with the needs of the consumer. In today's world, of course, nutrition is becoming a very, very important area. And since 2010, we have commitments around increasing the nutritious portfolio elements in our mix. Therefore, from the fun for you products, better for you products, moving into more for the good for you products, meaning that we can create differences in the lives of people with Quaker oats, Tropicana juices, but this is very important for us also to change our workforce mix in terms of adding nutrition scientists in R&D and making sure that our marketing teams can really effectively communicate with the consumers, with the mothers, shopkeepers, in a way, gatekeepers. So that's very important to change the mix of our employee base with this understanding that we can succeed in nutrition business. And accordingly, if you look at, for example, the Quaker portfolio and Tropicana portfolio today, we have a lot of new markets joining the group. But as they are joining, it's not only applying the rules of the US Quaker success. It is different. It's making it relevant for the consumer. Very recently, we launched, for example, value-added dairy product in China. It is developed by our R&D teams in China, local teams, with the support of the global R&D from Chicago and US. But the important thing is really to understand what the current Chinese consumer is looking for. And similarly, we have launched, for example, Quaker soups in Middle East. And it is very different than what US is actually today looking at Quaker as oats. In the Middle East, oats is being used actually to make the product thicker, the soup in Ramadan, which is a festive season. So using these consumer insights and making sure that we can adapt it with our local talent into the global mix is very important. So in this sense, HR is playing a very critical role to identify the right talent and making sure that we have annual goals and long-term goals in our objectives to drive a balanced portfolio and success in the nutrition business. The second area is environmental sustainability, how we can really minimize our impact on the environment as we are operating around the world with more than 200 countries. This is about water usage, energy usage, and also about waste decrease. And as we are doing it, water is a big one. And in most of our countries, we have programs, but I would like to talk about PepsiCo Jordan, where they managed to even create positive water balance, meaning that we can give back to the communities the water after cleaning, after the operations, and it can be used in the household. So it is very important in today's world because that's one of the external challenges, right? Water is decreasing around the world, and some parts of the world, like Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Middle East, water is scarce. Therefore, we have to make sure that we contribute to this agenda while decreasing the usage of water in our operations, which PepsiCo Jordan did with 44% decrease, but also can we bring it back to the consumer as an additional usage possibility. So again, the role of HR in this, finding the right engineers and finding the right goals for our teams to focus on for the future to make this sustainability plan a success. Now, another area actually, not only in our operations, but also externally with our communities, how can we succeed in these areas of sustainability? We have great examples of involving our employees in the volunteering activities, but I should say that these three projects are beyond our operations beyond limits, and we can really do this in different parts of the world with success. Water for Workers is a project that we are applying in Dubai, UAE, and using water for the workers who are working there under extreme heat conditions. And our employees are being part of this program very actively. They find the meaning at work as they volunteer in these activities. Liter of Light is another great idea. Our PET bottles are being used actually at a cost of $2 for giving light in the emerging markets where light is not available. Like Philippines, this project started in Philippines, and then it moved to Pakistan, also US, and Egypt, and many more to come. In total now we have 15 countries. And again, this is a volunteer activity where our employees are also participating, but finding meaning at work in today's world is becoming more and more important. And making this in line with our overall goals and performance with purpose is something we are very keen to look at. Water Hope, another very important project which started in Philippines and today also in Vietnam, we are making sure that people in these emerging markets, they have safe drinking water. And we are opening the water stations, and the dealers, sellers can take the water to the households at a cost. And 95% of these dealers are actually women. Therefore, we are creating opportunities for them as entrepreneurs. Why these projects are important? As I said, involving our employees in the community activities that are meaningful, and also for them to find meaning at work. In today's world, especially for millennials, we know that we have to create that meaning at work. It's becoming more and more important. Now, moving to the talent sustainability, it is very important for us to have a diverse and inclusive environment and a safe environment in PepsiCo. So diversity, of course, may have many meanings, but we in Asia, Middle East, North Africa determine diversity in 4 groups. The first is the gender diversity, which is very important for us because 80% of our shoppers are women. They have to be represented in the workforce, in the decision-making roles, and we have to make sure that in our overall supply chain, we have women suppliers, we have women in partners, and women in our executive and employee population, as well as in the community activities. So this is number 1. Number 2 is the millennials. We would like to have more young talent in our organization because they are, of course, again, consumers, but they will bring us the new trends in the marketplace. It's about technology, it's about design, it's about creativity. We need more millennials in our organization, but also in the decision-making roles. So how do we make this available is our second critical diversity focus area. The third one is the localization. In some of our markets, like Saudi Arabia, for example, or UAE, we have to make sure that we have local talent in the workforce and successfully integrated. Now, we have, of course, a policy of having local talent, but in some of these markets, it is very important that you focus on certain percentages because the reality of the market, there is not enough local talent in the marketplace, so you have to bring them from other parts of the world. So that's another area we are very, very keen. The fourth one is the different abilities and how we can have employees with different abilities in our organization around the globe. So we have very successful programs in Mexico, in Saudi Arabia, and Egypt, and we are taking those to other places around the globe. Now, I just want to focus on a little bit on the diversity subject because we believe that representing our consumers, shoppers into our organization, employee base, but also in the overall supply chain is very important for innovation and growth. Because we need the diversity of thought. We need the diversity in thinking, discussions, and also in even management styles. Therefore, we would like to find the right talent that will bring this diversity into the workforce and create results and create also a collaborative culture. In today's world, collaboration is becoming more and more important. And if you look at this agenda, as I said, we have 4 categories of focus, but I would like to go a little bit deeper on the woman side. And the reason I want to talk about it because women represent in most of our countries a critical part of the talent pool. And in some countries like Saudi Arabia, it is a strategic solution because as we don't have enough local talent, we have to make sure women can enter into the workforce. As you might remember, historically, this was a challenge. But now we have actually challenged that, and we have now women employees in the front line, in our factories in Saudi Arabia, in our offices in Saudi Arabia, so we can succeed together and they have a safe work environment. In Pakistan, again, a very difficult culture. We have a child care center in our offices and factories, so they can come happily with their kids and making sure that they can work, especially mothers, and go back home with a clear mind. And there are many other examples, and recently, yesterday, actually, I received an award for PepsiCo China because their executive woman ratio today is about 53%. So I believe in Korea also, we would like to see more of the women in the leading positions and in the growth of the economy to create shareholder value for our businesses. Now, if you move into the talent sustainability for the communities and the new markets we entered. About 3 years ago, we re-entered the Myanmar market. It was actually restricted for many years. As we were re-entering, of course, we have found a great partner to work with. And in this situation, it was our Korean partner, Lotte, that we are investing together in Myanmar. But another matter we noticed that the capability in the marketplace with the local talent was limited. Therefore, we decided to invest in the talent development and business skill development together with UNESCO and also with the Ministry of Education, and we created this public and private partnership in education. Our center opened in 2014 proudly, and this year there will be about 1,000 students benefiting, or graduates actually benefiting from this center. And this center is not to have employees for PepsiCo. This center is to develop the Myanmar talent so that they can find jobs when companies enter into this market and start investing. So it is not only for us, but for everybody who will enter into this market. And we are actually looking for other companies to join this effort because there are 150 universities in Myanmar, but it is not enough for these graduates to have the right business skills and understanding to compete in today's world. Therefore, we have a responsibility, and we believe with other companies, we can invest in such markets and bring the local talent to a better level. So that's a great example, and I personally feel very proud as a company to be looking and investing in such areas. But more importantly, actually, it is an area where you collaborate with the government, you collaborate with an NGO, and you create, again, great results and value for the communities and for talent and people. Now, as I said, performance with purpose is very important for our employees. Because as you can imagine, we are working very hard to perform, to grow, to deliver results every quarter and every year. As we are doing it, finding meaning at work is very important. And finding meaning comes together with all these sustainability planks. Changing our portfolio, diversifying our portfolio, creating more nutritious products for our consumers, children, families, then minimizing our impact on the environment, and then having the right, diverse, and safe workplaces for our employees. So it's very important to link all these sustainability parts into our performance management system. Therefore, our performance management system today is actually covering short-term results and long-term results. In the short term, of course, you have to deliver results and you have to be rated or accordingly evaluated. In the long-term results, it's about investing in new markets, investing in new categories, investing in nutrition, making sure you have the right environmental sustainability KPIs, productivity KPIs for the long term, and also investing in talent, developing others, developing yourself. So that's the way we approach to the performance management, which is totally integrated to the performing with purpose or performance with purpose. So that's for us an integral part of our life. And I was actually in World Economic Forum last week in Abu Dhabi. I am part of the Global Agenda Council for Future of Jobs. What we discussed there was very important, and there were 4 strategies which I thought will be very important for the future of human resources and talent management. First, with the changing in technology, and there is a lot of course, discussion on the artificial intelligence, robotics, cyber and physical era, the 4th industrial revolution, we need to reskill and train and retrain our existing workforce. So that's going to be the number 1 strategy going forward for us. Number 2 was the rotation of the talent, the mobility, global mobility. Yes, of course, we will have local talent, but we have to balance this local talent with global talent and making sure that we have rotational programs around the world so we can understand each other and understand our businesses and culture. The 3rd area was empowering and training women, because women will play. Today they play, but in the future even more, play a role in the economic growth. We cannot disregard this reality, and we as companies should invest actually in the empowerment and training of women. And the 4th area was collaboration with educational institutions. Because today's education, as discussed in the morning, is not exactly answering all the needs of the future and all the needs of the companies and the businesses. Therefore, how can we collaborate together and create the right educational system that will, at the end, benefit the students, benefit the companies, and create more economic value going into the future? And this is going to be a lot of effort, of course, it needs time. But we believe as private sector, we have a role to play working with the governments and also with the educational institutions to change the future of education. So with that, I would like to say thank you for listening to me. Kamsahamnida. Thank you.
Thank you, Umran. I think you have covered a very important feature, aspect of HR management, which I think is value-based management. I was really impressed. I mean, I didn't know that Pepsi is such a value-driven company, and I've never seen a value system so succinctly and so clearly written. This sustainability test, performance with purpose. I think that tells really, a very, very good message to all employees. I'm sure it does. And this human sustainability, environmental sustainability, and talent sustainability, these 3 elements, if they guide the actions of all employees, I think the company should, must prosper, and that's why I believe. I have come to believe that Pepsi has been so successful since this value system was introduced by a female CEO at Pepsi, and I'm also impressed that you, as a business executive from an Islamic country, which is Turkey, is so ardently advocating the importance of women's role in business. And I think you have given a lot of insights today, what human relations management can be, how it can be much better learned by the use of the value system, as is shown by the Pepsi example. Okay, we have 5 questions, and I think there will be a few more for room and Umran. And so since we have about 10 minutes, I would encourage you to limit your answers to 1 minute per question, more or less. And that's the first question will be to Mr. Jack. What made the Red Hot Design Award a leading award in the world? Very comprehensive question, I guess.
Yes, I think the human resources as well, and leadership. What we do with passion. We try to be the best for our participants. We try to be very fair. Of course, you say every award should be fair, but this is not always the case. Sometimes you have governmental awards, not just in Asia, also in Germany or in other parts of the world. And then these awards have to follow some purposes or some guidelines of governments. I was a judge in awards where several cars were, and then we decided to award one car, but then our facilitator came and she said, oh, in this country, if you give an award to this car, you have to give the award to all the cars, otherwise we get in deep problems. So the difference in Red Dot is we have an independent jury, outstanding people. We very carefully select the jury, and in our jury, we never invite people from industries. So all independent designers or design faculty or design journalists. So these people, they are showing no conflict of interest, and this makes a big difference. Then the jury is international, and it should not be more than 10% from one country. It's also important because otherwise countries can dominate in our modern global world the opinion. And I heard this from both of your presentations as well. It's very important to learn to integrate other cultures, and this is what we do. And I think this is very unique in this way. Of course, some other competitions do this in a similar way, but we try to be academic. We have our own research institute where I get all these numbers from. So that makes the difference, I think.
Okay, very good. A succinct answer. I might add that you might be interested to find out that Red Dot Award doesn't give award just in one area, but 3 areas, not only for products, but for communications and for concepts. So you have 3 different areas that you give awards.
If I can
very
add, last year in the Concept Design Award, PepsiCo was the client of the year.
I see.
Because they won the most awards last year with new campaigns, or you cannot do this every year, but I hope you will come soon back. And for Korea, the good message is, on Friday, we will have the awarding ceremony in Berlin, and we will award LG as the client of the year this year.
Okay.
So it's the good news for your country.
Okay.
Can I just add one point? Actually, I talked about reskilling the workforce, and design is an area where we are investing now very heavily, given the needs of the future, because the competitive advantage will come with design. I totally agree with what you have presented, so we are investing in that area.
The next 4 questions are for Christine. First one is, Samsung Corning was acquired by Corning recently, and it was changed to a branch. And but you still retain all the employees and executives, and this is hard to read, but how this change affected the ideal, the personal type in your company. Basically, that's what it seems to say. It's hard to read, but yeah.
Okay. I think I understand the question. So the question, as I understand it, is how has all of this change affected the personality in the company?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right.
Okay. So I think that one of the things we've tried to do is have the thread of the values be consistent globally, so that we have kind of a common understanding of how we want to interact with one another and the way we want to uphold what Corning stands for. And then at the same time, we want to have the local organizations thrive and bring their expertise to bear in the markets that they're in. And so I think we've had a really rich evolution over the 10 years that I've really enjoyed watching the organization grow up in other parts of the world. We're getting product ideas, customer relations, strong employee development ideas from each of the new operations that we have. And so I think, if anything, it's diversified the amount of ideas and perspectives we have, which are helping keep us relevant in the global economy today.
Okay. The second question is, it is well known that the companies in China have especially high rate of turnover. In China, what do you do to raise the retention rate? And what kind of difficulties have you had in this area of talent retention?
Okay, great. Thank you for that question. So actually, contrary to some of the other thoughts earlier this morning that were presented, that companies don't want to keep their talent long term, actually we have a very overtly clearly stated talent philosophy that we want to hire people and have them spend their whole career with us. And we talk about the process we use to invent and bring new products to market and how it requires deep technical, manufacturing, or customer expertise, and we can't afford to have that turnover. And so we build and talk to our employees about having a career with us. As a result of that, we have typically, last year on a global basis, our turnover of salaried employees, including Asia, the United States, Latin America, Europe, was just under 5%. And so it was 3% in the United States and places here like Korea, and just under 7% in Taiwan and China. And when we ask our people, why do you stay with us? So we understand what we're doing right that we could keep doing and what we're doing wrong that we should improve. They talk about, they understand, how their job adds value to the company and what the things are, how the products and the things they're working on connect to the world, much of what I feel Umran also spoke about. And they have access to leadership and they think what they do matters. And so I think those things are so much more important than pay and titles, which is what gets written up in all the articles, that people care about pay and titles. But in the end, they want to know that what they do makes a difference because they dedicate most of their life to their work.
Okay, good answer. It is said, many times that HR within a company should be a strategic partner to management. Do you really think that HR can be a strategic partner to the CEO? And what would be the indicator showing that? And the next follow-up question is that what you've said, the tremendous or glorious accomplishments or at the Corning you showed, can you say confidently that it is really the result of HR performance or any other factors? Yeah.
Okay, well, first I think absolutely HR can be a strategic contributor to a company. And in particular, if talent is the differentiator to your business, then it has to be. I think you heard from all three of us, you can't do design without people, you can't touch all of those consumers and have products and nutrition and go into every market in the world without people. And we can't invent our technology without people. And the higher up you go in the company, if you're a CEO, there's only one or two levers you control. You control what people you put running the operations and your jobs in your regions, and you control the capital allocation. And so most CEOs ultimately come to the conclusion that one of the most important decisions they make every day is what talent decisions they take on. Just in the interest of time, the second question, the second part of the question was on can HR really make a difference? So I hope from the stories you heard today, you would conclude, yes, it does. We can't convince technical degreed folks around the world to come work for our company unless they're doing a good job. And they won't stay and help us continue to run the company unless HR is doing a good job. And I think where HR is doing a good job, you have environments that are very different than the one we heard described in the morning session, where leadership is failing and people hate their jobs and they're not engaged. I think companies that do value HR and do the kind of work you heard talked about on this panel enjoy a different relationship with their workforce.
Okay, I was requested to be punctual in ending this session, and we have just met the target now. Okay, so I hope you have gained some insights, many insights from today's session, and I really feel that you did, but thank you for you three gentlemen and ladies, and we will conclude at this moment. Thank you very much.
박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 다시 한번 뜨거운 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 연사분들 그리고 진행에 수고해주신 전성철 회장님 대단히 감사합니다. 자, 이것으로 첫 번째 기조 세션 마무리하겠습니다. 이른 아침부터 함께 하시느라 좀 시장하셨을 텐데요. 지금부터 2시까지는 점심 식사 시간 갖도록 하겠습니다. 호텔 내부나 코엑스 인근 주변의 식당을 이용해 주시면 되겠습니다. 이어지는 오후 세션은 2시에 시작됩니다. 2시 전에 자리에 앉아주시기를 부탁드리겠습니다. 식사 맛있게 하시고요. 잠시 후 2시에 뵙겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
like to do embedded electronics, soldering, hacking, 3D printing.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀 드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 2시부터 글로벌 인재 포럼 2015 두 번째 특별 세션을 시작하겠습니다. 참가자 여러분께서는 입장하셔서 자리에 앉아주시기 바랍니다. 또 장내 현재 앞쪽에 빈자리가 많습니다. 뒤에 계신 분들은 앞쪽으로 이동하셔서 자리를 앞쪽부터 채워서 앉아주시면 대단히 감사하겠습니다. 잠시 후에 두 번째 특별 세션 시작하겠습니다. 자리에 앉아서 잠시만 기다려주시기 바랍니다. 네, 식사는 맛있게 하셨죠? 지금부터 두 번째 특별 세션을 시작하겠습니다. 네, 이번 세션은 성과 높은 조직 어떻게 만들 것인가, 그리고 기업의 미래 성장 여성 인력에 달렸다라는 주제로 진행이 되겠습니다. 좌장으로는 최원식 맥킨지 한국 사무소 대표님께서 수고해 주시겠습니다. 여러분 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다.
Good afternoon. Welcome. My name is Won-Sik Choi. I head up McKinsey & Company Korea. It is my great pleasure and privilege to be able to introduce two distinguished speakers at this very important forum. Let me first introduce to my left Ms. Deborah Gillis. She is President and CEO of Catalyst. She has Masters of Arts in Political Science from York University in Toronto, Canada. She has had a wealth of professional experience from her experience in the government in Canada, all the way to in the business field as a consultant, and lately as a leader in NGO. She's also received awards and have been recognized in the broader business community. Back in 2010, she was one of the people to watch in Profiles in Diversity Journal's Women Worth Watching. And recently, she was one of the 100 National Association of Corporate Directors that was selected. Today, she will talk about the importance of making our workplaces inclusive, focusing on the topic of women leadership. Our second speaker will be Dr. Jeffrey Pfeffer. You heard him this morning. He was one of two keynote speakers under the title of Leadership Crisis, Fixing the BS of Leadership, with no apology to the title of the presentation. As you probably know, Dr. Pfeffer is a professor of organizational behavior at Stanford University. He received his BS and MS degrees from Carnegie Mellon University and his PhD from Stanford. He began his career at the business school at the University of Illinois and then taught at the University of California, Berkeley. Dr. Pfeffer has been a visiting professor at the Harvard Business School, Singapore Management University, London Business School, Copenhagen Business School, and for the past 9 years, a visitor at IESE in Barcelona. He currently serves on the board of directors of the nonprofit Quantum Leap Healthcare and has been a prolific writer, having authored several books, the latest of which is called The Leadership BS, Fixing Workplaces and Careers One Truth at a Time. The book has been out for the last month and a half. It's been widely quoted and referenced in the broader community. So without further ado, we would like to spend the next 35 minutes or so to hear thoughts, first from Ms. Deborah Gillis. In the afternoon, we decided to actually flip the order of the presentation just to keep a little dynamism in our session, followed by a 35-minute presentation from Dr. Pfeffer. That'll probably leave us about 15-20 minutes at the end to hear from you, the kind of questions that you would like these two experts to respond to. So with that, let me introduce Ms. Deborah Gillis for her thoughts. Please welcome with a round of applause.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor for me to address the Global Human Resources Forum. Thank you for the invitation to be here today to talk about the important issues of human resources development and talent management in Korea and around the world. And as you heard in the introduction, I will focus on the theme of this conference, which is around diverse talent in changing societies, and in particular, the issue of the importance of the advancement of women to leadership. As CEO of Catalyst, I travel widely and often, and I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to pay my first visit to Korea. So thank you once again for inviting me to be here. Every time I visit a new country, my understanding of the challenges women face at work grows and deepens. And so does my optimism about the attention being paid to these issues and to the wonderful opportunities we have to make progress. At Catalyst, our mission is to accelerate progress for women and business by helping to build inclusive workplaces worldwide where everyone has an equal opportunity to succeed. We have operations on 4 continents and more than 50 years' experience partnering with corporations, government, and academic leaders to make this change happen. When we were founded in 1962, we focused on benchmarking women's representation and demonstrating the compelling business case for gender diversity in leadership. Then we set about identifying the barriers to women's advancement. Now, today, we're focused on creating and implementing solutions to help organizations make sustainable change at all levels. One thing I've learned throughout my career and my travels around the world is that while every country has its own history and culture related to gender roles in society, there is also a significant degree of overlap in terms of the issues facing women in corporate workplaces. All over the world, women take care of children and the elderly. All over the world, responsibility for cooking and laundry and cleaning falls primarily to women. And all over the world, I am seeing a trend where more women want to use their talents and education at work and not just at home, and more men want lives outside of work too. That's where Catalyst comes in. We can equip companies in Korea with the tools they need to unlock women's potential and accelerate the pace of change. Every year, we showcase best-in-class practices from organizations that are leading change, and our knowledge products, training experiences, consulting services, and renowned recognition programs have familiarized us with the experiences of leaders and organizations at all levels and in all regions and industries. Thanks to our global presence, we know that the best solutions to many of the talent management challenges facing businesses today are important for organizations to address. And of course, we know that these solutions aren't one size fits all. They vary by country and region and require unique understanding and respect for local cultures. As an example of solutions that we've introduced, approximately 60,000 people from over 200 countries have taken part in our groundbreaking online training courses on the edX platform. 60% of them are men. In October, we launched a brand new course on inclusive leadership and work-life effectiveness, and I'm pleased to report that it too was a tremendous success. To find out more, you can simply visit edX.org and search for Catalyst. As we learned from those who participate in our courses, from more than 50 years of research, and from the business leaders that we meet around the world, there are a common set of barriers and issues and solutions facing women in organizations. I like to think of these barriers not just as problems, but as exciting opportunities for growth. I know from my work at Catalyst that there are many ways for organizations to convert growth opportunities into organizational changes. So what are some of the key barriers facing women in Korea today? Certainly, one is changing demographics. As in many countries, the birth rate in Korea is falling and the population is aging rapidly. That means there are more elderly people who need care and fewer younger people with the time to provide it. Another is women's low workforce participation rate. Women's representation in South Korea's workforce is unusually low. A 2012 study from McKinsey found that workforce participation of women in Korea was significantly lower than in China, Japan, or in the US. According to the Korea Women's Development Institute, women dropping out of the workforce cost Korea trillions of won each year in lost income and wasted educational investment. That's a tremendous loss. A third issue is the cultural expectations of women. One reason women's participation is so low is that, like in many other countries around the world, women are relied on to care for children and older family members while men work in business and related fields. A colleague who visited Korea in late September heard from several people about Thanksgiving illness, or what some call the daughter-in-law syndrome, which refers to the stress and physical fatigue many women suffer because they are solely responsible for cooking and cleaning up after their extended families during traditional holidays. So even during holidays, Korean women are not at rest. And according to the Women's News, one of Korea's premier sources for reporting on women's issues, working moms in Korea lack the support and often struggle with that as a result. Another barrier is poor work-life balance and the rapidly changing way we do business, as well as people's evolving attitudes to work and family, present an issue. Earlier this year, I read a story in the Korea Herald about how long work hours and heavy workloads lead many office workers struggling to spend time with their families. This is true of the man who was profiled in this story. And while he was anxious about how taking paternity leave would affect his career, he decided to do so anyway. He said, "I knew that this moment when I can be with my children will never come back." More and more men want time away from work to develop and strengthen family bonds. By the same token, many women are looking for opportunities to succeed at work. One Korean young woman, a 24-year-old student, told the Wall Street Journal earlier this year, women still feel restrictions in their career choices because of their gender. People's perceptions will not change easily, so companies should provide more opportunities. There's a common thread to Catalyst solutions for overcoming these barriers, and that starts with recognize and embrace the compelling business case to draw on women's talents. Today, many women want to enter the workforce, and many want careers as important and gratifying as those of their husbands, brothers, and male colleagues. In addition, many companies need to engage the talent of a new group of workers in order to increase global competitiveness and strengthen the national economy. Leaders of companies who want to make these changes need to remodel their workplaces to meet the needs of today's workers. A large part of the solution is to start creating workplaces where people feel they can succeed in their jobs and be available to their families without feeling they must choose one over the other. This will benefit men and women and their families, but also the organizations they belong to. It will also help Korea to keep talented, career-minded women from dropping out of the workforce. Hardworking people are the backbone and a great source of national pride. But at the same time, it's important for business leaders to recognize that in the modern workplace, employees can get the job done without spending 10 hours a day in an office and several more socializing with colleagues in the evening. These work habits are difficult to reconcile with a home life. A recent survey of Korean women executives revealed that 73% of women executives find it difficult to maintain a balance between family life and the requirement of top management jobs. So it can be difficult to succeed in business. But it's even more difficult to run a household, care for elderly relatives, or raise your children if you never leave the office. That's why both men and women need time away from work to care for themselves. As your president said in 2012, work-life balance is no longer just a women's issue, but the country's. She also described greater economic participation for women as a core engine for the nation's growth. Korea's labor force can be replenished in part by drawing on women's talents. But women cannot work full-time and remain solely responsible for family care. They need opportunities and help at home. Government programs and new legislation can certainly help support this solution. The President has expressed interest in helping Korean women balance work and family by increasing flexibility and achieving greater gender balance throughout society. Governments can and should pass laws and implement initiatives to help women advance. Initiatives such as financial incentives to companies that create in-house daycare centers are one important example. It's also important for government and businesses to take actions like these to help working families. But new laws and government programs alone are not enough. Another part of the solution is for leaders to encourage individuals and the organizations they work for to make family care a shared responsibility. Korean fathers need to step forward and commit to spending time with their children. Your country has very generous family leave policies. Fathers are legally entitled to paternity leave after the birth of a child, but even the most generous paid leave policies are only effective when employees feel comfortable and supported in using them. Given that fathers took less than 3% of child rearing leave in 2012, we know that there's much to do before Korean men feel comfortable taking advantage of this policy. That doesn't mean that they don't want to. Recent research shows that more than half of male college students in Korea would happily care for their children full-time while their wives worked full-time, if only it were socially acceptable to do so. The good news is that a Korea that accepts and even encourages men who wish to be stay-at-home fathers may not be as far away as it seems. According to a recent survey released earlier this year, 2,212 fathers took paternity leave in the first half of this year, up 40.6% from the same period last year. So how can we fuel and build on this kind of change? The solution certainly won't be complete without the commitment of organizations and individual leaders. Companies that lack progressive policies can implement them, and individual managers can lead by example. Be a good boss, lead by example, and act as a role model for other men and women in your company. If your company has a paternity leave policy, make a point of encouraging your male employees to take advantage of paternity leave and make sure that they do not go penalized for doing so. If your company doesn't offer paternity leave, you can still be that good boss. For example, by advocating for organization-wide change while setting fairer and more reasonable expectations for your team. I know that changes like this don't happen overnight. But the more men there are who understand what a joy it is to spend time with their children and role model that behavior, the more natural and accepted the practice will become. Employees who aren't new parents also need some flexibility in their schedules. Allowing employees whose jobs do not require physical presence in an office to work from home as needed is an innovation and a serious competitive advantage that more and more companies around the world are following. This is now our own policy at Catalyst, where we encourage all employees to work from home on Fridays. At a conference I recently attended in Japan, a CEO from the financial services sector talked about setting a deadline for his employees to leave the office in an effort to change a work culture that places a premium on long hours and face time. You don't need an official policy to be the kind of boss who encourages employees to go for a bike ride or to go home with their families at the end of the day. Great bosses go home themselves so that junior employees do not feel obligated to stay. As a CEO, I put in my share of long hours, but I too work from home. My employees see me doing this and know that it's okay for them to do the same as long as their work gets done. As it becomes more common for women and men to share responsibilities at home and to have the flexibility required to succeed in both areas, I believe that we'll see progress. Certainly a shift toward equality at home could signal much broader cultural changes for men and women in both family and work, and a significant transformation of society. Getting women into the workforce is important, but it's not enough. Women need not just jobs, but chances to fully engage their talents and reach the same levels of position and pay as men. There is a clear opportunity for South Korea and other countries to advance by increasing women's representation and senior management and closing the gender pay gap. The survey of Korean female executives I mentioned earlier also found that 83% of women executives sense an invisible barrier that blocks them from rising to senior positions. The numbers bear this out. Only a small proportion of women advance into middle management, let alone senior executive roles. And in 2014, women held only 1.9% of corporate board seats. The gender gap has been the widest amongst OECD member countries, where women were paid 37% less than their male counterparts in 2013. Because the pay gap is so large and women are unlikely to be promoted, many do not believe it makes economic sense for women to pursue careers outside the home. But Korea's economy needs women to do just that. And Korean society has the opportunity to dismantle popular myths about the barriers women face at work. Throughout my career at Catalyst, I've noticed that many people respond to the question of women's poor representation in leadership by pointing to women themselves, the choices they make, and what they are or are not doing. But Catalyst research on MBA graduates from the top business schools around the world has busted some of the most common myths about ongoing gender gaps. We know that women are not being held back at work by their choices or behavior, and in fact, our research shows that women start out with as much ambition as men. So if women themselves are not the problem, what can we do? First and foremost, Korean women need access and encouragement to pursue higher education, but it's been my experience and that of many other women around the world that what works in school doesn't always work nearly as well in business. Second, in addition to achieving academically, women need to build and strengthen their professional networks. In the business world, who knows you is often more important than what you know. That's what I've learned when it comes to career advancement. Women need mentors and sponsors. And while these two terms are often used interchangeably, there's an important distinction to be made. A mentor is someone who talks to you, offering advice and guidance and sharing experiences. A sponsor is an advocate who talks about you, someone who makes sure that you are given access to important assignments, critical international roles, and other important career-defining opportunities. Korean women have the talents and skills and the value in a modern workplace. What they need are important and meaningful opportunities to lead. It's not enough to simply hire a bunch of women. Those women need to be adequately mentored, trained, and more importantly, sponsored for the kinds of roles that will lead to career advancement. This is where everyone in this room has an important role to play in ensuring that men and women have equal opportunities to succeed. With actions like these, you can improve careers not just for individual women, but also for their families, for the wealth of their communities, and for businesses. Finally, many of the issues of work-life flexibility, equal opportunities for women, and closing the gender pay gap are cultural, not political, and they require cultural solutions, including a new style of leadership. I believe that a style of leadership we call inclusive leadership is the bedrock in which sustainable change for working women must be built. Our research shows that practicing the art of inclusive leadership boosts innovation and drives team performance. We have seen over and over again that companies that better reflect the marketplace and feature more creative problem solving when both men and women are making decisions. The characteristics of inclusive leadership are really important. At its core, inclusive leadership draws on the talents of all people, of all backgrounds, and makes employees feel as if they are valued members of the team, but at the same time appreciated for their unique perspectives. Inclusive leaders don't simply get more women in the room, they make sure their contributions are valued. This style of leadership is conveyed through behavior, not just through rank and title. Based on research that Catalyst has done in 6 countries around the world, we found 4 key behaviors that were linked to inclusion, and they are empowerment, accountability, courage, and humility. It takes empowerment to get the best from the people you're leading, accountability to get the job done, courage to try something different, and humility to admit that your way of doing something may not always be the best or the only way. Our research reminds us that as an individual, you can help to create an inclusive workplace, and leaders who practice these behaviors drive performance. Team citizenship increases, career satisfaction increases, and so too does innovation and productivity. We know that economies flourish when both men and women are able to earn money and drive consumer spending. And in fact, studies from Catalyst and many other organizations show that gender-diverse companies outperform those with few or no women in their leadership teams. So the business case is compelling. To win in the marketplace and win in the workplace, organizations must create inclusive cultures where men and women have equal opportunities to succeed. None of this is possible without commitment on the part of leaders. And so I'd like to share some of what those examples of leadership are. Organizations need to find the right policies that work for them, their organizational culture and values. But there are many excellent role models to draw on. In fact, member companies of Catalyst can refer to over 150 of these practices. One example comes from Australia's Telstra, winner of the 2010 Catalyst Award, that has made flexibility very core to its working model. In fact, the organization has announced a policy that it calls All Jobs Flex, a company-wide policy and approach where flexibility is the starting point for every position. Unilever, a 2013 Catalyst Award winner, has a global agile working policy that allows employees to work anytime, anywhere, as long as the job gets done. In 2005, Baxter's Asia-Pacific operations developed a Catalyst Award-winning initiative called Building Talent Edge, designed to create a more effective, diverse, and sustainable organization. The initiative set a specific goal for 50-50 gender balance across management levels and achieved that goal ahead of schedule. The initiative also promotes cultural sensitivity in management and training. And one of our 2015 Catalyst Award winners, Chevron, in an important initiative called the Chevron Way, Engineering Opportunities for Women, did something very unique by saying that inclusion and diversity were the responsibility of all its employees. Nearly all of their 65,000 employees are expected to promote diversity and inclusion and have goals included in their performance plans. To succeed, countries around the world, including Korea, need women and men to chart a new course. Practicing the art of inclusive leadership, creating workplaces where the results you achieve are more important than the hours you spend at the office. It's time to go beyond awareness of the issues and move toward a firm commitment to addressing them. Inspiring that commitment is both the mission of Catalyst and the purpose of this forum. With strong leadership and intentional action, and by empowering employees, holding them accountable for results, and role modeling both courage and humility,
I believe that Korea can strengthen its economy by drawing on the talents of men and women. To the men in the room, I'm calling on each of you to identify at least one talented woman colleague to mentor or sponsor, and to commit to helping her gain access to critical opportunities. I'm also calling on married men to take equal responsibility at home, just as more women have taken on responsibility for contributing to their family's income and their nation's economy. I ask you to follow the example of men who are taking paternity leave and role modeling that for others. I know from my life and work at Catalyst that women cannot make progress alone. We need committed male advocates to insist that women be given equal opportunities to succeed. That's why I encourage the men in the room to join Catalyst's online community, Men Advocating Real Change, at onthemark.org, one of the only forums in the world where men can openly discuss gender issues. It's also why Catalyst has created a program called Mark Leaders, a 6-month course designed to teach men how to be partners in the fight for gender equality. It addresses issues of unconscious bias and the roles and behavior changes that men can play, and in fact is an initiative that has been rolled out by Dell in offices around the world, including participation by Michael Dell and his leadership team. Research shows that men that pay attention to their role models, so you acting as a role model is very important to making this change happen. You can show others new possibilities in life and at work in a way that will inspire change in behavior. Workplaces won't become truly inclusive unless each and every one of us comes together to play our part. I believe that Korea understands the benefits of including women in leadership, and I know that progress is possible. The only question left is how to get there. That's why, in addition to calling on individual men to step up, we call on government and businesses to play their role as well. We see that progress has accelerated in countries where governments have set quotas or regulations and have asked public companies to disclose women's representation. We want to see that kind of progress everywhere. I'm calling on managers to give talented women meaningful opportunities. I'm calling on organizations to give women and men the time and flexibility they need to care for themselves and their families. And I'm offering the full range and power of Catalyst resources to help organizations and individual leaders make that change happen. It's time to build organizations where all of us have meaningful opportunities to succeed at work and build happy lives at home. The great news is that there are examples for us to follow from leading organizations around the world. Together, I know that we can lead the way in transforming not only individual lives, but workplace cultures and the economies and societies of entire nations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gillis. Your presentation on inclusive workplaces, the importance of women leadership resonated, I'm sure, quite well with all of you here. Not only is it an important thing to do, but there seems to be a very compelling business case for us to realize. We will take questions on our presentation towards the end of the session, and we will move straight onto our second presentation by Dr. Pfeffer on building high-performance organizations and cultures.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you, and it's certainly a pleasure to follow such an amazing talk about the challenges facing women and men and companies and cultures. My talk will not deal specifically with diversity, though it may actually deal indirectly in its second part with overcoming a barrier to building diverse workplaces, which is kind of overcoming this gap between what we know we ought to do and what we in fact do. When I was invited to come to Korea, and this is about my 6th visit, and it's an honor again to be with you at the Global HR Forum, my boss at the moment said to me, I wanted you to give a talk on building high-performance organizations and cultures, and so I will. The theme that Deborah talked about though we're going to apply it slightly differently, it is interesting how many organizations, particularly in Korea but around the world, believe that they are going to somehow benchmark their way to success. That by copying some version of what they believe GE does or GM or one of the other Gs, that they are going to be successful. It is impossible to earn exceptional returns by doing what everyone else does. The best organizations in every field, ranging from Apple Computer to Google to McKinsey, do it by finding their own path. And I would encourage you, in an organization, in an organizational world in which everyone wants to tell me what to do, you know, there are books out, Doing It the Google Way. You need to find your own way. If you want to achieve exceptional results, you need to be willing and able to find your own path. There are a set of high-performance work practices that research over the years, the decades actually, have shown are consistently related to high organizational performance. The great, wonderful, and challenging irony is that the more organizations complain, I need to do better, the fewer of these high-performance practices they put into place. The first policy, and probably the most controversial in 2015, is employment security and a policy of mutual commitment. It is impossible to build employee loyalty if you do not reciprocate that loyalty. It is impossible to lay your way off to success. Layoffs do not provide much economic advantage, as a cover story I did for Newsweek a few years ago demonstrates. Many countries around the world believe the secret to the United States' economic success is a labor market which puts everyone at risk all the time. What I can tell you is that a labor market that puts everyone at risk all the time also builds ill health, because economic security is a source of stress, and stress is a source of ill health. Commitment is reciprocal, and therefore the first and most fundamental decision of you as an employer is, are we going to have employees for life or employees for a moment or even perhaps less than a moment? Secondly, if you're going to have employees for a long time, you obviously want to have employees who fit the organization. And therefore, you will select very carefully the people you bring in, and you will select them for cultural fit, which is different than all being men or women or Koreans or anything else. It means that they will share values with the organization and with its culture. Do not select people on the basis of skills which are easily trained, as opposed to values including inclusiveness, but also including willingness and ability to learn, willingness and ability to take risks, willingness and ability to care about other human beings, that are much more difficult to change than the readily changed skills. Sustained and substantial investment in training. If you are going to have employees for a long time, and if you are going to have employees that are carefully selected, you should then invest in them. And invest in them not just when times are good, but when times are bad as well. Many years ago, I had the privilege of doing management training for Singapore Airways. As you know, Singapore is the airline that every other airline aspires to be. If you got your engagement from Singapore Airlines, you could put it in ink even 14 and 15 months in advance, because they maintain their investment in their employees throughout the economic cycle. Training builds skills, obviously, but training does something else. It signals to every human being in the organization that they are a valued component of the organization's success, and it activates the norm of reciprocity. If I invest in you, you will in turn be willing to invest in me and give me the discretionary effort that the data show is so lacking in many workplaces today. Oops. Next, and to go to a topic that Deborah's talked about, decentralization of decision-making, often to self-managing teams. If you have recruited carefully, people who are going to be there a long time, and invested in their training, it is no point unless you also give these highly skilled human beings something to do. One of the keys to success is letting people make decisions. It is interesting how we infantilize human beings. We take intelligent, fabulous, sensible, wonderful people, bring them into the organization and say, we've hired you for your skills and experience, we've hired you for your wisdom and brilliance, and now, by the way, leave it at the door, do it my way. Delegating to people throughout the organization reduces costs because it permits you to eliminate layers of supervision. It enables decisions to be taken closer to where the organizational action is. Promotion from within, very important component of high commitment, high performance work systems. We always love outsiders because the outsider is scarce. The outsider is different. You don't see the outsider's failings and faults because they are, of course, outside. That is why research that I and a colleague have done show that we often have a preference for hiring outsiders. But when you bring outsiders in, you implicitly send a message to your workplace that says, the people here aren't good enough. And they will respond to that message of not good enough by giving up, by not being motivated to work, by not putting out their best efforts. So don't send the wrong signal, promote from within. If you want people to make intelligent and fabulous decisions, the next high-performance workplace is one that has been talked about for eons, which is information sharing, open book management. People need data to make decisions, and when you do not share information with people, the implicit assumption is they cannot be trusted. And that, of course, that absence of trust also becomes reciprocated. The final high performance, or another high performance work practice, pay, which is contingent not just on individual performance, but that is contingent on how well the organization does. People who have made your organization successful rightfully expect to have and enjoy a share of the results that they have produced. It is a scandal that the average CEO in America makes more than 300 times the frontline worker's salary. It is perhaps even a bigger scandal that we see organizations such as my friends at Hewlett-Packard, who have gone through CEO after CEO, each one making more than the last, one now currently, of course, running for President of the United States, an ex-CEO, Carly Fiorina, as Hewlett-Packard has laid off thousands and tens of thousands and now hundreds of thousands of individuals. It is interesting, in the words of one of my former students, when he and I had dinner and he had a little too much to drink, we live in a world of shared sacrifice. The employees sacrifice and I share. It is unfortunate, but true, that if you want an organization to be successful, the people who are creating that success, including the frontline individuals producing and selling the products and services, must be subject to a pay system in which they see the economic benefits of their efforts. And finally, an egalitarian culture, one with few status distinctions, which permits innovation and which permits people to feel that they have a stake and say in the organization. These practices work because if you think about them, each of them promotes discretionary effort, each of them promotes more learning, each of them presents and facilitates more sharing of knowledge, and therefore collective learning, and they all contribute to being able to be leaner and faster. One of the things you might do after today is a self-assessment of how well your organization scores on each of these 8 practices and what you might do to improve. This is old news. The idea that diversity produces more effective performance is, in fact, reasonably old news. Everyone in this room knows what to do. The problem is we don't do it. So now I want to talk to you very briefly about a few ways of overcoming this knowing-doing gap. And I'll give you 3 practical suggestions. First, measure the gap. Measure the gap between what you know you ought to be doing and what you are doing. It is important to assess the degree of the problem, and it is a useful way of measuring the success of your efforts of organizational intervention and change. So how to do this? Construct a list of management practices and actions that fit for your organization, maybe 15 or 20 or 30. Ask people in the senior management team the extent to which they believe each one of these practices and actions is related to organizational performance on some scale, 1 to 7, not at all related, highly related. And then ask people throughout the organization the extent to which they think the practices and actions are occurring. All the time, never. You will learn 3 things. Number 1, is there agreement on what we believe is related to economic success? If there is not agreement on how important it is to do various things, such as hire a diverse workforce, you need more conversation so that you all get on the same page. Number 2, is there agreement on what the organization is doing? Interestingly enough, when I go to workplaces and say, do you have pay for performance? Half the room will say yes, half the room will say no. Do you share rewards widely or not? Half the room will often say yes, half the room will say no. Not only is there agreement, often disagreement about what we should be doing, there's often disagreement about what we as organizations are doing. And finally, is the organization doing what we know it should? And if not, why not? Measure over time. I give you 3 examples of organizations that did doing studies, not because you want to use these specific behaviors, but because it provides an example. This is knowing versus doing in a restaurant chain. This is knowing versus doing from a survey of general managers. And this is knowing versus doing, believe it or not, from a Korean company that worked on overcoming their own set of knowing and versus doing. And the behaviors, actively listening to employees, widely sharing financial information, are just examples. You should make up your own list of behaviors that are relevant to your own organization. Why do organizations don't do what they know? There are many reasons. One is of a lack of courage, a fear of being different. People say, I can't do this because everybody in my industry isn't doing it. Harken back to the fact that if you're going to earn exceptional returns, you need to be able to find your own path. Measures. Too many measures and the wrong measures. We measure everything and therefore measure nothing. Focus requires a relatively few key measures. As a famous article, The Magic Number 7, plus or minus 2, pointed out, you can keep 7 things in your head, probably minus 2. 20 measures, 30 measures equals no measures. We often measure what is easy rather than what is important. And we fail to pair costs with benefits. This is why you fly on airlines that do not serve food. You call telephone help centers where they do not answer the phone. Where it is impossible to get a telephone installed in the United States because AT&T has lost any of their experienced employees. Because it all seems like we've saved costs. But of course, for every cost we saved, there is oftentimes a customer lost. And often we measure outcomes, not processes. If you want to play golf more successfully, you don't need to know how far the ball didn't go or how far it hooked. You need to be able to understand grip pressure, weight shift, and shoulder rotation, the processes that determine the length and straightness of a golf drive. We don't do what we know we should because we have an absence of an action orientation. We love to talk rather than do. We often don't do what we know because we are fearful. We're afraid of losing our jobs. We're afraid of telling the truth. We're afraid of conflict. We're afraid of not being liked. We suffer from a victim mentality. The global economy is moving against us. Our currency is moving against us. Oil prices are up or down or wherever they are. And therefore, we feel we are not in control of our destiny. And of course, in many organizations, there is excessive internal competition. We are committed to the past. We'll talk about overcoming commitment to the past in a minute. And oftentimes, we believe our answer to performance problems is not to fix the problems in their root causes, but just to do more of the same, like hamsters on a wheel. You can avoid being trapped by your past by starting a new unit, by using dramatic means to break with the past, or building an organization where people constantly question precedent, which is something you ought to be doing. First suggestion, measure the knowing-doing gap. Second suggestion, in your organization, engage in a sacred cows exercise. At Mitel, R&D employees spent 3 days, only what should take you 3 hours, identifying the rules, rituals, and attitudes that stood in the way of doing things fast. The list filled 71 pages. Every participant had to figure out 2 personal things that they were going to change and when they were going to do it, and then the session ended with a beef barbecue. Design your own sacred cows exercise. What's your biggest priority? Building a more diverse workforce, being faster, being a technical leader, being customer-focused. Whatever it is, figure out your particular strategic priority. Then ask what stands in the way of your doing it. Being faster, being more diverse, being customer-focused, being an employer of choice, whatever that strategic priority is. What stands in the way? Management practices, cultural values, taken for granted ways of doing things, beliefs, measures, attitudes, whatever it is. Brainstorm. Make a huge list. Then prioritize. Which of the 3 things that you have identified would make the biggest difference to achieving your strategic priority if you changed it? And then develop an action plan. What can you and your colleagues do to affect these top 3 priorities? Who's going to take responsibility for doing it, and by when? It is easy to leave conferences like this filled with good intentions. We're going to increase our diversity. We're going to become a technical leader. We're going to treat our employees in ways that build employee engagement. And then 5 minutes or 5 days after you walk out the door, it all falls away. Identify what is standing in your way of accomplishing what you need to accomplish, and then having identified what stands in the way, figure out who is going to change it and by when. And let's leave the past behind. You also want to drive out fear. Encourage open communication. Give people second and even third chances. Admit that leaders are fallible as well. David Kelly of IDEO Product Development, announcing a new organizational structure. This is the best I can think of right now. The only thing I'm sure of is that it is temporary and it is wrong. Many of the people in this room, I'm sure, have children. Some of your children may have disappointed you. None of your children got fired. You should think of employees who disappoint you as a developmental opportunity, not as an opportunity to get rid of them, to go back into the same labor market from which you've drawn them and hire again. Learn from and even celebrate mistakes. And of course, do not punish people for trying new things. Everyone wants a learning organization, but no one actually wants an organization where anybody learns anything. Because by definition, learning means doing things that you are not very proficient at. Measurement problems. Cut your number of measures down. Measures should be global in scope, focusing much less on individual performance, and instead focusing on the factors that are critical to the organization's success, and mostly measure processes. When you look at great doctors, and unfortunately as you get older, as I have lots of doctors who work on me, the best doctors have processes that ensure success. They are not just more skilled than the average doctor, but they have checklists and processes that ensure high levels of performance. That is true inside your workplace as well. You need to build processes, monitor processes, and measure adherence to processes. When Stanford Healthcare, the hospital associated with Stanford University, went from being one of the worst hospitals in California to one of the best in the United States, it did so not because our new CEO is amazingly charismatic, not because he's a genius, though he's very clever, but because the transformation was built by a set of processes that ensure outstanding performance for every human being, every day, on every shift. Measures ought to reflect your business model, your culture, and your philosophy. So the fact that your measures are the same as everybody else's measures ought to cause you pause. This is not true for financial reporting measures, which obviously all need to be the same. But we're talking about internal measures to guide your own improvement efforts. If you have values, measure the values. If you have a philosophy and culture, measure adherence to that philosophy and culture. And the measures should evolve over time as you learn. One of the things you might do as you leave here is think about, what do you want to happen in your organization? How would you know if you're successful? What does success really mean in a deep, fundamental level? How would you know it's happening? What are the indicators of success? At the end of the day, what matters as we try to build high-performance cultures, at the end of the day, frankly, what matters if we try to build cultures that embrace men and women, What matters at the end of the day when we think about building workplaces where human beings can have long and productive lives, not where they're being killed by overwork, workplace stress, work-family conflict, all of which, by the way, have profound health as well as performance effects. When you think about building the organization and an organization that is successful and high performance, at the end, what fundamentally matters is your philosophy and perspective. In order to have different results, it is necessary, fundamentally essential, that you do different things. But to do different things on a consistent basis, it is about how you think. It is about thinking differently. It is about thinking differently about the role of women, as we've already heard. It is thinking very differently about the role of work hours, something that we definitely need to do something about in Korea, which I believe is number 2 in the world in long work hours. It is thinking differently about productivity. It is thinking differently about your customers. It is thinking differently about your employees who are in fact not costs, but the key to your economic success and the key to your competitive advantage. So if nothing else, you ought to think today about how you measure your knowing-doing gap, about the sacred cows exercise to identify your barriers, about building a set of measurements, but most profoundly, how you think about where success comes from and the nature and philosophy by which you are going to run and live in your organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pfeffer. I think the knowing-doing gap really struck the chord for me personally, and his suggestion for specific things that we can do to find the gap and close the gap, I think resonated probably a lot with most of you. We do have about 28 minutes left. I think sufficient time for as many of the questions that I just got in my hands. I couldn't honestly go through all of them at the moment, but I'll try to get as many of them responded to by our 2 speakers here. But just to be upfront, there probably will not be enough time to address all of them, and I do hope that the organizing team here will be able to follow up on the questions that I have in my hand. Let me first let me ask you one maybe perhaps opening question to maybe both of you, and then I'll go through the questions to buy myself some more time to process these. I think many of the things that you talked about, the importance of inclusive workforces, the importance of decentralized leadership, the importance of having self-managing teams, the importance of having a very reciprocal, mutual trust-based environment makes a lot of sense in terms of the to-be of many of the organizations there are in Korea. I think one contextual challenge that many of us here feel is that in order to make that shift, companies are actually going through a lot of challenges on the business side. Based on our own analysis from 2002 to 2011, top 100 companies that are listed on the Korean Stock Exchange grew on average every year about 11% in terms of their top line. That number fell to 1% from 2012 onwards. So it's not unique to Korea in this low growth environment that many Korean companies face. And on top of that, the complexities, the uncertainties that require Korean companies to be more agile, more innovative. How do we make sure that we don't look at the inclusive workforces and creating high-performing organizations as trade-off priorities? How do we make sure that we take on these agenda topics in a way to address the challenges we face on the business side as well? Could I ask each one of you to quickly respond to this? Thank you.
Now I have it.
wrong button. Thanks. It's a really interesting question. And I think in some ways we had a really good answer to this from the presentation we saw this morning about Corning. And we saw statistics about how that company was facing many challenges, but the investments in people and processes and innovation and development of new products was critical to that turnaround and success. So I'd answer simply and say the kinds of changes that both Dr. Pfeffer and I talked about in our presentations give a pretty compelling case that to not invest in your people and in the kind of workplace changes that we've both described are what's going to hold companies back in the long term, because the business case, the data is really compelling that in a knowledge-driven economy, investing in people and creating environments where people can be successful, can innovate, is what's going to drive value ultimately for organizations.
First of all, I obviously agree with that. And secondly, I hear people tell me all the time that they're facing business challenges, and they often use this as not that they're not facing business challenges, everybody's facing business challenges, but they use this as an excuse for putting off doing what they know they need to do. I don't believe anyone reaches the age of adulthood without thinking of the 10,000 reasons why they can't do what they know they need to do. And so when I look at successful leaders, people like Amir Dan Rubin, who transformed Stanford Healthcare, people like my friend Laura Esserman, who's transforming breast cancer treatment, not only in the United States, but literally all over the world. These people like my friend Rudy Crew, who's transformed educational systems. The one quality that all three of these individuals and a bunch of others have in common is they never accept excuses for why things can't be done. So they would say, sure, growth is slow, but the only way we're going to speed up growth and become more economically successful are to do the things that will put us in place to have the innovation and employee engagement that will in fact make us successful.
Thank you very much. Let me now go to the questions that I have in my hand. I have attempted to actually merge some of these questions. The first one I would like to ask on behalf of the people that have asked the question is to Dr. Pfeffer. One of the high performance management is to promote from within the organization. Don't you think that organizations sometimes need outsider to inject fresh new thinking and challenge the status quo? And a related question to that is, in doing so, not just the skills, but in terms of the chemistry, the fit with the culture and values is very important. Can you recommend some specific tools or ideas in making the right choices?
So I'll answer the second question first. There is my colleague Charles O'Reilly at Berkeley, along with Jennifer Chapman. Actually, Charles is at Stanford, Jennifer Chapman is at Berkeley, have a cultural assessment questionnaire. I think it's called the CAQ, which they will sell you, but you can find for free, like many things. And this is around alignment around values and hiring people. So first you need to measure your organization's values, and then you need to hire people who fit those values once you understand what your organizational profile is. That's the answer to the first question. The second question. The first question I always find interesting because it presumes that the only way anybody ever gets a new idea is by being imprinted at some early stage in life, and that you cannot be innovative unless you bring in people from outside. First of all, there's no empirical basis for that. It is related to another idea, which as I've gotten older, I particularly don't like, which is that only young people are able to innovate. I like to believe that my research has changed over time. I like to believe that I have new ideas, even though I haven't replaced my genetic material. Oftentimes, when you bring in people from outside the organization with this idea that we're going to bring in these new innovative ideas, The first thing, unless those people have a lot of political skill and ability, the first thing they will face is rejection, because it's very much like putting a splinter in your finger. The organism likes to reject those from outside. So one of the advantages of having innovation come from inside the organization, it is more likely to be accepted. But this idea that you have to bring in new people for new ideas is interesting. Oftentimes, new people have the same old ideas, and people inside the organization can come up with new ideas just as well as outsiders.
I just want to share something that I shared with Dr. Pfeffer backstage. In Catalyst's 53-year history, I am the 4th president of the company and the first internal successor. And when I was introduced to the staff by the chair of our board of directors with the decision that I would be the new president and CEO of Catalyst, I looked at my entire team and said, it's my hope that my successor is in the room today. The look on the face of my team when they recognized that they too could aspire to be the CEO of the company they worked for was an exceptionally powerful moment. And to the notion of to the comment that all good ideas come from the outside, what I did in stepping into the role in an organization that I had been with for several years was I took what I called an informed outsider's perspective. And I engaged in an exercise of meeting individually with every single member of the team to ask about what they hoped that we would keep, what they hoped we would change, what their ideas and aspirations were for the organization. And that process allowed ideas to help kind of form and trickle up, and certainly informed the ideas and perspective that I brought to my new role as CEO. So I just want to echo very much what Dr. Pfeffer just shared.
Thank you very much. That segues very nicely into a very thoughtful question from a high school student who's actually here. So if we can unleash a lot of the potential from within the organization, the question is, in all organizations, there's diversity. Many different types of people, different thoughts, different styles. At the same time, if you listen to their opinions, it's very difficult to reach alignment. So how do you increase participation, but at the same time make sure that the organization is brought to consensus to move forward?
So I'll start on this one. So I like to say that diversity is a fact in organizations. Inclusion is a choice. And the kind of inclusive leadership that I talked about in my remarks really speaks to how do you ensure that the voices and perspectives and ideas and unique experience of all individuals has an opportunity both to be voiced and heard and to be acted on. And so making that shift to not just counting how many diverse people we have, but to are we actually changing a different workplace culture that builds on those behaviors that I talked about in some of the practices that we heard as well, I think is really critical to making that shift. And of course, there's lots of ways that you can do this. Because this question came from a high school student, I'll share that one of the first things that I did after becoming CEO of Catalyst was create what I call an millennial employee resource group. I meet on a monthly basis with all of the millennial employees of our organization for two reasons: to help me better understand how to create a workplace that is the kind of workplace where they enjoy their work and feel fulfilled, and secondly, to directly hear from them their ideas about what we need to do to ensure that our work and programs and messages are appealing to that generation of young men and women in companies around the world. That's one small example of the kinds of things that when you practice inclusive leadership with an intentionality around hearing different voices and perspectives, that can have in a company.
Alignment is the job of senior leadership, and it's one of the most important jobs. Alignment begins with creating some vision that everyone can get behind. In the case of Stanford Healthcare, it is healing humanity through science and compassion one patient at a time. If you are not aligned with that, you're probably not going to stay very long at Stanford Healthcare. Then it is figuring out what does that thing mean for every department inside of Stanford Hospital. What does it mean to say healing humanity with science and compassion, one patient at a time? What does that mean for the people who transport patients? What does that mean for the people on the telephone? What does that mean for the people who are providing nursing care? And in each unit and in each part of the organization, it means coming up with measures. How would you know that you are succeeding? How would you know that you're doing a good job? Maybe this is patient satisfaction measures. Maybe this is preventable infection measures. Maybe it is whatever it is. But the idea that diversity is somehow in contradiction to alignment, I don't agree with at all. I think you can have an extremely diverse workforce with a set of very diverse ideas about how to achieve it, but all aligned around a set of mission, values, goals, and measures that make sure that you are living what you need to be doing and providing, in this case, the best possible health care, or in other cases, the best possible travel experience, or the best possible grocery shopping experience, to take yet another example that you can possibly be providing.
Thank you very much. It seems that between diversity and alignment, there's certainly seems to be many different ways to get the best of the both worlds, including inclusion, as Ms. Gill has said. Let me switch gears a bit and go to the topic of inclusive workplaces, and women leadership. One question is as follows. In my company, more than 90% of team leaders are men. As a women officer of HR, how could I improve the situation? It's a very broad question, but it's followed by...
Hire more women.
So there, it comes a more specific question. Please give me some tips to women who want to perform well on their companies. Thank you, was the question. And if I may, I would like to also maybe tag along a question that I would like to ask you personally. We are also an organization, globally, we have launched and have been implementing an initiative called All In. It is a conscious effort on our part to pay attention to the importance of women leadership within the context of McKinsey. One of the first things that we're trying to do is to have everyone, not just women, but men in particular, to understand why the unconscious biases that we have in our behavior, mindset, interactions create the kind of barriers to achieving the kind of state that we need to get to in terms of women leadership. So we pay a lot of attention to the importance of men making that mindset and behavioral shift. So the question I would like to add to the end is, please also give some practical tips to men in Korea and in workforces to also support this cause.
Okay, there's an hour's worth of questions. Good ones. So to the first question of, to the HR leader who said most of the management positions in your company are men, this is not an unusual situation in many organizations. The number you cited is very high, but we typically see women entering most workplaces at roughly equal to men, and then their representation in management and leadership positions declining as you get higher up into the organization. And we've seen some pretty clear reasons to help explain why that happens. And this is true, the facts that I'm going to cite for you are true even when women don't have children. Okay? You heard me say earlier in my remarks that men and women often have very different career experiences when they come out of MBA school. So let me give you some examples. Men are much more likely than women to have access to the highly placed sponsors that I talked about, those individuals who offer assignments or recommend them for promotions, etc. So women need to have sponsors, and you need to ensure that sponsorship is being fairly given to both men and women in your organization. Secondly, our research shows, as many in this room would know, that a lot of professional development is driven by the experiences that you have on the job. what kinds of opportunities, projects, assignments you get to do. Again, our research shows that men are much more likely than women to get access to mission-critical hot jobs, international assignments, projects with large budgets, projects with large teams. So even in cases where you're trying to give fair development opportunities to both men and women, not all assignments are created equal. And in fact, most of those big assignments that offer visibility and mission-critical roles tend to be given more often to men. So take a look at what's happening to the opportunities that men and women are being given. Third, men tend to be promoted based on potential. I think he'll do a really good job. I think he's ready to do this. And women based on performance. If she hasn't done it before, she's less likely to be given an opportunity to take that career advancement role. Ensure that your talent development and promotion decisions are equally benefiting men and women, and that those unconscious biases that come into play are not adversely affecting women and the opportunities that they receive. Data is really important. Know where women are represented. Know if there are differences in terms of the promotion rates of men and women, for example. Understand how long women sit on high potential slates but never seem to get the promotion. Look at the data. Things that men can do. Training is really important. Understanding and confronting unconscious bias, as we do with some of the work that we lead with Mark Leaders, is really important. Being role models is really critical. So these are just simple things that men can do. If you leave the office at the end of the day, that sends a signal to others. If you say, I'm going to pick up my kids, or I'm going to attend a dance recital, or whatever it might be, that message is really important for other men. Men's experience in workplaces is greatly influenced by what they see other male leaders doing. And so if you role model behaviors like taking paternity leave or taking time off or leaving the office, it's really important. As I said in my remarks, sponsor a woman. In fact, our research shows that one of the key factors that motivates men to be a champion of diversity is if they have been in a reciprocal mentoring relationship with a woman. So come together in those kinds of partnerships is really important. For women, I think it's really important that we learn how to raise our hands more effectively, to ask for opportunities, to seek out the mentors that we need to give us advice. And it's also really important that we're comfortable with seizing opportunities for the visibility that we need in projects and assignments so that we can earn the sponsorship that I talked about. I will say that in all of these cases, certainly for women, the sponsorship and the support that you need to advance is earned. It's earned based on your performance in doing a really good job, but you need to be positioned in a way that you have the opportunity to gain visibility to those leaders who can then help you.
So I teach a class at Stanford called The Paths to Power. It's basically about power in politics and organizations. I believe the book on power has actually been translated into Korean. It is a course which is quite countercultural, and it is certainly a course that is very both popular at Stanford, but also, I think, challenging to many of the underlying assumptions. I believe that both men and women need to build power skills, something that is not taught in many schools and that is taught almost not at all in company leadership development programs, even though if you ask senior HR people, why do people suffer career derailments, both men and women? It's because they can't manage the organizational dynamics, the organizational politics. So even though, this is a kind of an interesting knowing doing gap, even though we understand that power skills and the ability to navigate organizations is essential for success, more so probably for women than for men, but for both, we don't teach it. And I think that's a problem, but it is a problem which is readily solved, and my book is available on Amazon.
I will say, you heard me in my remarks say that when you're trying to navigate through organizations, relationships are critical.
Yes.
You can't play those power games or office politics if you don't have relationships and know people. So again, this skill of investing in relationships, of getting to know people, is exceptionally important. And so the whole notion of networking, both internally and externally, is often kind of dismissed as not, kind of a frivolous thing. In fact, it's critical because relationships are what will often make the difference. And women in particular, I think, suffer from what I often call the good student syndrome. We believe, put your head down, work really hard, do a really good job, and someone will notice you and offer you a big promotion or the next job. Your performance is the starting point for your advancement. It's the people who know you, who see you, have that opportunity to advocate on your behalf that are going to make a difference. So invest in those relationships. It's a critical skill. And certainly that skill is not only important to you internally in navigating your organization, but your ability to work effectively with others outside your organization, your clients, your customers, your stakeholders, whoever it might be that's critical to your business success, is also going to contribute to your demonstrated leadership abilities to advance in the organization.
Thank you very much. One question back to Dr. Pfeffer. There are many changes happening in the world of employment, changes in the form of employment due to changes such as those in lifestyle preferences and changes in ways of working. Thus, new forms of employment such as digital nomads and also free agents are here. Given these changes, how should corporations think about these changes and what can they do to, here the question says coexist, but also to take advantage basically of these changes for them and for their employees?
So there are definitely many new ways of working. Many of them are not very helpful to the people who are working in these new ways. I do not know the history or certainly the context of Korea. I can tell you in the United States, where healthcare is delivered, even with Obamacare, mostly through employers, where retirement is provided almost exclusively through employers, where unemployment insurance means in order to get unemployment insurance, you had to have had a job in the first place, where employee assistance programs such as smoking cessation, mental health, substance abuse, alcoholism programs are all offered only to employees. The idea that we are somehow going to become a nation of free agents and this is going to be nirvana strikes me as pretty much the opposite of what is in fact going on. A colleague for whose book I've endorsed, and I've now, my brain is somewhere between here and San Francisco, but the author of the book is Stephen Hill, and it's a book that just came out, which talks about the profound social and health consequences of this free agent employment, and I can tell you they're pretty severe. Economic insecurity, not knowing how much you're going to make from week to week is a source of health stress. And certainly the ability to access health care in a country where health care is accessed mostly through your employer, to not have an employer means your health status is also going to be compromised. So many people, I mean, I'm part of some Silicon Valley group, and I hear the wonderful stories about, the Uberization of everything, and it's all going to be wonderful. And then, I say to people, show me the data, and there are none.
Thank you very much. Looking at the clock, and we have, I think, time for probably just one more question. I would like to actually give the floor a chance to ask a question in case you haven't had a chance to submit your question. I do see people standing to basically give you the microphone. If you have a question that you would like to ask, this is the good time, and you will only have one chance to do it, at least in this session.
I was clicking down.
I have a question for Ms. Gillis. I'm here. Hi, I'm Raymond. I'm working with Professor Trippetts of Stanford Law School, and we're working on business human rights as well as sustainability. My question for you is that, according to your career path so far, how much do you feel global initiatives, including the UN Global Compact, the UN Guiding Principles, and OECD guidelines, have actually helped you change workplaces to become more inclusive and diverse, and by doing so, create shared value?
Thanks very much for the question. You know, there's initiatives like those that you just talked about, and there's other initiatives that range from, as I mentioned in my remarks, comply or explain models, regulation, et cetera, around women's representation. I personally think the value in all of these initiatives is that they're changing the dialogue. They're reinforcing the fact that women's economic empowerment in workplaces and societies is not just a women's issue. This is a business issue, it's a societal issue, it's an issue that everyone has a role to play. And so while progress remains much slower than certainly I'd like to see, I do think that conversation and the attention paying to the issue on a global basis is shifting significantly, and that gives me optimism for the future that we're going to start to see acceleration in the pace of change.
Thank you very much. I think we're just out of time. I would love to be able to go through all the questions, but I think that's all the time that has been given to us. First of all, I would like to thank our two speakers and all of you for participating in this session. As a very short closing remark, we all know that Korea as a country and Korea as the business community and as individual corporations are at crossroads. We have entered 3 years ago a prolonging period of low growth. We're also not immune from global uncertainties and complexities, but yet we need to drive our organizations for better performance. I think we got very good tips from our two speakers today that creating inclusive working environment as well as focusing on designing high-performing organizations is not in a trade-off situation to the priorities that we often face on a day-to-day basis of the business side. This is really the shift that we all need to make. And I think we should probably walk away with a sense of comfort that this is not just a shift that we're making in Korea. These shifts are actually happening globally. And I think we're in a good company in that point of view. So thank you again for being here. And once again, thank you very much for the two speakers. Let's thank them with a round of applause. Thank you very much.
네, 여러분 뜨거운 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 긴 시간 아주 흥미로운 주제로 발표 수고해 주셨는데요. 수고해 주신 최현식 대표님 그리고 발표자분들께 다시 한번 감사 인사를 드리겠습니다. 두 번째 특별 세션 함께 하셨고요. 지금부터는 약 30분 정도 휴식 시간 갖도록 하겠습니다. 다음 세션은 계속해서 4시에 시작하겠습니다. 4시부터 다음 세션 시작하겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
하나 둘 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 하나 둘
태그해줘 진영아.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀 드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 4시부터 글로벌 인재 포럼 2015 세 번째 특별 세션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 참석해 주신 여러분 입장하셔서 자리에 앉아 주시기 바랍니다. 자리는 앞쪽에도 빈 좌석이 있습니다. 앞쪽부터 채워서 앉아 주시기 바랍니다. 네, 그럼 지금부터 세 번째 특별 세션을 시작하겠습니다. 네, 이번 세션 역시 아주 흥미로운 주제로 진행이 되겠습니다. 디지털 기술 발달 그리고 스마트 학습 변화라는 주제로 진행이 되겠습니다. 좌장으로는 황선혜 숙명여대 총장님께서 수고해 주시겠습니다. 여러분 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다.
Good afternoon. My name is Sunhae Hwang, President of Sukmyeong Women's University. I'm not an expert in IT area, but I want to also say that our university is beginning the School of Engineering with two departments of the ICT department and Biochemical Engineering department. Currently, we have computer science department and multimedia department. So we have been working on this area for over 30 years. But from next year and on, as Women's University, Gongdae Engineering School is going to begin. So that's why I think I was given this opportunity to do as MC. I am really honored, and I hope this session is going to be also a good and meaningful time for all of you. For the last decade, the digital technology development has been leading revolutionary educational reform in that information accessibility has greatly been improved to anyone who has internet connected through smartphone or personal computer. From the traditional education settings to the ubiquitous learning, the knowledge resources are being open and accessible to anyone interested. And somehow, the peer group learning could be preferred to so-called expert teachers. In addition, the learning is being practiced based on real examples and real-time experiences. All these new changes are possible mainly due to the new digital technology. So this session will introduce the expertise opinions in the area of digital revolution in the educational settings. Each speaker will talk about the technological impact in ubiquitous learning, game users in education, and the wearable technologies for daily personal use. I'll briefly introduce each speaker. There are extensive introductions about the speaker in your book, but I will give just a very brief one to you. The first speaker is going to be Mr. Larry Cooperman, Associate Dean for Open Education, University of California, Irvine. He has extensive amount of journal articles published in the areas of MOOCs in higher education. And then the second speaker, Mr. Robert Gehorsam. I'm sorry. I said Gehorsam, all right. Thank you. Mr. Robert Gehorsam is the Executive Director of Institute of Play, which designs learning experiences rooted in principles of game design. Speaking of games, or maybe video games I am more familiar with, we will hear more positive use of games in education from him. Am I right? I'm going to hear.
Yes.
Right. And finally, Dr. Milton Chen, Executive Director Emeritus of George Lucas Educational Foundation. He has been author and consultant about education and digital technology. And he also has a very interesting book recently published and also translated into Korean. And in Korean, 살아나는 학교, 신나는 아이들. So I think it's very informative for all of you. Thank you. I will give this floor to the first speaker, Larry.
Well, thank you so much for that introduction. The title of my talk is Ubiquitous Learning, by which we really mean that we can envision a future in which learning is possible anywhere, anytime. But I'm going to start with what I think is the framework for this. And in the 1970s, a professor at UC Berkeley, Martin Troe, developed this idea that there was a pathway that every country was going to follow sooner or later. And it starts with the development of elite institutions for the top few percent of students, institutions whose job it is to recreate the dominant class. But soon enough, after the Second World War, with the advent of industrial economies, the economic recoveries, we soon began to need much more than just educating a few people to assume the roles of leadership in a given country. Instead, we needed mass institutions of higher education, ones in which we could develop the new managers, the engineers, the technical staff that was needed for large-scale industrial production. And so we saw the development of mass institutions of higher education. And he also, from the standpoint of being a professor in California, he also envisioned a transition towards universal higher education. Why California? Because he was really looking at the three-part system that we had. The University of California for the top students in the state, the California State University, a four-year institution for the top 25%, and then for everybody who wanted an education, for the first time in history, the California community colleges existed in every part of the state, and you could get in a car or a bus and get to a nearby campus and receive the first 2 years of education, after which you could transfer to one of the four-year institutions. So he was part of that process in California. He saw that happening, but he began to see that happening in country after country and made this as a central prediction that as institutions of higher education expanded, as ever-increasing numbers of families had access to send their children to a university or a college, that you would see a transformation in what a university was at the same time. That the old institutions, the old elite institutions, would give way to new purposes. So, for example, for the community colleges, the idea of educational standards was giving way to the notion that they were adding a value in any given program to that student. So in any case, this is the beginning of somebody who is seeing these developments happen well before the internet. So then I'm going to fast forward, and we go to 2000. And then president of MIT, Charles Vest, asked the faculty committee, what should the university do? Now that there's the internet, what should we do? And you can see here the normal way that a university was seen, that had a monopoly on content, that is a place where students go for experiences, and that it provides certification. So we asked the faculty, what should we do? And the faculty in 2000 answered open courseware. They made up the term, it didn't exist. But the notion was, with the internet, it cost nothing to publish. university educational materials for the entire world. So as before, when we used to have print books, the cost would have been prohibitive. But with the internet, course materials could become universally available. So I'm going to fast forward again and give an example from my university. So open education, since those early days at MIT in 2000, has really taken great leaps forward. You can really say that there are publicly available materials in almost every content area that a university offers, and that the ability to reach content is now, in actual fact, something that is not only true for Asia, for North America, for Europe, but also for Africa, for Latin America. And so new projects are beginning to take shape. And so the University of California, Irvine, UCI, decided to put out publicly and freely its chemistry videos. So all of a sudden, when you download one of these videos from YouTube, you're not breaking any laws. It's not a music video. And you can actually get almost every course we offer at an undergraduate level and 3 graduate courses as well. And I'm going to go back to this in a second because we realize that just publishing videos, even though it's now extensive, it's our curriculum, it's general chemistry, organic chemistry, physical chemistry. Even though that's wonderful, it's not enough. And I want to go back to this point in a few minutes. Going back to the general issue, content is now free. And that provides the opportunity to have a content strategy for your company, for your university, for the benefit of the world, for the benefit of your employees, to have for the first time a real content strategy. And I'm going to give some examples of this. Even in, for example, corporate training, you can standardize and lower the cost of training by using high-quality, open materials that are available in areas that most businesses use, project management. I could name a number of areas. But also, corporations are beginning to take advantage of these open content pathways to offer different ways of getting certified. So in Brazil, as an example, Fundação Getúlio Vargas, which is one of the elite institutions in Brazil, the top producer of the top-ranked MBA, the top-ranked economics department, the top-ranked law school, they began offering open courses and a paper certification for them a number of years ago, well before the MOOCs. So approximately 2 million Brazilians have received these paper certificates from them, certificates of participation. And what we see already is that in Brazil, companies have begun to accept these paper certificates, even though they're not even showing what learning took place yet. It's just a paper certificate for advances in careers, for salaries, and so forth. So we see that. But also we can see that open content provides an opportunity to have a baseline instructional quality, particularly in countries where the quality of education varies a lot, varies from school to school, from professor to professor, from teacher to teacher. To be able to establish a baseline instructional quality through open education is one of the clear content strategies that people are using. I'm not going to go through all of these, just to say that you can see that content itself has become, the real technology behind it, the real digital technology, is the internet. It's the internet as a form of communication. It's the internet as a means of distribution. And I think all universities are now undergoing a digital transition. So think about your universities and say outside the lecture hall, when we're in a room like this, and there's a professor on the stage, but outside of it, what are you doing? Well, you're operating in a learning management system, you're communicating with the professor via email, you're using homework software. Everything becomes digital outside of that very immediate face-to-face classroom. And so this is a big issue for all universities. In fact, as I've traveled, and I'm the past president of the Open Education Consortium, and I've had the opportunity to travel to every region of the world and discuss with hundreds of universities, everybody begins to ask the same question. Now that we have the internet, and now that we're in a digital transition, what should we do? So of course people are creating platforms, and the platforms have a lot of different purposes. There are platforms that include content repositories, communications vehicles, they integrate external tools, they authenticate users to make sure who's actually participating, and so forth. So on the one hand, these are important digital technologies. Platforms are also your prison. And why do I say that? It's because people invest so much that they get trapped by the platform itself. And the education, what's possible with education, and I think some of the speakers who follow me are going to be talking about this more than I can, is that as things change very, very rapidly, the platforms can change very rapidly. Even we see this with the largest MOOC providers, that they have trouble keeping up with what they think they should be doing. They have trouble adapting their platforms. The original design decisions that went into their platforms now are things they wish they hadn't done. And so for all of us who are prisoners of these technologies, we're limited by what they permit. We of course have two different, as any good prisoner has, two options. We can stay in jail, or we can break out of jail. Now with breaking out of jail isn't so simple, because maybe you get away and you find your own freedom, but maybe also you just get arrested and you go back to jail. But this is essentially what we all find ourselves in with digital technologies, is we get to this prisoner's dilemma. So the design of systems that are adaptable, that have lightweight integrations, becomes absolutely important for the future of learning. Now, there's a series of learning technologies that come out of the cognitive sciences. Adaptive learning, you may have heard the phrase. So the adaptive learning is what happens when you, what it should do if it's working well is, you remember when you fell asleep in 6th grade? Is it should go and find that point and teach it to you because you never learned it the first time. And so that's what adaptive learning does, is finds your gaps in knowledge and actually goes back and teaches you those things and builds back up, particularly for students who have poor preparation in mathematics, as well as other areas. Adaptive learning is an important tool, one of the key ones that we have. But also intelligent tutoring is becoming much more interesting. There were a series of studies that were done 20 years ago that said that effectively, intelligent tutors can never do as well as human beings. And that makes actually all of us feel good. But the problem with it is actually it's no longer really true, that it was both the difficulties in the intelligent tutoring products as well as the fact that they're so much more sophisticated now that a good intelligent tutoring product can do as well as a good tutor. But that's actually very good, because it means something about scaling learning. One of my colleagues at Carnegie Mellon, Norman Beer, the director of the Simon Initiative there, they're releasing a series of tools and they're releasing them as open source. But he did a study of his platform and found that it was 6 times more effective than MOOCs. And they use adaptive learning, they use intelligent tutoring. But what they've done is they have an open learning initiative, and they've used all the data from all the students that are taking these courses, and they make it freely available to anybody to constantly improve the courses and constantly improve the services provided to the learner. And this notion that kind of approach, what he said is, he said about the MOOCs, he said they're scaling teaching. We should be scaling learning. And that's a different focus. So also, of course, we have now dashboard technologies that give feedback to students, that understand when they're in danger of dropping out, failing a subject, offer supplemental assistance. And we have a whole area now called learning sciences, which is the intersection of cognitive sciences and learning technologies. So, pedagogy. If you look at the MOOCs, and how many of you have taken a MOOC? Raise your hand if you've taken a MOOC. There's a lot of hands going up. Great. So they've done something very good, which is the frequent quizzing effect that they have in MOOCs actually is proven to be very effective in terms of reinforcing learning. But if you look at this slide, you'll see that you have the video, then you stop and you take a quiz. You have a video, then you stop, you take a quiz, and so forth. It goes like that. It's not actually the best pedagogy in the world, even though they've incorporated frequent quizzing as a mechanism. And so we have to begin to think, what is the pedagogy that's going to be associated with the learning technologies that we are building? So this is what I see as a big difference. So we can sit in the lecture hall. We have limits of attention. I hope I'm a decent speaker, but some of you may not have slept well last night, and you may find your eyes beginning to shut. But if you look at the people in the top right corner, they seem very engaged with each other. And there's a lot of research that shows that when professors are teaching, they've forgotten what it's like to be a student. What they understand, well, for example, my father was a professor of mathematics. And so he would try to teach me math. And I would say, I don't understand. And he'd say, what do you mean you don't understand? It's right there before your eyes. But my brother thought I was an idiot. And he would really speak slowly to me and clearly and carefully and go over things again and again until I understood. Professors have that little bit of myopia that they've forgotten what it's like not to understand some point, not to be able to get over a hurdle in learning. But students who are taking the same class or have just taken the class the semester before remember what was hard about it, and they remember how they learned to understand that concept. And they can relay it to other students better. So this is my idea of how you might think about scale. What if we could build systems at scale, but in which each of those nodes at the bottom are small groups? What if we can recapture with scale the ability to have intimacy in learning? Peer learning is evidence-based. The U.S. Department of Education, basically referring to active learning, peer learning, said this is scientifically proven. So we see now a large-scale adoption of peer learning in areas like the STEM subjects. And that's ultimately what we want. We want to be able to learn in groups of human beings. Going back to my example of open chemistry, we're now working on a prototype of a peer learning application that will take 2,000, 3,000 topics in chemistry for which we have 6-minute or 8-minute video explanations, combine it with open educational resources, textbooks in general chemistry and organic chemistry, and then as well offer practice problems and a whiteboard environment in which people can work together. Now, this is a prototype. We don't have it tested yet. But the notion will be that if we can make this peer environment easier than going to the library with your friends, we will succeed with this. And that would open up a whole new world. As we mentioned, the internet is the vehicle for universality. If we can have peers form to learn chemistry together in one university, we may also be able to do it throughout the entire world, where all of you, as you sit through your general chemistry classes, should know there are people in every other country taking the same class. Yes, taught a little bit differently, but fundamentally general chemistry hasn't changed in 50 years. So the outcome we want from this is to have those technologies that allow us to work with each other to learn the things that we need to learn, whether we're in a corporate setting, whether we're in a university setting, and to make the whole world our classroom. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. We'll just go ahead with the next speaker.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, and I realize it's now a half hour later. You're probably a half hour more tired. So part of my task here is to keep you engaged, and engagement, in fact, is one of the key terms that we've heard through the day in various ways as being a critical prerequisite, really, to the other important theme, which is lifelong learning. So with that as a context, I want to talk a little bit about my experience and the experience of the organization I was until recently associated with Institute of Play. And so my speech here is called Rise of the Gamers. It's about the really the rise of digital youth culture, which is heavily involved with games, and what we really can learn from games, as well as from digital media, in how we might craft learning in the future. So I'll start actually with a story about myself and how I got involved with this. I was working in book publishing in 1983, and we got an early PC, and we got some software for that PC, including a flight simulator. This is what graphics looked like in 1983. That actually is the runway at JFK. And I started fiddling around with it, just playing around with it, and weeks went by and months went by, and pretty soon I was able to fly all around New York and up to Massachusetts. And one day, my uncle, who's a small private pilot, mentioned to me that he was going flying one afternoon, and did I just want to come along as a passenger? And I said, sure. So I went out in the airport, and I got in the plane, and I suddenly realized that this instrument panel was the same one that was on his plane. So I told him that, and he said, fine, you fly us to Connecticut. So I did. Imagine my surprise. I had no idea I was actually learning how to fly a real plane, to understand the instrumentation, the systems that were involved, the complexity. And yet I had taken no courses. Well, this got me thinking, or more than thinking, really feeling. This was something new. And I really decided at that point to change my career and get more involved with games. Not just from an entertainment perspective, but from this sort of personal development learning perspective. And I went to an early online startup, this is before the commercial internet, in the United States called Prodigy, well-funded by large corporate backers, IBM, Sears, and CBS, the media company. And I was in charge of games. I felt like a kid in a candy shop until my parents, the bosses, said I really couldn't do the things I wanted to do. They didn't understand it very much. And I had to think, how am I going to do what I want to do? Games are the most popular activity in the consumer market in software. We need to do something there. And so I thought, my management understands business. I'll do a business game. And so I licensed a simulation from the University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School of Business that they use to train their MBAs, and I built a multiplayer business simulator in 1988, which allowed anyone for free to go on and become CEO of a company in one of 5 different industries and compete against 5 other people, so there'd be thousands and thousands of parallel games. I knew nothing about balance sheets and, all of these things. I had been a book editor, then I was interested in game design, and one day the CEO of Prodigy came down, he wanted to play, and so I said, okay, I'll play against you, and I beat him. So there were only several conclusions you could draw from this. One was he really wasn't very good at business, which was not the case. The other was that the simulation wasn't good, but that wasn't the case because this was training the top MBAs in the United States. So the conclusion I came to was I had actually learned something by playing a game without realizing it. So this is a narrative. It's a little bit of a textbook here. Let's review chapters 1 and 2. What did I learn that got me started in this and that will now lead on a larger path? One is, what games represent is not about the content, it's really about the experience and the learning that happens around that. And really key is being able to control the pace of your own learning, the paths that you go through with it, and where you do it. And in the 1980s, of course, it was a desktop, and now it could be anywhere, anywhere in the world at any time. The other piece has to do with motivation. No one does anything on their own time unless they want to. And there's something about the nature of how games are structured as creative works that creates motivation and creates engagement. Oftentimes, people say, oh, games, they're frivolous, they're fun, but they're actually hard. You lose games more than you win them, and in that comes the engagement to do something. In fact, it occurred to me as I was thinking about this presentation, if I were to suddenly say, let's play a game, let's divide up into teams, most of you would find that your attention had suddenly shifted. What are we going to do? How are we going to do it? What are the rules? And that's what games do. They provide a structure that is very powerful and gets you ready for problem solving. That, of course, leads to what Larry was actually talking about, was the power of learning by doing. Games are, in a sense, forms of simulations. Unlike most simulations which deal with simulating physical systems, games really emulate human systems, interactions with the real world, or fantastical imaginary worlds. And in doing all of that, it leads to self-reflection, the kind of thing that really got me to say, I can fly a plane. I can run an imaginary business. So all of that, when done well, leads to sort of a sense of confidence, of empowerment by the player, the student, the user, whatever you'd want to call that, an optimism about what they're capable of accomplishing, and in the really best sense, sort of a sense of wonder. And I'd just like to say, who wouldn't want that in our educational institutions going forward? And so that's why I think there is something to learn from the best creative efforts in the world of games. So in the 80s, of course, there really wasn't much connectivity. But when you think about play and games and playfulness, it's always social. Many of our happiest memories are playing games as a child with family or with friends. And it was really the internet that allowed that sort of primal element of play to be restored, perhaps in unusual aesthetics. And so this is World of Warcraft, what's called a massively multiplayer online game, a term which is actually the direct contributor to the terminology around MOOCs. And what you see here is a group of people among at one point 15 million people playing World of Warcraft around the world. And this is what's called a guild. So what happened was people went online to play, and they quickly learned that they could not be successful in the game unless they formed groups. These groups are called, in some games they're called guilds, in other games they're called clans. And what they really did was illuminate the ability of people to self-organize, to self-govern, and to collaborate. And so in order to succeed, these guilds had to get formed, and they could be hundreds of people, sometimes thousands of people, sometimes run by a 15-year-old, sometimes run by a 30 or 40-year-old. And they would form strategies to beat monsters in the games, or not past tense, they still do. They would assign roles, so everybody had a distinctive role in specific operations and actions. And they would then document what their strategies and what their tactics were so that knowledge could be transmitted to future members of the guilds and the clans. Well, one day in 2002, I think it was, I was speaking to actually US government officials, including some military officials, and I showed them these guild web pages where these people would have extensive discussions about the governance of their organization, about their plans of action. And one US Marine general said, these 15-year-olds show as much capability as the captains, the majors, and the colonels that we have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars per individual to train. He said there must be something about these games, these environments, that is so motivating and provides the structures that lets people learn these vital skills. So that was an interesting piece of feedback that suggested that we were on the right track. In fact, at around that time, researchers in academia, really all over the world, but certainly in the United States, University of Wisconsin in Madison, Arizona State University, and other places, they really sat up and they took notice. And one professor in particular, James G., at that time at the University of Wisconsin, now at Arizona State, wrote this book, and I really recommend it, What Video Games Have to Teach Us About Learning and Literacy. And Jim really pioneered the field, along with several others, and he argued really that games represented a new form of literacy. Just as we talk about media literacy, digital literacy at large, that games have their own unique language and their own unique meanings. And they are inherently social in the way that many other media are not, because they're experienced in collaborative, very active ways. And he also outlined a series of learning principles that could be found in game design. And I want to use that term very carefully because that's not a term about technology. Technology is an enabler, but it is not the core thing itself in this. And so he said that, one thing that these well-designed games do is they create empowered learners. Learners that can design experiences together or strategize together, that can mod games. There's a whole culture on the internet of taking existing games and opening them up, basically, with various tools and changing them and then redistributing them for others to try. For really exploring your own identity. An inherent part of games is that you take on a persona, which in some of the work we did at Institute of Play allowed you to develop perspective and empathy for other people in the world, or for professions you might want to try on. For problem solving. So games are nothing if not problem solving spaces. You're given a challenge you don't know how to solve. It wouldn't be fun if you did. And you have to figure out how to solve it. And that leads to what I think is one of the most interesting concepts, which is really the idea of just-in-time learning. That you figure out what you need to know just when you need to know it. You don't want to learn something in 6th grade that you're not going to use till you're 25. You're going to forget it. So games create a discipline for designing just-in-time experiences. And finally, games are also systems. And the importance of systems thinking and design thinking in the complexity of the world today is really paramount. It's not enough to know one specific line of facts. We really need to know how the world works as complex systems, whether it's at a macro level or at a micro level. And Everyone who plays games explores the boundaries of those systems to figure out how they work. You know, at the same time, I just want to point out that during this period of time, about 10 years ago, games became mainstream. Today, 97% of all kids under 18 play games. The largest single population of game players is actually women in their 30s and 40s, not a fact that's generally known. And also at the same time, because of this research, the world of serious games, games that were used for education, other healthcare, other serious purposes began to emerge. All of that, in turn, led to an interesting initiative in the United States called the Digital Media and Learning Initiative, funded by a foundation, the MacArthur Foundation. And that led to the rise of a number of organizations that really dealt with the learning potential of games and related digital media. And I'm just putting up some of these names here. Most of them did not deal with elementary and secondary school settings, but the Institute of Play, where I was, did. And what we really looked at was how do we take the principles of game design and create new institutions and new learning experiences that tap into that power. And the principles that we really created, notice I'm not saying here we have tablets or we have PCs, it's principles of design that matter, that learning should feel like play. That's okay, really, that it feels like that. The challenge is constant, which means that as you become more proficient, the challenges get harder. We've all had that experience in a game. That everything is interconnected, which gets to the systems thinking piece. That feedback's immediate and ongoing. You know, I think next week there's a national test. You'll take that test here, but you'll wait weeks or months before you know how you did. When you play a game, you know how you're doing. You're either moving forward or you're not. Learning happens by doing. We've covered everyone is a participant, which means not that everybody has the same role, but everyone has a role to play. And that's really important, that learning is collaborative as well as relating to your individual identity. And last, and the hardest for many people to understand, is that failure is reframed as iteration. This generation has grown up playing games they fail 95% of the time when they play. It doesn't depress them. It's not dismaying. It just makes you go back and go, all right, how do I do that better? So to show you some of these principles in action, I have a video. I'm not sure of time here, but I'd like to show it. It's a pretty good illustration that's at the school that we helped design in New York City.
A Rube Goldberg machine is complicated for a simple task.
Boss Level is a week where we work with our home base to complete a project by the end of the week, and we also don't have homework or any other of our usual classes.
If you walk into a Boss Level classroom, you're not seeing really a classroom. All of the desks and tables are pushed aside. You're seeing a lot of materials of all different sorts that are kind of strewn around. You see a lot of sixth graders either tinkering or in a group, brainstorming, possibly sketching. It's a lot of creativity and innovation going on in the space.
We could do like something like this if we had like a hold. How about this one? They're tiny. No, we already have a marble. Yeah, they're mixed through here. We are in the wrong place. Wait. To make it look cool. We don't need 20 people.
My favorite part about Boss Level is the actual building phase. When kids fail during the creation of Rube Goldberg and then they iterate, they are really learning to take risks.
Failure is really bad, but I guess if you have a good attitude, then you can always make it what you wanted it to be and not to get frustrated. So failure is not so bad if you know how to fix it.
Failure, reframed as iteration, means when you fail, just try again.
Students really take a lot of ownership
for the machines that they create. Their advisor is in the room, but their advisor really is not helping to do any of the building or even creating. They're really just there as an adult to help facilitate and to make sure that things are going smoothly and safely. So if you walk into a boss level classroom, you really see the students as teachers, as learners, as innovators, and they are really helping each other through the iteration process. They are creating this blueprint for their machine in the beginning. They're putting it to the test. They're watching it. They're seeing where the kinks are, where they need to iterate, and they are going through this process really on their own. I think that's also a really great thing about the process, to be able to watch students move through this system on their own and actually succeed at it.
Home base is, I think it might be a little bit like a homeroom.
To be able to see students really incorporate things that they learn in home base and model that during the building is really a great process. One of my home base students, who's in 8th grade now, talks all the time about how he feels that Rube Goldberg was what really brought us together as a home base. So it's a really great moment for us.
Since you have to work together and you spend a lot of time together in a classroom or in a confined space, that you really get to know one another and how one another works.
If you're doing a Rube Goldberg machine, you need to have a lot of teamwork so that one person isn't just working on the front and like a million people are working on the middle. You need to have an even share of everything.
Having gone through the Rube Goldberg process with my own home base, it really proved to be beneficial for many reasons. I mean, not only are they implementing skills that they've learned in the classroom, but as a home base, you really see them bond and really build. They're really kind of stuck in a room for days at a time, and they have to really learn how to get along, how to share ideas, how to respect ideas. Teamwork is probably the most important facet of Rube Goldberg building.
If one person makes one part of the machine and another person makes another part of the machine, if they don't work together, those parts won't work together either, and it probably will not complete its goal.
Great. So what did we actually just watch? Those kids were assigned a lesson in physics to learn how to make simple machines, pulleys, levers, inclined planes. But what they really learned were a whole set of life skills as 11 and 12-year-olds that you don't often see. So in 1 week, they had to form teams and assign roles. They had to come up with an idea for a room-sized machine. They had to design that machine. They had to find the materials and fabricate it. They had to test it. They had to rehearse their presentation to a group of outside adult judges, and then they had to be assessed in 1 week. It's really a remarkable thing. I don't think most organizations can actually accomplish that, and these are 12-year-olds. So all of that comes from those principles of game-like learning that we talked about, and I suppose a valid question is, how is it working, which happens to be this slide. So there's been some research done on the pedagogical approach here, and I'll just tell you very quickly, the early results show that these kids, when you measure what are called the 21st century skills, strategic thinking, planning and organizing, communicating, they do twice as well in 1 year as an average American college student does in 4. Now the research is early, but it's very promising. And what we're able to also show is that it's really directly connected to this game-like model of learning that's been developed. So to go back to a familiar theme from today, all the content in the world fits in your pocket, at amazing rates. And so the delivery of quantities of content is not what is meaningful in education. It's what we do with it and why we seek it out. I also believe that despite, the very important conversation around STEM and around test scores, employers and universities actually are looking for something different. And a survey last year, or the year before, by the National Association of Colleges and Employers in the US revealed these are the 5 things that really they're looking for. People who can plan, prioritize, and organize, who can work in teams, who can communicate effectively, who can make decisions and problem solve, who can obtain and process information, And I don't know any curriculum that's offered in any college that explicitly deals with these things, nor really many faculty members who will take the time to nurture this in their students. And I think it's something we need to really look at and nurture and develop. And these were things that we've discovered over the years are things that well-designed games or experiences that are like games do very well. So just suggesting a way forward here. About technology, by the way, this mass delivery and assessment of content retention is not how you build lifelong learners. It has to really be experiential. We don't want to make the mistake of creating technologies that create greater efficiencies for the things we didn't want to do in the first place. This slide, actually, this image, is from 100 years ago, imagining universities in the year 2000. So the question really is, I think there's so much to learn from watching how kids engage with digital media and particularly with games. It's not us worrying how are they going to learn, but really let's watch how they're learning today in all kinds of different contexts and play along with that. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, I will give the floor directly to Dr. Chen. Please go ahead.
Thank you, President Huang. Annyeonghaseyo. How's that? Someone should invent a game for us to learn Korean, don't you think? Well, that's not really in my slides, but I'll go with it. And I'd love to reserve some time. I know we've got about 40 minutes left, but I'd love to reserve some time for your questions and conversation. What Larry and Robert have presented, really very stimulating in terms of the future of online learning resources and courses and student support and peer learning, all very important. The promise of games and game-like environments for user engagement, for students to learn more, as Robert was saying, earlier than we thought. I began my career at Sesame Workshop in New York, and this is when Robert showed a slide from roughly 1983. This is me in 1982, going back in the time machine 30 years. And one thing I learned at working at Sesame Workshop and working on Sesame Street, which has been called the first MOOC, you know, Friday at 3 o'clock, there would be 5 million American preschoolers watching the same program and learning from that program. Interestingly, the research has shown that there's a certain amount of learning that can happen from watching a television program or perhaps watching a lecture, but it is enhanced based on interactivity between the young preschooler and their parents or their child care provider. That's when the real learning gets reinforced. And what we're trying to find are ways to provide that interactivity between parents, teachers, and learners through digital experiences as well as in-person experiences. So I've traveled in my own learning journey from the longest street in the world to a galaxy long ago and far, far away. Actually, I should, wherever the computer is for the slides, this is a different presentation than the one I sent. So if you could bring up the other one that says Global HR Forum. This was a presentation I gave 2 weeks ago at Big Rock Ranch in California. The presentation I wanted to give is entitled Digital Technology and the Future of Smart Learning, the title of our panel today. So I'll give you a moment if you can find it. It should be somewhere on the laptop. I'm recalling when Robert spoke about seeing middle school students in Honolulu using the Microsoft Flight Simulator just 5 years ago. A total sea change in the quality of the graphics, the quality of the experience. These kids at the ages of 12 and 13 were learning to navigate and fly around the islands of Hawaii. I've seen students in that age group in middle schools also able to take flying lessons using the flight simulator from Tuskegee Airmen. Tuskegee Airmen were a very brave group of fighter pilots during World War II, African Americans. There's been several films made about them, but imagine being able to learn to fly an airplane using a flight simulator from an African American fighter pilot. They had their own group of fighter pilots because they were not allowed to be in an integrated fighter pilot group, so they were African Americans who flew pilots and were very decorated as some of the bravest pilots. I'll just keep going unless you find some other slides. I guess you're looking back there. Okay, good. I'll just keep going. What I was going to talk more about in my presentation is this idea of smart learning. The word smart is a great word, but we shouldn't equate it with quick learning or learning more content, more knowledge. What I mean by smart learning is this shift, as has been suggested by the two speakers, to really engage young people more deeply in their learning. And that means more than just looking at screens and absorbing content. It means trying to really understand your strengths as a learner, the importance of interacting with different groups of learners, the importance of mentors and adults who can help guide the way, the shift of teachers from presenting information. The flipped classroom is something that's become very popular in the States, where teachers, in high school especially, are putting their lectures online, and that's the homework. So instead of coming to class and having the teacher talk to you for 45 minutes, you watch the teacher talk in a lecture as homework, and then you come and ask questions. There's been some very interesting research about the importance of interrupting the lecture, to have students share their understanding, their misunderstanding, what they know and what they don't understand, and through peer learning, they're able to progress much faster. So my plea to you today is to consider ways in which the learning can become much more engaging, much more personalized. Perhaps we need to think about not just learning anytime, any place, but what about learning any path, any pace? That's what technology can now provide. Again, Robert's example of being interested in using a flight simulator, being interested in flight navigation, that's usually not part of the high school curriculum. Imagine if a student was interested in that today. You could find ways to bring that into the curriculum for a student had that interest and have them experience that through digital technology and through the simulation of a flight simulator. George Lucas himself was someone who did not do well in school. He started our foundation, the George Lucas Educational Foundation, to really help the millions of students out there who are sitting in the back of class, not very engaged, probably getting a C and maybe a D. That was Mr. Lucas in high school. If you had asked him, George, imagine, it's kind of an interesting thought. Imagine you've got George Lucas sitting in the back of your high school classroom and you're the teacher. You know who he is today in his career, but imagine that you had a student like that who wasn't raising his hand, not participating much, getting a C or a D. If you'd asked him, George, it's almost time to graduate high school, and what do you want to do? What are you interested in? He would have said, I'm interested in cars, and I'm interested in photography. Back in those days, cars and photography, again, were not part of the curriculum, but again today, if that student in the back of your class, and I have these interests, you could find ways through digital learning resources and through this marvelous internet to bring that student into deeper learning. As Mr. Lucas said in interviews, I wasn't just interested in automobile engineering, I was interested in everything about cars, the history of the automobile, the design of the automobile, its engineering, the business of automobiles. So again, you could come very close to what we now call project-based learning through the potential of the internet. Looking one eye on the clock, I won't say much about my own personal journey aside from the fact that my parents came from China to the United States. After the Communist Revolution in '49, they could not go home again. So I was very fortunate to be raised in the United States, to get a good education, to have a great career. But in this last decade of my own career, I'm trying to do more to encourage more U.S.-Asia understanding. I do believe that as Asia goes in the future, it will have a tremendous impact on the entire world. The U.S. and Asia need to become better partners in this. I'm glad that we have a number of Americans represented at this conference. We need to work more closely together. I think if Asia and the U.S. find a way to work together in partnership, create more global prosperity, as the HR Forum often says, that can assure a better future for all of us and for the entire world, really. Our Edutopia website is the solution to George's answer, what can I do to help education? So this website was created about 15 years ago, working for a filmmaker. We have a number of documentary films, Robert just showed you one of them, that really show what it looks like in the classroom. You know, in education, we often talk about very high-minded, abstract concepts. Educators told Mr. Lucas, if you could just make a film about that classroom, about project-based learning, when students are trying to create a Rube Goldberg invention, then that would help us a lot. Mr. Lucas said, I understand that. He said, you know, a picture is worth 1,000 words. And I said, George, that's why you're George Lucas. I wish I had thought of that. On our website, we've got a lot of content about globalizing the curriculum. We're trying to raise in the United States and really around the world global learners. I'm glad that's been such an important theme of this conference. So you'll see a lot of examples on our website about ways in which students, from the very youngest students, 5-year-olds through high school students, can get engaged with global curriculum. I wrote a book based on our work. It's translated in Korean, as President Hwang said. I talked about 6 leading edges of innovation in our schools, things like project-based learning, which are at the edge of the educational system, moving towards the center. I'll talk some more about this in my talk tomorrow. I think it's now possible, as we've been saying, to talk about weapons of mass instruction. We now have these powerful devices at an affordable cost. They fit in your pocket or your purse. Let's try to make sure that every student, not just in Korea, not just in the United States, but everywhere around the world, has access to these powerful digital devices. To me, it's become, in the US, the civil rights issue of our time to ensure that students from low-income backgrounds who don't go to very good schools have this access. The UN would say that this is now a human rights issue, that education is the key to the development goals of the world, and that we need to provide these very powerful devices to every student around the world. We're moving from knowledge scarcity to knowledge abundance. And technology enables knowledge abundance in very new and creative forms. Games are one of them. Here's one of my new favorite websites, Pixar in a Box. The artists at Pixar go online and give you lessons about the connection of math and science to digital animation. This comes as a surprise to many people, but essentially what digital animators are trying to do is recreate the real world in animation. To do that, they have to know a lot of physics, they have to do a lot of referencing to real world phenomena. How do creatures move? How do cars move? How do planes? I'm going through the Pixar portfolio of movies here, Toy Story. Now those characters, how do they move and how do you communicate to the computer how to make them move? Well, that's done through math, and that's done through coding. So please look at Pixar in a Box. Another one of my favorite websites, the Google Cultural Institute. Google placed those cameras that are used to create Google Earth and Google Street View on bicycles and rode them up and down the galleries of the world's greatest art museums. So you can do that. Your students, if you're interested, if you're culturally curious, I like that phrase, for the culturally curious. To be global learners, we should all be culturally curious about other cultures. This is a great website to learn that through art and history. BBC Language is online as online courses, platforms like Duolingo. Wolfram Alpha is a computational search engine. Any of you studying mathematics, you will thank me for letting you know about this. You can type in the problems that you're being asked in math class, it will give you the answer. So the important question becomes, why is that the answer? Here's a triangle with sides 5, 12, and 13. Wolfram Alpha goes out to the web and gets every fact about that triangle and lists them all for you. The Academy of Achievement stories told by very distinguished people about what they were like as kids, how they found their path. For Mr. Lucas, you see he was a horrible student in school and had a terrible auto accident. Project-based learning is one of our key agenda topics at Edutopia. This is a story we produced, one of our very first stories 18 years ago. Students collecting insects and sending them to a nearby university where they engaged in video conferencing through fiber optic cable connection, very expensive. Just a few years later, the National Science Foundation provided funding for the University of Illinois to put its scanning electron microscope online. So that students anywhere, in fact, if you can work out the time zone, students in Korea can collect insects and send them to the University of Illinois, schedule an hour to talk with their entomologists, their scientists, their graduate students who just love insects. It's the most motivating thing for students to meet someone who's just maybe 10 years older than they are. For a 15-year-old to meet someone who's majoring in entomology at the age of 25. Students are building hybrid vehicles, and this is a great example of project-based learning. These are students from West Philadelphia, very poor neighborhood. When I first saw this image, I saw, well, that's nice that they were able to drive a sports car. In fact, they designed and built this hybrid vehicle and won competitions against college students, even though they were only in high school. This is Quinn. He's 13 years old. Quinn was born in the right family because he went to the Maker Faire. The first Maker Faire was held just 10 years ago. So you can trace back this whole maker movement. Everyone around the world, including young people, learning coding, programming, designing products. And here you see Quinn, who's designed and 3D printed a smartphone case with his name on the back. So this brings together a lot of digital technology. He's going online and learning about smartphone cases. He's also learning about design. He's interacting with others at the age of 13. Again, making the point that kids can do things now earlier than we thought. And there's something very special about this middle school age, 12 to 14-year-olds, and what they can now do. So what I'd like to do in just 3 or 4 minutes is show you a short film about Quinn.
My name is Quinn and I live on the central coast of California. I really like to do embedded electronics, soldering, hacking, 3D printing, and laser cutting. It's really cool seeing your project come to life. I used to do a lot of Lego stuff, like taking things apart, and a computer is something that you can easily take apart and sometimes not as easily put it back together. And so I got an interest in that, and I went to the Maker Faire in San Mateo in 2011 with my dad, and so there I got my first Arduino. This is the Arduino. This is the main board, the Uno, and this is the Make Edition for the Maker Fairs. So here I'm using my phone, and when I text it a certain command, like LED on, then it goes through the internet and comes back to the Arduino. The main thing that's special about this is that you can program it to do whatever you'd like. You can attach sensors such as light sensors and attach it also to LEDs or motors. Everything's open source, which means you can get everything for free online, and one by one I went online and looked at tutorials, and that's how I learned. This is a Weevil eye kit. I used a soldering iron and some solder to solder the kit, and basically solder is electric glue. And so I bond the circuits together using the solder, and thus the wires would be connected inside this board. This could be used as a night light, so when the room is darker, then the lights would turn on, and as it went darker, then the lights would be brighter.
Well, I didn't know anything about the maker movement until I heard about Quinn. And it's pretty fun when you have a gem right there in your own district.
Your
It's pretty cool to have a student who's that curious and that into learning on his own, basically.
This is filament. This is a soldering iron. This is a Leatherman. These are solder supplies. These are breadboards. These are Arduinos. And this is my 3D printed logo.
Quinn came to one of our school board meetings and he talked to the school board about what he does with Arduinos and all those circuit boards and things and really gave us his thoughts on how we need to be more engaging as a school district.
The 3D printer that I have is called a BucoBot. So here's the filament, and it's basically a spool of plastic, and it has the spool holder too. It goes all the way down into here, and this is the main extruder part. And so basically it melts it and it spits it out in the nozzle. This axis is the x-axis, so it moves side to side. This is the y, and right here are the z-axis, and so these move up and down. First, you take your 3D model from tinkercad.com and download it into your host program. Then you slice it using a program called Slicer, and this basically turns the 3D model code into 3D printer code. And so the 3D printer code is basically a set of X, Y, and Z coordinates that my computer tells the 3D printer to do. Layer by layer, it prints a 3D object with filament.
The power, I think, of the maker movement is they're really focused on building something that they think is cool. They're not like, well, here's a math problem, you need to learn it. No, here's a cool project, and I want to build that.
There's an interesting movement when we talk about digital technology called the quantified self. These new little digital devices are going to be able to measure all sorts of things about ourselves. How many of you have used a pedometer or wearing a Fitbit to track the number of steps? Anyone? Sure. Oh, there's a few. Thank you. This movement called the Quantified Self. It's a great website. Please check it out. We'll be giving off data about all sorts of things, heart rate, physical things, movement, but we can now use that as a curriculum for students. I'll show you one example of with very young kids about this tracking of language heard by 3-year-olds. This is a National Public Radio report about the 30 million word gap. The achievement gap, if you want to talk about it in those terms, develops very young. And in the United States, everything we do in schools is a chance to try to narrow that gap, because by the age of 3, some children have heard 30 million more words than others. Not just the number of words, but the kinds of words, and the positive comments versus the negative criticisms. Very interesting research done, as it says here, in the early 1990s. So that's kind of interesting to know. But how would we begin to close that gap? This is a little device that records language. It sits in the pocket, as you see there, of the overalls, a vest that a young 3-year-old, 2- and 3-year-old wears. It records the language they hear all day, and then those words can be analyzed, and messages can be sent to parents when they come home from work saying, here's the number of words your child heard, talk to your children tonight, read a book to them. Don't just put them in front of their iPad or the television. So this is a new use of digital technology for learning. Here's the Quantified Self website. This is data of a young father. On the left-hand side, you see his sleeping before he had a newborn child, and on the right-hand side, you see his sleep patterns after he had a newborn child. You see he's sleeping less. His deep sleep was getting shorter, and he's going to sleep later because he had a young child, and also sleeping less. Victor Lee in Utah has done a study giving students pedometers and quantifying their recess activity. In this slide, you see 4 students, and the different colors represent Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday at a 20-minute recess. You see Phoebe, Micah, Erica, and you see how over the course of the week, their amount of physical activity increased. They were able to look at their own data about their physical movement, analyze it, and come up with ways to increase their average amount of activity. So what better way to learn data analysis than analyzing your own data? Perhaps this is leading towards a more technology-enabled, self-directed style of learning. At the Institute for the Future in Palo Alto, they talk about moving from educational institutions to learning flows. That as learners, lifelong learners, we're beginning to assemble experiences that take us through our life that are more like flows rather than just distinct periods of time spent in school or university. They've got a nice map of the future of learning, which you can check out at the Institute for the Future. We did a project called Extreme Learners. Please check out this website and hear testimonials from people who just love to learn. They're self-directing their own learning. They're using digital tools. They're also finding mentors and teachers online as well as in person. I do want to wrap up. So back in the day, 1980, I worked at Sesame Workshop on a science program called 3-2-1 Contact. It was aired on PBS. In doing that science program, we asked 8 to 12-year-olds, what are some questions you've had? Just questions you've thought about. Perhaps you've had a chance to investigate them, perhaps not. But their questions fell into 5 major categories. A lot of questions about the human body, a lot of questions about animals, about weather patterns. I can't resist, but please, if you're in college, I know there are a number of college students here, do not graduate before you know the answer to this question. Why is it hotter in the summer and colder in the winter? A very simple question that 8-year-olds notice every day. If you go online, look at a website called The Private Universe, you will see Harvard College graduates on their graduation day who did not know the answer to that question. So somehow we've gotten very far away in our educational institutions from investigating the phenomena and the questions that kids have every day. Could we create a curriculum just based on these sorts of questions? Back in 1980, it'd be very difficult for students to go out and find the answers to these questions. Today, through the internet, they could design their own project-based learning based on questions that they have about their own lives. So maybe the future of learning is about deepening children's curiosity, really taking seriously the questions that children have about themselves, their families. They were to fully understand where their families came from, what they did, their ancestors, their community, and their world. So I'd like to, again, propose to you that maybe education is becoming YOU at the center of your own education. That we need to tell learners around the world, especially young students, that they're now in charge of their learning, that they can be at the center of their own learning. So thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. Throughout the presentation, there's one constant idea came through my mind. That was one of among these, with all these 3 presentations, one of the powerful points is to reiterate the processes of learning. In other words, through ubiquitous or open learning or game theory or the ones that you presented, it does give the precise processes for the children or for any youngsters or any laymen to follow the processes, the steps for the learning, so that when you do your project-based learning, they can take their own control, for instance. And when you are getting into games, for example, then the engagement can get in only if you know how to proceed all these games. So it's very human-based learning, although it is quite technology-based, and yet it's very human-touched. So it really reminded me of how powerful it is going to be if it is to be used for the effective education. As you can imagine, I have questions from the audience. Oops. Oh, what? did I do with my... What? Hmm? Oh, yes. Oh, I'm sorry. There are many questions. There is Robert. There's a question. Many children are learning through games, and they understand. I mean, she understands. Many students are learning through games, but when you do games, students or children are engaged in winning the games more. In other words, you pay attention to the result of the games. In other words, you want to win the game. So it is very hard for the children to be aware that it is one of the learning processes. In other words, for you to learn, you have to know all these steps in between. But it is hard for the children to really go through all these steps. In this sense, what are you going to do with these games for it to be more effective if you use games for learning?
People can hear me. So that question actually has several assumptions and probably several different answers. One is I tried to convey in my talk that we shouldn't treat games just as a new form of electronic interactive textbook. They certainly can be used to teach. They can be used actually to assess learning. But the thing to learn from games are patterns of design that can be used in other learning contexts. So like any medium, like any specific material, they can be used poorly. And it's easy to imagine the kind of thing that you described, but it is also with thoughtful design, with collaborations between game designers and learning or instructional designers, our experiences, you can get very, very satisfactory outcomes. In addition, we have begun to teach teachers how to design games for classrooms, not necessarily digital, so that's not the only way to do it. The other thing is, I just wanted to say is, sometimes the learning happens without realizing it. And that's in some ways like the way that I learned how to fly a plane without realizing I had done that. And that turns out to be one of the most satisfying discoveries. So I don't worry so much about the lack of explicit process.
Next question is to Larry. You said open source that make peer learning possible but then when the peer didn't have correct information, then that could lead to wrong answers. So can we fix this problem, keeping pros of peer learning? Yeah, can we really fix this sort of problems? In other words, when you do peer learning, then you can get wrong information very easily. What are we supposed to do with peer learning?
So that's a great question. And it either comes from very anxious professors, or it's coming from the standpoint of an anxious learner who's concerned about how they're going to be evaluated on this. But the reality is a little bit stranger. So for example, at the University of Texas, Austin, they did an experiment in which they told students that even when you get the wrong answer in mathematics, it makes you smarter. And they produced, from those statements, they produced an increase in learning of around 15% from a very simple exercise. So what in fact had they done by saying that. They lowered the anxiety around education and made the students more receptive to learning. And so this notion with peer learning that you could get a wrong answer, of course, you could get a wrong answer from a teacher as well. We don't have any absolute quality control over this. But the reality is that the measurements that they've done, especially in STEM, they've been able to see students getting superior results from teaching each other. And one of the people who really started active learning, Eric Mazur at Harvard, was a physics professor. He won a Nobel Prize. He was a physics professor at Harvard, and he one day was curious about his evaluations and why people had said that he was an okay lecturer when he thought he prepared the best lectures possible. So he started standing at the back of the door and asking each of the students a simple application, a simple answer from something he had developed during his lesson to see what had gone wrong in the lecture. Not one student could give him a correct response from a traditional lecture at Harvard. Not one student. And from that, he did a 180-degree flip, and he said, there's something wrong with what I'm doing in the classroom. And then he turned it into an active learning environment, peer-centered, in which the students would come up with responses together and then bring those back to the class. And most of the instruction being done was being done student to student in the class. And he began to get much better results. And that started a reform wave towards active learning. So I don't get nervous about wrong answers in peer environments.
There's one for Milton Chen. Is there a proper age for PBL, probably meaning project-based learning? And if there is any proper ratio between just lecturing and also project-based learning?
Certainly on our website, edutopia.org, you see kids doing project-based learning at all ages. You could even argue in the preschool years, there are lots of interesting projects that kids could carry out. One of the things I learned when in my 20s working at Sesame Workshop is that kids can learn more than we think at an early age. And I've always been a proponent of that. In Edutopia, you'll see you saw Quinn at age 13, you'll see high school students doing college level work because they're being mentored by college faculty. And again, these are not superstar students. These are students from East Harlem who are looking at climate change and the growth of organisms in the coral reef ecosystem, which is so important to climate change. So, any age, any place, any time, any age, any path, any pace. And also, there is a place for direct instruction. There's a place for lecturing. It's just that it shouldn't be the dominant modality.
Okay, maybe the last one to Larry. Using games for education or for learning is very interesting. But then there are many problems for using games or maybe addiction type, quite negative effect of using games. What do you think of the problems related to the games? Oh, is that Robert? Yeah. Okay, that's you. Games?
I'm not. You might imagine my first response will be I think the question of game addiction is probably overstated. I haven't seen the latest data, but the fact is that in the developing brain of an adolescent, there are always risks, right, for anything. And I'm not sure that there's any more or less addiction around games than there might be for anything else. What you do see, however, is very high engagement. And we should understand the nature of that engagement. Sometimes it may become excessive. Whether that's addiction or not, I don't know. Addiction has a specific clinical meaning, and I want to be very careful with that. But the ability to regulate your time is an important skill to learn in life, and parents and adults should help kids with that. I would say that, however, that a lot of what people may be concerned about with addiction is actually just an extreme form of engagement.
Maybe just one more. One of you may answer these. This person wants to really know about the effective implementation of e-learning, especially for underdeveloped country or what we call developing country. If there isn't any proper infrastructure for e-learning, what do you think you can do about that? Is that too basic question?
So I work with the African Virtual University, which is an e-learning institution founded by the World Bank about 20 years ago. Now it's an independent organization. What happens is that e-learning becomes the only way in a cost-effective manner to provide access to larger numbers of people who graduate from secondary schools in Africa and can never get into any, there's no available program for them. There's a few elite institutions, but without distance learning, you can't expand as rapidly as Africa needs in terms of programs for engineering or whatever you might have. So the question is combined with what about the infrastructure for internet access? And there's a variety of ways to work on that. One is there are programs in which the material is actually delivered offline with very intermittent online activity. But then on top of that, you have a variety of organizations working on the expansion of internet access throughout Africa. So even there, the situation's improving. I don't want to say quickly, but faster than you might imagine. So I think the combination of the two takes the place of the kinds of resources you would need to build campuses with full universities on them that is simply beyond the resources that are available. So everyone from the African Union to projects like the African Virtual University are now looking at pure distance learning institutions. The largest university in Africa is the University of South Africa, 400,000 students, all through e-learning. So I think it's an important part of the solution, not the entire solution, but an important part for rapid growth of access.
Thank you. I think the time is up. There's an old saying that it takes a whole community to educate children. But I think we must change that into it takes a whole global community to educate children. It's great to invite all these expertise in this area. And thank you very much. And let's give them a big applause.
네, 여러분 다시 한번 뜨거운 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 고맙습니다. 긴 시간 수고해 주셨는데요. 황선혜 총장님 그리고 발표자분들께 다시 한번 감사의 인사를 드리겠습니다. 네, 고맙습니다. 글로벌 인재포럼 2015 어느덧 오늘 순서를 마무리해야 할 것 같습니다. 오늘 다양한 주제로 열띤 논의가 또 이루어졌는데요. 오늘 함께해 주신 여러분 모두에게 소중한 시간 되셨으리라 생각이 됩니다. 내일도 역시 다양한 내용의 분과 세션으로 진행이 되겠습니다. 자세한 내용은 나누어드린 프로그램북을 참고해 보시기 바랍니다. 작성하신 설문지는 주위의 스텝이나 등록 데스크에 제출을 해주시고요. 사용하신 통역기는 자리에 그대로 두고 이동해 주시기 바랍니다. 자, 내일도 역시 글로벌 인재 포럼과 함께 하시면서 많은 정보와 지식 공유하시기 바랍니다. 끝까지 함께 해주신 여러분 대단히 고맙습니다. 지금까지 아나운서 장선영이었습니다. 고맙습니다.